Welcome everybody to Activision Blizzard Media's second esports tournament. It's time for the Agency Showdown. If you don't know what this tournament is, it's a fun and exciting way for everybody to connect. Again, although we can't be in the same place just like last time, this is, I guess, an attempt for everyone to be social from a distance. Now, if you were here for the first Agency Showdown, you'll notice that things are a little bit different because there's more than one caster in the booth. I am joined, myself, Infinity, by I Hold Shift. Alan, how you doing today?
Doing well, man. Yeah, we had a really intense last 5 days of Call of Duty, and I woke up this morning like, man, we don't get to have that. But wait, we do. We get a little bit of 3v3 Search and Destroy to kick off our week before we get to Championship Weekend. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped. It's going to be fun to watch these guys play.
Oh, absolutely. And Alan and I will be your guides over the course of the next 3 days as we talk about all of this head-to-head 3 versus 3 action in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Of course, this is a fight between all of these agencies for the glory of the title of, I guess, being the winner, alongside some super cool gifts along the way. But these guys aren't going to get anywhere without having some rules to abide by and some formatting to work with. So let's check out, I guess, some of the rules that these guys are going to be going by over the next few days. So the rules that you guys are seeing on the screen right now, kind of standard stuff you'd see if you've ever played a CDL game before on Game Battles or any sort of, I guess, game site. But beyond that as well, the format is pretty simple. Over the next couple of days, at least, these guys will be playing single elimination brackets, search and destroy on a variety of maps. I mean, most of them are actually CDL maps. So if you're familiar with the Call of Duty League, you'll have seen these maps being played by the professionals. And of course, if you aren't familiar with search and destroy, it's round-based gameplay. It's first to 6. And of course, overall, every single match is a best of 3 throughout the entirety of the tournament. I think all the way up to, either the semifinals or the finals.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, I would say. I think if you've played around with any other abbreviated Search and Destroy tournament, whether it's through other online tournament organizers or whatever have you. So the format shouldn't be all that strange, I think, if you're paying attention to the scene. The more interesting thing is just, again, because this is inside of the agencies divisions of Activision Blizzard Media, who put together the best team? That's what I'm kind of wondering about, you know? I mean, a little bit of spice here as far as how you start your work week off. So, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting. The single elimination format obviously also brings to the same conclusion that you don't have that extra life behind you, so you better come ready to play in your first game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, as you say, single elimination. There are no second chances here, unlike the Call of Duty League playoffs. This is all down to you win or you're done. No cool prizes for you. But without any further ado, I think it's a good time for us to get into, I guess, what our bracket looks like over the next few days. So this is, I guess, our 16 teams that will be competing in our single elimination bracket. Again, if any of you got to witness the first Agency Showdown, you'll recognize a few names from this bracket. Flicker, who is actually going to be in our first match of the evening. They are probably the highest placing team. I think they're returning. I think they managed to get top 8 at the end of the first event, but they're not the only team here as well. Of course, they're joined by Farm Team, 4 p.m. Cleanout, and the Off Pattern Tour are also joining from that first event, alongside a whole host of names. There's some really cool team names here. I mentioned it before actually we got into the show. We've got some lovely names here. 789, I love that. We have Space Force in this one. I love it, man. The creativity of the teams here.
Yeah, you mentioned Flicka, and like you said, I think we're starting with them first. Chet McSteele, team captain. That's just a legendary name. I'm just like picturing a big burly man with a big old beard and like Paul Bunyan-esque and Chet McSteele. Like he's some kind of like 007 agent or something. I'm going to have fun with that name without a doubt. But yeah, like you mentioned, a couple of returning names coming forward here. So, you know, have you learned a lot from the last time through? Are you kind of adjusting? Is there any practice you've been putting in? You know, you just never know. You got to get that team synergy up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for a number of these teams, of course, our best placement is actually top 8 from across the board here. All of the other 7 teams that got top 8, they're not here. They're not returning. So this is a chance for you to take a grab at that Agency Showdown Championship. And for a team like Flicker, for a team like Off Pattern, so if I remember correctly, we're also very good. This is your chance. But let's take a look at the schedule for the next few days to take a look at sort of what matches we have over the course of tonight, as well as the matches on Tuesday Tuesday and Wednesday. And as you guys can see right now, it is a 3-day event. The majority of matches, the round of 16, will be taking place today, followed by the quarterfinals tomorrow. And then if you return on Wednesday evening, you'll be treated with the semifinals and the grand finals. But let's take a look at today's matches. You see, for Kobe versus Flicker, that's our first match on stream, but it will also be going on concurrently with the ATL Phoenix versus Goats from State Farm.
Goats from State Farm, man. I'm already picturing the marketing strategy that State Farm could pull off with a bunch of like country goats and stuff like that. I'm just ready to see some kind of PR marketing stuff with that. But no, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, you know, when we normally see abbreviated search and destroy tournaments like this, we don't get a chance to see everybody. And in this instance, we're going to do our best to try to see everybody, which is really cool. And I think, you know, again, with this being I'll hesitate to say a more for fun tournament, as there are some winnings to be putting yourself forward for. I'm sure the competitive integrity will be pretty high, but obviously this is not your typical, you know, just straight up money prize pool. So there are still some things to play with, but I think, you know, at the end of the day, you're all part of ABMedia. You're looking for those bragging rights. That's going to hang for a little while longer. You can sit there and be like, what happened, man? What happened on that Petro search? You only dropped 2 kills. You know, there's a lot of trash talk that I'm sure will be had. A little bit of fun banter.
Yeah, don't go 007 tonight. And if,
exactly, no agents tonight. No agents.
No agents today.
Agencies, but no agents.
Don't be doing it. But of course, if you guys want to keep up with all of the action that's going on over the course of the next 3 days, you should keep your eyes peeled on the Activision Blizzard Media Twitter. That's at ActiveBlizzMedia. They'll be tweeting out all kind of updates for what goes on during these next 3 days. And of course, if you just want to find some nice tweets about what's going on in the world of Activision Blizzard Media, follow the account, man. Why wouldn't you? You should be following it. If you're not already, I'm disappointed in you. But beyond that as well, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, because if you do subscribe, you click the bell, you'll get notified when we do go live within these next 3 days of action. But that's not the only YouTube channel you should be subscribed to right now, because the Call of Duty League has been live over the past week. I mean, it's been live over the past year. It's been an insane inaugural season, right? I mean, I've loved what's happened in the Call of Duty League, Alan. I'm sure, I know you have too, because the amount of times we've sat together and watched the Call of Duty League weekends. And it's all culminated in this, because only 4 teams remain in the CDL playoffs. 12's entered. And we've got the London Royal Ravens, the Chicago Huntsmen, the Atlanta FaZe, and the Dallas Empire taking on each other for the lion's share of $4.5 million.
Silly, man.
It's silly money. What I do with $4.5 million, I buy a massive AC unit for UK weather. But it's that is what I do. That's my top of the list. But if you guys want to check that out, you can do so. Saturday and Sunday is when all the action goes down. It's 11 a.m. Pacific time is when things will be kicked off with that losers bracket semi-final between the London Royal Ravens and the Chicago Huntsmen. I mean, I don't think you need to know who I'm backing in that matchup if you can't tell by my accent which team.
Clearly.
Dallas, absolutely Dallas. It's the London. You should be following the London Royal Ravens. They're amazing. But yeah, that's that. If you guys want to see any of the professionals play Call of Duty, that is the place to be. And trust me, it's epic. The amount of storylines we saw over this past weekend with the first weekend of playoffs it is incredible.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, man. I think we saw, you know, at the end of the year, I know there was like the beginning, I should go back with the beginning of the year, you know, they were thinking about not bringing all 12 teams, and obviously COVID hits and they say all 12 teams show up. Imagine if we didn't get like Optic Gaming LA. We wouldn't have had that. We wouldn't have had that Map 5 round 11 1v1 to determine who was going to be a top 4 squad. I mean, there could have been so many things that were missed out upon. But yeah, no, I think this whole year has been an incredible success story. And I'm pumped to see, you know, how everything kind of rounds out. There've been a lot of really funny meme posts on the competitive COD Reddit. They've absolutely had me on stitches last night. But yeah, we're all looking forward to what comes forward this weekend with Championship Weekend, Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be a really, really good time. And I am anticipating that all 3 games that we're going to see are going to be absolutely insane. Doesn't matter who gets through. All of them are going to be nuts. Yeah,
no free O's. No free O's. That's not going to happen. Game 5's all around. Round 11's all around. We're going to be seeing Shawnee winning all those 1v1s and winning the championship for his team. But of course, yeah, if you do want to watch that action, make sure you subscribe to the Call of Duty League channel, and you can catch all of the pros playing for that prize pool. But back to the main event for today, Shift. We've got the 16 teams, I think, almost ready and raring to go. It's going to be our first match. It's going to be for Kobe versus Flicker. Now, as I said before, the thing is with these teams, Flicker, they kind of struggled a little bit at the very start of the agency showdown last time. I think they ended up just about coming back versus the Mindshare Battlers, if I remember correctly. This is very deep in my mind from I think it was April when we had the first agency showdown. And then beyond that, I think they dropped out around top 16 in the end. So this is a chance for a Flicker to come back, to really perform against this for Kobe roster. And what a nice name that is as well. Absolutely deserved. I love that from these guys.
Yeah, birthday yesterday, very touching post from his wife and family. And yeah, definitely left us too soon, Kobe. But beyond that, just to kind of get you in the mind for 3v3 Search and Destroy, you're not going to see the same stuff as you do in 5v5. It's not going to be nearly as fleshed out. The biggest thing is the fact that you're going into a round with abbreviated numbers. So a lot of it is based on just gathering information. You're going to see pretty much a very slow start for the teams that are being very diligent about how they move across the map, trying to wait for things like their Dead Silence upgrades. We're probably not going to see too many trophy systems because Dead Silence is more important than a trophy system. So yeah, it's the 3v3 Search and Destroy tournaments are wildly different than what you would normally see in 5v5. It's a lot of it just comes down to, did you see your opponent first? Did you shoot straighter than your opponent when you did see him first? There are things like that. But typically speaking, depending on which maps we have for our first couple of series here, they're going to feel very large when you spawn into a 3v3. So it's a lot of having to figure out where exactly your opponents are positioned and how you're going to either try to attack a site, or, of course, where do you set up your defensive members to make sure that you can keep things all safe and tidy? It's going to be interesting, I think, to say the least, just to see how mechanically skilled these players are. I'm completely coming in completely clueless, and I'm hoping to see some good action here in these upwinning rounds.
I think it's also worth noting as well, right? I mean, you compare what was the first agency showdown to this one. The rules are actually a little bit different. So there are actually a lot more restrictions in place now than there were in the first agency showdown. I mean, back then we saw a variety of weapons. I mean, there was literally everything. There was tons of variants, and we all know how annoying those tracer rounds can be to play against. They were in the mixer. There was a lot of variety. This time around, there are restrictions in place that are going to be bringing the rule set much closer to what you would expect from a CDL setting, for example. So I wouldn't be surprised now if we start to see players maybe seeing that CDL action from the past weekend of the Call of Duty League playoffs, seeing what the M4s, the MP5s, and thinking, hang on, they know something that we don't. Let's bring those out. So, I mean, that to me is going to be the biggest takeaway here is the difference in restrictions. How do the players react to that? Because there are returning players here, and maybe those returning players were quite comfortable with their AK-47 or their Kilo 141 or whatever weapon they want to use.
Oh, man.
And, the other thing I want to actually ask is, these restrictions, I'm not too sure exactly how restricted everything is, but I know, for example, the Kilo isn't restricted, but the Kilo right now is a weapon that's in meta for Warzone. So for players that maybe can't play the game a little bit more casually, absolutely. Right? Are we going to be seeing more Kilo 141 gameplay than M4A1, for example, right? I mean, that's the question. I'm pretty sure the Growl is banned. I'd probably be incorrect. There'll probably be someone with the Growl out immediately. Hopefully we don't see the Bruin, because that is... And I hate the Bruin so much. If I get killed by the Bruin,
tell me how you really feel, Brody. Tell me how you really feel about it, though.
I love it. I love it with all my heart. No, honestly, it is going to be super interesting to see exactly how this goes in terms of those weapon back metas, because we might even see Augs, man. I mean, the Aug isn't GA'd here, so who knows?
Uzi 4-1 rounds could happen. Could happen. I mean, there's this is what a couple of our friends like to call the campaign loadouts. These are loadouts that you're going to see in the campaign mode with the double optics and stuff like that. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, I think, just to see. We are just waiting on lobby to go forward. We're just trying to wait to get into it. But like we mentioned, there are a couple of games that have been going on simultaneously, so we will get the opportunity to kind of peek into both games that are happening at the same time. Again, that's probably the coolest thing about this is everyone's kind of volunteering their time forward, of course, with a little bit of competitive edge, but getting a chance to see everybody is is really, really cool. And I'm happy to see that that's occurring for these ABMedia folks that are coming forward. So
absolutely.
yeah.
It's always nice to have something to do, right? It's something competitive. Everyone has something competitive to do at the moment. And unfortunately, in current setting, in both the US and the UK, right? Because obviously, you know, as you guys can tell from my accent, I am from the UK. And COVID is still happening here. I mean, I might live in the US. That's the dream. No, but I don't know if it's a dream. But, you know, COVID is happening in both the US and the UK. And it just does suck, right, to not be able to see people that you love every day and such, and just to hold yourself back from doing that for safety reasons. And something like this is just sort of a nice supplement to say, well, hey, this is something to A, take your mind off what's happening, and B, it's just something fun to keep everyone connected, and just it gives you something to laugh about later down the line when you do eventually meet up and say, oh, look, I destroyed you in that 3 versus 3. I turned on you in that 1 versus 1 all those many months ago. And hopefully they keep on coming as well, because this is our second agency showdown. If we can get more, it would be awesome.
Yeah, sure thing. Will absolutely be the case. So yeah, I'm excited. You know, not just through the opening round, but you know, the coverage spanning over the course of a couple of days is also really interesting, because if you do get through, maybe just barely, do you make adjustments? Do you change your map pool maybe a little bit? You know, there's going to be a lot of figuring out. I think that's the kind of the biggest thing. You know, you're not anticipating that these are going to be like preset people that are out there, you know, running wagers and stuff like that, you know, at a high level. So yeah, a lot of figuring out, I think, is going to be the kind of key for today. Yeah, man, just waiting to get in, ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm ready to go, man. I loved doing this last time. I know everybody on the ABMedia team saw how much I loved doing this last time. It's just it's more funny than anything in some cases, because you'll see these loadouts that people will come in with, and they're so confident with it. They're like, yeah, I know for a fact that my shotgun is gonna do bits here in this situation.
Yeah, dude.
And then they get shredded.
MP5s or M4s. Like that's all we know, right? Coming out of our background is it's all meta warriors, meta slaves.
It is, man. I mean, while we're here, right, while we're waiting for the game to get underway, Black Ops Cold War, anybody? I mean, it's coming soon. We're getting the reveal on Wednesday. I'm so pumped. That's so sick, man. Like, all the marketing that Activision have done here over the past few days, or the past few weeks, I should say, all the little clues that Treyarch and co sent out to all the creators. It's just so cool. I'm so pumped for Black Ops Cold War. I mean, I know the name is Cold War, but I don't even know if it's like going to be like a modern day Cold War or something like that. We don't even know what setting it's going to be. Like, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I think we know, based on like all the clues that we saw, it's looking like it's going to be a 1980s based game. So it's gonna feel like slightly modern, you know, because like I feel like Modern Warfare is like maybe just like a couple of steps ahead of like where we currently are. You know, when you got things like trophy systems and EMP drones, stuff like that, obviously.
But we need the trophy system, please.
It'll be interesting, I think, to come backwards a little bit. And you know, if you take away some of the things like from their clues, it looks like it's gonna be mostly staged in like right in like Germany, Eastern Europe, you know, with the Berlin Wall, and then there's probably gonna be some CIA operative stuff, like if there is a campaign. Yeah, I'm pumped to see what that's gonna look like. Modern Warfare's been fun, but I think everyone's ready for a dash of something new.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the lovely part of being at this point of the year, right? Is that although it's kind of sad to say goodbye to a title, it's always like the rush of getting a new Call of Duty, and it's like, yeah, this is gonna be it. New Call of Duty is on its way, and everyone's just so excited to try out all the new maps, learn a new game, and that is actually the beauty of the esport that is Call of Duty. It's the one thing that Call of Duty has over any other esport. It's this unique sort of part of its identity where it changes and evolves every single year. There is something new that the pros and the amateurs and challengers have to adapt to. And it works so well. It's what makes Call of Duty unique. And it's going to be no different with the transition from Modern Warfare to Black Ops Cold War. So I'm super pumped. I'm ready to get whatever console I get next gen and sit down, get the 120 FPS Black Ops Cold War, which I hope it will be. I'm ready, man. I'm pumped.
So you're gonna play on a console then? You're not gonna get on PC with the crossplay?
I don't know. It depends. My PC has really struggled to run Warzone for whatever reason.
Oh well, okay.
I don't know why. My specs are they're up to scratch. I know there's something shifty going on. They just don't want me on the game. They know I'm just a threat to everyone on the servers.
I've seen you play. I don't know if that's true.
Whoa, hang on. This is unfair. This is slander. No, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I'm just really excited for everything at the end of this year because obviously it's like a whole new generation of consoles and shots. But never mind, we're talking rubbish. We're gonna get into the game anyway. It's for Kobe versus Flicker on our screens. It's our first match of the second agency showdown, ready to get underway.
Chet McSteel. I gotta see Chet McSteel, man. He's my boy. I know he's gonna pop off here. And oh, okay, so we are actually, you saw it there in the bottom left from Reindeer's POV. They are enabling mounting to be a thing. That's not something that exists in other abbreviated search and destroy tournaments, or especially in the CDL. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Chet McSteel, MP5 user with a GI reflex. Yeah, he's going to be locking things down over here by B, and it looks like the hit actually looks to be heading that direction for now.
Yeah, does indeed, as Flicker looking to defend this site. You've seen Chet McSteel, Alan's favourite man on screen. Thinking One, though, does pick up a kill. Dipping Sticks, who actually returns from the first agency showdown on this 4 Kobe lineup, also going to get a kill as Chet McSteel picks up another one. It comes down to just Thinking One in a one-on-one engagement versus Dipping Sticks. Dipping Sticks looking for the ace, not going to find it. Thinking One picks up round number 1.
Good stuff. Execute over towards the B site, comes through a river. Completely unfigured out, and it's interesting, you know, so at the higher levels, right, the strategy that you'll see very regularly in the CDL is nobody makes a move until someone's got dead silence ready to go. Maybe you're starting to take over some of the neutral areas, the map around the middle, but you don't typically execute onto a bomb site until you have your dead silence ready to go. So obviously that's not a pure concern for either of our teams yet, but Red Rum is also bringing in the secondary part of what I wanted to bring up, was the fact that he is sniping, which is not uncommon on St. Petro, but is a risk with, I would argue, minimal reward potential when it comes to doing it in an abbreviated search and destroy. Because even if you find yourself in the 2v3, is that sniper rifle really going to find more value than that first kill? That's the question posed. We'll see if Red Rum can find a way to give us an answer.
Well, he might just find that answer pretty quickly, Shift, as I think Dipping Sticks on that top side of the mini-map runs right into his line of sight. For whatever reason, Red Drum isn't able to pick up the kill, and as Huncho comes through, picks up that first blood onto Chet McSteel. That bomb is now down before it could be planted. This is a relatively bad situation. It gets worse as well, as Thinking for One comes out of the door. Reindeer picks him up. It's now down to Redrum with a pistol as a secondary. That's going to act as his primary for now as he tries to come through and pick up these kills. Reindeer in front. Surely not. Red Rum gets the first kill, gets away with his life. Huncho in front, but the sniper rifle, he tries the quick scope. Unfortunately, we don't get a nice clip. Kick us off.
Imagine, though. I mean, you can see what he's going for. But yeah, not quite able to lock down the centering for the quick scope. Definitely not a phase member, to be sure. But, you know, again, it's just one of those things that the sniper rifle, just to kind of conclude on that point, is even if you do find that first pick, 2v3s can still sometimes be very difficult to navigate because you're essentially still keeping your teammates in a 2v2 situation. Sniper rifle very rarely plays for a secondary kill in these abbreviated tournaments, so see how things go. For Kobe, though, on their second attack, looks like they were going to try their luck over towards the A site, in which it's just Thinking One who's here to try to defend against this. Stun check.
Oh, stun check. Prep check. Thinking One picks up the first kill onto Dipping Sticks. Another has actually got past him. That's the bomb carrier in Reindeer BK. But Thinking One in this position, it's very deadly, and poor Kobe kind of have to deal with it, I feel, before they make any moves. But they get the bomb down anyway. Huncho going to fall elsewhere to Red Rum. And now it's just Reindeer BK left up to try and defend this bomb from a defuse. Now, the thing is here, Flicker actually have to reserve 7.5 seconds for a defuse. If Reindeer can just whittle down this time, he should be all right. But Redrum just runs right onto that bomb. Chet McSteel and Thinking One are there for the cover. It's going to be Chet McSteel who does fall, but not before the defuse can view. And Reindeer actually lines him up, picks up the last 2 kills. Flicker win anyway, but still, hey, Reindeer got some kills, so we're happy.
Oh, man, did he almost clutch that up? 1v3 from A Arches? Okay. We're seeing some moments already. It's just the opening rounds, by the way, all day. All it is just the opening rounds. It's all we're going to be getting, so.
Man.
Heck of a play from Raider, just not quite able to close things out with the split-second really differential between the bomb defuse and a successful elimination-based round. So now over to the defense. It's going to be another aggressive hit. Flicka making their way over towards the Riverwalk side. It's going to be Red Rum for 2 with the bomb in hand. He's going to be the first one to push forward. Dipping Sticks is going to be responsible for this defensively if we can get his POV. He's going to be hiding essentially in a corner, and I don't know if anyone's going to anticipate this. He's got some help, and now all of a sudden it's a 2v3 situation. No bomb in hand for Flicka.
Oh, and Dipping Stick comes around for that kill. Chet McSteel takes him down. Who else but Chet McSteel? And it's now down to Huncho in a 1 versus 2 scenario. That bomb has been picked up, actually. And that's a beautiful pickup from Chet McSteel, who's able to get away with the bomb. Now, the question is for Flicker, do they continue to attack this B site, or do they make that rotation over towards A? If they do the latter, Huncho has their number, picks up that first kill onto Chet McSteel. Now a 1 versus 1. Huncho coming in for it. Not going to happen, as Thinking One gets round number 4 for Flicker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Chet doesn't turn around to try to clear the angle behind him, considering that Huncho did find the opening kill over in the backside near Flower Shop. But again, you know, we're being maybe a little bit critical. These guys are not professional players after all. It's all for fun. But 3-1 to start things off here for the side of Flicka. I mean, this is the team that you had mentioned had played last time around and what you said finished top 8, I believe. So good start here to get right into the same position in the 16-team tournament. Potentially at least match their top 8, if not surpass it. Of course, this is still best of 3 overall in map number 1, so plenty of time for things to change for this team for Kobe.
Well, Kobe needs to get something changing right now, but there it is. Red Rum finally gets something on that upper side of the map. Not normally where you see a sniper place, but it works out for Red Rum, who's able to pick up first blood in this round. It is lucky for Dippin' Sticks and Reindeer in a way here, though, because they are able to retrieve that bomb with not much of a problem whatsoever. And if they do make their way over towards the A site shift, they only have 1 player in Thinking One to deal with.
We'll see. Reindeer's in a cheeky position. Shots, not great.
What?
Runs out of ammunition. Has to stay alive. Bottom restaurant. Pinch is coming from behind. It's Chet McSteel on the secret agent. Of course, he's coming right back in. Finds himself the final kill. Look, a good start here overall. It's one of those things that, you know, we could try to break this all down, but I would say simply put, this is a little bit of a mismatch. Shots just a little bit straighter at the moment for the side of Flicka.
Absolutely, and this is the Flicker that I've come to know and love from the first agency showdown. They've come to play here against 4 Kobe. And as we go into what I believe is round number 6 now, a 4-1 advantage for Flicker. They're looking very, very good. Let's check McSteel on our screens with that MP5 in hand. And we kind of discussed the meta before we came into this, right? I mean, were we expected to see M4A1s? Were we expecting to see the MP5s? Well, Flicker seems to have that meta down to a T, even if the site is a little bit janky. But it doesn't matter, as Red Rum picks up the first blood with the AX50. Dipping Sticks is down in this round. Once again, Flicker draw first blood.
And the sniper rifle finding its impact. Early in, there's a second kill of Huncho trying to push through the middle of the map. Maybe a bit over-aggressive considering the circumstances and the position that our sniper rifle is holding, but Reindeer is able to punish, so that's the threat down, at least initially. Still would be a 1v3, and the bomb is making its way forward to A. Tag of information for Chet McSteel. He finds himself another kill and a 5th round. I'm going to be putting all that emphasis on it all day long that we get to see Chet McSteel play.
Oh man, he does just sound like a character that Tom Cruise would play, right? I mean, like,
That's
absolutely.
actually exactly what I was picturing too. Wait.
Oh man, oh geez. I mean, Chet McSteel is loving this. He's going to go back to this commentary. He's going to clip this, and every time someone ever doubts him in life, he will show somebody that we imagine him as Tom Cruise. So there you go, Chet McSteel. You're doing well here. 4 and 4 star for him. Red Rum up there at 5 and 5. Thinking One though, star of the show realistically for Flicker at the moment. Only died twice and has 6 kills to his name, and once again finds himself in an advantageous position. Top apartments. This is a power position on a map like St. Petrograd, especially in Search and Destroy. And Thinking One is showing us exactly why right now. Has full remit over this A site, but here we go. You say it's Chet McSteel in behind, has one in front of him, picks up the kill, unable to get the second, but Red Rum takes him down. Red Rum, what are you doing?
Oh no, miscommunication for sure. That was easily at least 2 kills for Chet, Mr. McSteel. But now Red Rum is in a position where he's already popped his dead silence. Thinking One knows there's a player on the staircase, he'll deal with him. So once again, Reindeer in a familiar position. Oh my goodness, if he hits that shot. It was close.
Oh,
it was
man.
closer that time than it was the first time. I'll tell you that much.
If he would have done that, I'd have been out of my seat. I'd been gone. I'd have been done within the first 6 rounds here. But it's a 1 versus 1 to potentially close out game number 1 on St. Petro. Reindeer able to continue this game, extends it to round number 8 as 4Kobe pick up their second hit with that one-on-one engagement. And the M4, it is a better weapon in that scenario, right? We talk about meta, and that's exactly why the M4 is going to be, I think it was the CR56 or something like that, that the last remaining Flicker player had. It was actually the RAM, but yeah, that the M4 one better in that situation every single time.
Rep 7's been getting a little bit of love, though. I mean,
it has.
The one in part where the Call of Duty Challengers division kind of put a little bit of influence into the Pro League, as we saw Envoy pull it out last time. Were those some dueling pistols for Thinking One? Sure looked like it. Could be interesting. Chet's making his way forward, top restaurant. You got MP5 user. Don't often see an optic put on top of the weapon, but he seems to find favor with it. Semtex out, over towards Ambi. It'll blow it up. No damage, no confirm on any kind of tags. Chet, watch out behind. It's dipping sticks for first blood.
4Kobe doing what they really haven't been able to do in these past few search and destroy rounds, which is draw that first blood. They now find themselves in a 3 versus 2 scenario, and if you're Flicker, you kind of find yourself stuck in a rut here. You've got this bomb, you don't really know where to take it. Saying that, Thinking One seems to be on a journey over towards the A site, and with that first kill onto Huncho, it could be huge, but Reindeer with the trade picks up Thinking One. It leaves Redrum for 2 in a 1 versus 2 scenario. A pistol as, again, acting a primary, sniper rifle in a back pocket. What can Red Rum do?
I'm also kind of wondering if his name is supposed to be Murder backwards, since the M is capitalized.
Yeah, oh my god! I casted this guy last time. I never realized that. This is why you're here. Yeah, this is what you're here for. Oh, but he gets the first kill, and he gets tagged in the back. He picks up the M4, and suddenly Shift, Murder backwards, has a doable situation on his hands because his weapon isn't a sniper rifle.
Or just a Renetti pistol, so yeah, his name very well could be Murder for 2. He's found 1, would need to find the second. Time is an issue, though, and you gotta go. You can't stop and watch this. You gotta go for the bomb and try to plant. You don't have time at this point. No time at all, mostly because he hesitates, so a little bit of a folly here for our boy Murder, Red Rum, whichever. Now I'm thinking of that horror movie where Red Rum. What movie is that from?
Sorry, is that another film from the 1950s or whatever era you're from?
Yes. Yes.
You're referencing?
Yes.
I don't know. Or is it going to be a film where I genuinely should know it?
It's The Shining. That's right. 1980s. That's right.
Oh, God.
Part of me wanted to say The Exorcist. I was like, that's not right. It's not The Exorcist.
I mean, I should theoretically have seen both of those films, but I'm not a horror movie fan.
Wait, you've never seen The Shining?
Nope.
Oh, dude, it's a classic.
I don't do horror films.
It's not like new age horror though. It's like horror that like sits with you in a different way. Like I don't know. I'll talk to you about it later. It's one of those things that's like it's not like jump scare horror. It's just like really creepy. Yeah. It's just like creepy stuff, like blood coming out of an elevator. And yeah. Anyways, we'll get past that. 5-3 the current tally. As for Kobe is extending this series pretty nicely as they try to make this attack over towards the B site.
They do indeed. Flicker now looking for that first blood. It's Reindeer versus Chet McSteel. Versus Chet McSteel. Chet McSteel unable to finish off the kill, but still in that power position as he throws a stun out. Stuns himself. Great job, Chet McSteel.
We've seen better. But the first blood does still come through, so this is going to actually split apart this for Kobe team. And I think Chet has some sort of an idea of where these players are positioned as he walks right behind 1. Bomb has made its way over towards B. Murder for 2. Looks for the quick scope. Not going to be allowed. It's Chet McSteel who secures map number 1, 6-3 for the team of Flicka.
Very nice from Flicker, and I think for the early game there, the majority of the time it was just those first bloods and not really much of a response from 4Kobe. But to the later rounds, I'd say 4Kobe, they actually started to pick up their feet a little bit. They knew what they were doing, especially shout out to Reindeer, I think, who ends up with 8 kills in the end. Real performance from him. But overall, great stuff from Flicker. They end up taking St. Petrograd Search and Destroy in our first map of the second agency showdown. 6-3. They go up 1-0, and because this is a best of 3, that means they only need to win 1 more search and destroy, and they're through to day 2.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, come on, win 2 maps, you're into tomorrow. Good stuff. And I think overall, looking at both of these squads, if you were someone who avidly watches the professional scene, amateur scene, whatever it happens to be, a little bit more organized, competitive gameplay, we're not seeing a lot of coordination at the moment. This is a lot of kind of run at each other and see if we can kill each other. That's kind of, what I like to call the we're just better than you strategy, where you just kind of throw things out the window. You just kind of run at each other and see who is got the better shot. And, well, this is, again, like I mentioned, simultaneous matches that are going on. So we're jumping over to our other 4 o'clock scheduled matchup between the Atlanta Phoenix and Goats from State Farm. Every time I say that, I'm going to be continuing to picture what the new marketing stream will be. And on the bottom left-hand side, Atomic is running a little bit of a dually optic and dually pistols. He likes things in twos. That's much we know so far, Brody.
Atomic, can he be radioactive in this one? There's in a 2 versus 3 here. Here's the Atlanta Phoenix. I presume it is Atlanta, because it is ATL, right? That's the shortened version of Atlanta. But great start here from Atlanta Phoenix. They're able to pick up 2. It's now just down to 1 player. Not sure who it is. Goats from State Farm. And just like that, Atlanta Phoenix in round number 2. As we switch over to them, they pull off a 2 versus 3.
Not bad. Although, no, they don't. The bomb goes off.
What?
Wait,
what?
Yes. Wait, what? Okay, so we missed the clock. It's a little bit hard to see in this double picture, but yeah, the clock apparently not there, and, well, both players in very cinematic fashion, Michael Bay will approve, will unfortunately not find a way to get the defusal off in time. So came down to the wire by the look of it, but Goats from State Farm playing the clock a little bit better, and they find themselves a 2nd straight round.
And this is what we're here for. This is the agency showdown in a nutshell. We've got dual Deagles for Atomic G. I just want to stay on board with Atomic. I don't care if he dies. Just stay on board with his Deagles. I want to know what's happening. I mean, they'll be completely inanimate and they'll just fire off. They'll win the clutch up for the Atlanta Phoenix here. I'm fully convinced that is what's going to happen. But the Atlanta Phoenix straight towards B. And luckily for the Phoenix here, they've got full remit over this bomb site. Goats from State Farm have put no real estate over here. They're perfectly fine, apparently, with keeping this bomb site up for the Phoenix.
Smoke will come down, slow to draw. We'll use that as cover to get the bomb planted, but here comes the rotation defensively. Yeah, big gamble to stack over towards A. And I want to say this is Atomic G showcasing us his Warzone loadout. Because in no world are you running double Deagles unless you're in Warzone with a double optic M13, which is currently what he's running. And a lot of information gathering right here if he's going to be able to hear the players directly below him. So this should provide some information to, essentially do that. Counter nade, hold them back. No damage confirmed. And Atomic actually goes for a challenge and will lose it. So retake still alive and well, but time becoming more and more of an issue as they wait too long.
And again, you need 7.5 seconds here. Notorious, though, throws a Hail Mary, throws ATL Phoenix a bone here as he takes out a pizza tattoo. Money takes down a bag of milk, and time has already passed by here. Money might be taken out by the bomb if it gets too close for it. It doesn't happen. Doesn't matter anyway, as Notorious knows not to go anywhere near it, and Atlanta Phoenix have their first round on the board.
I really just want to know, what was the mental energy when coming up with these usernames?
Oh, I'm absolutely the same. I mean, I know that I don't have an origin behind my name. I just thought it sounded really cool. Beyond that, though, I just, like, at what point in your life do you go, you know what, my username, I'm going to change it to a pizza tattoo. It's cool. It's a lovely username. Don't get me wrong.
I'm looking at a bag of milk. I mean, that's the one that's really getting me right now. I mean...
Oh man, it's comical. It's comical. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Don't you worry. The agency showdown brings us a variety of usernames from across the boards and a bag of milk. That just scratches the surface of what you're going to see this coming 3 days. Alan, a bag of milk, apparently very very strong, atomic strong it would seem as he draws first blood here.
MP7 being used, a little bit of flexibility on the SMG. Money popped his dead silence off the rip, and he didn't really go anywhere with it. So he's going to be stuck topside. Bag of milk will push right beyond the side stairs. That'll be enough for another kill. Bomb will be planted at the B site. Slow to draw on the opposite side of the map is now going to realize his folly. Although he does have dead silence, he's going to pop it and go for the long flank. He does have smoke and a Semtex to play with. And he's being very polite about these doors, considering the bomb is on the other side of the map.
Hey, they make a lot of noise, man. You can hear this on the other side of the world, those doors. Slow to draw, though. maybe being a little slow to make it to the site. It doesn't have that many seconds left to make this defuse. And of course, in a 1 versus 3, kind of needs to get his running shoes on here. And he gets that first kill. Unfortunately, leaves it just a little too late. Finds himself in a peculiar scenario. And, well, I don't really think there's any universe where you're going to get all 3 kills there in the defuse.
Yep. I'm right there with you. Time was, again, a big issue. It's one of those things that, again, like the awareness, you can tell like these players do not spend a lot of time playing in Search and Destroy, because when you're rotating all the way around the backside from A like that, you don't have to be so courteous about those doors. The hinges, they're strong. They've been well greased. You can burst through those doors and you'll be fine. Time has definitely become more of an issue, I think, for a lot of these rounds, and it's really kind of showcasing that. But we'll see how things kind of unfold as Goats from State Farm, mostly on the backhand of a bag of milk with his MP7. He's really been doing it all. He's 8-2. Really just, again, 1v3ing every single round that he's had so far.
Bag of milk. He's just carrying the Goats from State Farm at the moment. 8-2. He's got more than a bag of milk in his shopping basket today. What can he do right now? This is a sliver. That door has been opened, actually, by the Atlanta Phoenix. And another player on the other side, I think it's Atomic, who's actually just managed to crouch his way out. Not for long. Oh, an execution, please. It's an execution. A bag of milk. Thank you so much. Oh, this is beautiful. It's only round number 2. Oh, this is incredible.
Gives him the little bear hug sumo throw. Love that. And now as the bomb gets planted on A, bag of milk, he does not have his dead silence to play with. He's going to try to navigate to the second floor of the construction site and then crouch walk his way forward, waiting for reinforcements, maybe just to use them as bait, as again he's 9-2. Baits will come out. Doesn't seem to be swaying much of this post plant setup whatsoever for the Atlanta Phoenix. Bag of milk now to assist. Needs a tattoo for 1. Bag of milk's gonna try to drop on top of this money. Will find a double though, so now it's not a Notorious. He's gonna get a chance at the second peak, wins the kill. You have to defuse the bomb. Where are you going? No! Bag of milk is really upset right now. He is mad about what just happened.
Oh, God. Oh. I feel stressed. Well, hey. I'm trying to find a positive. I can't.
Wow.
Oh. Well, hey, I've seen worse plays and challenges, so who knows. Regardless, Goats from State Farm, they're still up in this one. 3-2 as the Atlanta Phoenix find themselves another round. Again, I'm pretty sure this is game number 2 as well, so I don't actually know where we're at in terms of... Or is it game number 2, game number 1? I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure someone will tell me in a sec which game it is. But regardless, we're on Ramaza S&D hit. And Goes from State Farm and Atlanta Phoenix passing each other like 2 ships and like very, very far away from one another, because Goats from State Farm have committed themselves to a full A push, and Atlanta Phoenix all the way at B, 3-man defending this site.
Well, it's now going to be on to how do you do the retake here for the Atlanta Phoenix. And beyond that, Goats from State Farm taking their time clearing out construction. If you haven't seen anybody yet, should be clear. Go ahead. There we go. We're hopping the bomb now. Atomic G is going to be probably the first one to rotate over, as he's obviously proximity-wise the closest to the site. He also has dead silence to use. He's going to go for the long wrap, though, by the look of it. Waiting for his teammates, and the timing should pan out nicely, as looks like the rest of his squad mates are going to make their way either from the front door or around the back. But 30 seconds. Again, time has been the biggest component, I think, of every single round we've seen so far. So we'll see if the Atlanta Phoenix can get on their high horse and move in here a little bit quicker.
There's 20 seconds left on the clock here for the Atlanta Phoenix to do something. Atomic G is going to fall. It's now just down to slow to draw. How slow is he this time? And another 1 versus 3. And the answer, not quick enough. Goats from State Farm this time not going to have any blunders on the bomb. It's 4-2.
Yeah, again, this is one of those things. We see this a lot, especially on this map when it comes to search and destroy and abbreviated numbers, where you just gamble your defense setup in one bomb position, and then you try to find a way to hit this on a retake together from multiple angles. Doesn't really come to fruition here. Again, I'm sure that strategy is probably not being fully fleshed out in the comms. Again, it's probably a lot of just live reaction plays that we're seeing. We still haven't seen the double deagles come into play yet. And that's, I think, making both of us a bit sad.
It is. It's making me super sad, man. This is all I want in life, is just to see a double deagle kill here. But it's not to be just yet. The Atlanta Phoenix and the Goats from State Farm relying just on their primary assault rifles and submachine guns. And speaking of which, a bag of milk using that MP7 to pick up the first blood onto slow to draw already. Goats from State Farm find themselves in an advantageous position. The problem here for the Atlanta Phoenix, not only are they being pushed right back into this ruins area of the Ramaza map, a bag of milk is just dominating them, and that bomb is now down in mid. Money Season has a lot to do, but does pick up the first kill, and that's on the most prominent player too. A bag of milk now down for the count. This is a possible situation.
Not a lot of time to play with. He's already used his dead silence. You gotta go. You gotta go quickly. Yep, crouch through there. There you go. Bomb will be picked up. Dead silence expires, so now he'll be making a lot of noise if he decides to leave the crouched position and try to hit this site. One player is on. It's Notorious on the opposite side. Actually, pardon me, it's Notorious on the A side. The Pizza Tattoo is on the B side, and yeah, there's no way that Notorious didn't hear this.
I mean, you say that, but yeah.
Well,
honestly,
okay. I'm assuming there's no way he didn't hear that, but let's be honest. We've seen
we don't know these guys' setups, right? I mean, we have no idea what they're doing. Saying that, there it is. Money does pick up Notorious. There's your answer to that question, Shift. And 20 seconds now. Money, please plant this bomb, please.
The timing here might actually work out. Again, he should be able to hear this. Comes up from behind. Hip fire is going to be good. Yeah. But to say the timing is actually all right. You know, you clear out the second floor, make sure the second player is not there. You actually get the timing to where you catch this player on rotation. And yeah, you're a little bit blessed. This is what we call COD timing, live in action. Exhibit A right there.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, I wasn't sure. I don't know if that was the intention initially, at least. I think he was just being a little bit unsure, just checking his angles. But again, Call of Duty timing, as we love to see it, does come to fruition there for the Atlanta Phoenix, and they find themselves with a third round on the board here on Ramaza Search and Destroy. Goats from State Farm now on the offense. They are the ones with a ball in their court, a bag of milk, who has put Notorious and a Pizza Tattoo on his back in this game. Now 13-4, bomb in hand. And the Goats of State Farm, they have one enemy to deal with. It's Slow to Draw, who's sitting up in this grandma's house. An MP5, not the best weapon to have in this scenario, of course. You're more likely to be more successful with an M4A1 or something along those lines. But Slow to Draw could still be a problem. Put those shots forward. It's a bag of milk who draws that first blood. Now, if Goats from State Farm can do this quickly, they will be all right. But this is actually quite a quick reaction from Atlanta Phoenix.
Yeah, quite is. It just comes down to the timing of peeking through this window. Can you catch this player while he's in the process of planting? The answer is no. Can you catch him while he's on his way away from the bomb? The answer is... apparently it's very gusty in Atomic's apartment as those shots are windy to say the least. Now he's in a 1v3. And he's putting himself in a very awkward position. And fire right over to his snap, but again, too many numbers. State Farm, 5-3 up.
He just wanted to show us what his hip fire looked like, man. Let's not roast him. He's looking pretty good with that hip fire. He's definitely practiced that in the pit. But bag of milk, who else? But bag of milk to close out the round here as it is going to be the Goats from State Farm now. Find themselves on map point. It is actually game number 1. We have had that confirmed, by the way, folks. So there'll be nobody going out at this stage at this point in time. So this is just to go 1-0 up in this match. The Atlanta Phoenix now have to have a flawless S&D, and they very well could do as they make their way over towards A. They've just got to deal with a bag of milk in this mid-map. If they can take him down, they have a clean shot over towards A. They should be able to get this bomb down.
Just have to deal with a bag of milk. My mind goes in so many different directions. This is such a crazy username. I really want to know, out of all the things you could have named yourself on the internet, a bag of milk. It's one of those things that's like, did you just look around your apartment or your house and like, what do I have? I've got a bag of milk in the fridge. I guess I'll just go with that. Like, I'm just so curious. I really want to know. It's gonna bother me.
The funny thing is, right, is that these are PSN and Xbox gamer tags.
That's
these
true,
aren't PC names. Like, there's no PC here in this tournament this time around. So these guys, if they want to change their name, they gotta pay for it. So they're stuck with a bag of milk for life. Man, but bag of milk down. Notorious able to trade things out. Money is down for the count. It's 2 versus 2 now. Atlanta Phoenix, only 55 seconds to get this bomb down. Goes from State Farm. They have some remit over this construction site. As Slow to Draw makes its way forward. Notorious goes for that first blood. Unfortunately, doesn't find it. A Pizza Tattoo is able to trade out. So now 1 versus 1. Atomic looking for the kill. The Pizza Tattoo looks away at the complete wrong time. And Atlanta Phoenix are not done yet.
Not done yet. Still staying alive, but things are getting a bit dire. I have to find a way to string together a couple of rounds, and so far we have not seen too many instances of them being able to successfully do that. So we'll see if they can find a way to change that storyline around immediately. And it just feels like one of those things that, you know, maybe the best strategy is just to stick together and just play the game like it was Black Ops 4, where you just kind of wolf pack and just hit it. Just go, just get into a site, play for trades. But we'll see how they try to do things here defensively for the Atlanta Phoenix. They're not going to be able to kind of share that same luxury, as it will actually be goats for State Farm, who are moving very quickly through bottom money over towards the A site. There are two defensive members here. One of them is Atomic on the second floor. You'll find a very crucial first blood, but does get traded. Money on the rotation, though, trying to come back around the backside of the flank.
2 versus 2 here early on. The push from Goats from State Farm has been slowed up, and a great kill there from Money Season as he's able to take down a Pizza Tattoo. But the problem here for the Atlanta Phoenix is that they face the most notorious player on the Goats from State Farm's team. Of course, it's not actually notorious. It's a Bag of Milk, who is 15 and 5, gets a beautiful I wouldn't say cross-map kill, but a long sight kill with that MP7, and it comes down to a one-on-one engagement. Slow to draw, trying to play this one slow and steady. I think a Bag of Milk has actually activated their dead silence, so that's going to go before it really can be all that useful. But it's a rotation over towards the B site anyway from a Bag of Milk, and I don't know how quickly Slow to Draw is going to react to this.
Weird position. Growl in hand for Slow to Draw. He's going to realize he's on the wrong side of the map. We'll have to rotate without the dead silence, at least not immediately, which will be fine. But as soon as he gets close to this gun shop building, which is currently where a Bag of Milk is positioned, you're going to have to get really quiet. Because I think out of all the players in this lobby, a Bag of Milk is one that you trust has a proper setup, and we'll be able to hear things. Dead silence now in play, hiding in a corner. Shots are good, just barely enough. And we've got ourselves around 11. Pending the defuse comes through successfully. Okay. We're on our way.
Oh, man. Our first round 11. It's only game number 2 of the Agency Showdown, folks. And we have our first round 11 between the Atlanta Phoenix and the Goats from State Farm. And we'll see who is going to win it. I think when we first switched over to this game, I had the Goats from State Farm pretty much pegged to take this. But the Atlanta Phoenix, they seem to have really made their comeback. And this is going to be the round. I'm telling you, this is going to be the one where those dual pistols pick up a kill. Atomic is going to come out, and he's going to rip Goats from State Farm a new one.
Yeah, okay.
That's my prediction. I'm putting it on the table. All chips down.
Wow, all in on that call. Okay, we'll see. He's got him out for now. Slow to Draw has switched back over to the MP5. He's got a player directly on the opposite side of this wall from him. So we'll see if there's going to be any kind of point of contact. And Slow to Draw is our bomb carrier, so if he dies coming around this corner, the bomb is going to be in a very precarious position. Bag of Milk, first blood. That's actually a long range shot up top. Smoke comes through. That's going to scare Slow to Draw off a little bit. Semtex is placed right inside. Not going to find any connection, so the hit still alive and still relatively concealed.
My question here for the Atlanta Phoenix is, do they rotate, and if so, when? And, well, there's my answer. The answer is no. Money Season is able to pick up the first blood, though, in a 1 versus 3 to save this round 11 for the Atlanta Phoenix. Can he pull it off, get some shots down? It is going to be Notorious trying to put those shots in. Unfortunately, Money Season does get away. Now 50 seconds for Money to retrieve this bomb and to either rotate it over towards A or just brute force his way onto this B site. This is a hell of a task on Money Season's hands. And to be honest, he's just playing this so slowly, so cautiously. The right play, to be honest with you, in this situation. But with 35 seconds left, you've got to make a play right now.
Gotta go. If it's going to go A, you got to go A. You're not going to have the dead silence for this play, which is really risky. You don't know if every single defensive member is at B. That information wasn't gathered. He checks the Harry Potter closet, I like to call it. That little cubby. Nobody there. Now 15 seconds. You have to full stick this. This is scary for Money Season, and he's going to have to just brave up, find some liquid courage, and get this bomb planted. He will be able to do that successfully. So now it's just down to a Semtex and a dead silence for him to play. And he's going to use the dead silence now. Interesting call, as this will likely expire before he makes point of contact on this retake attempt, as Goats from State Farm are trying to make their way in. If he can find one kill, it'll refresh. There you go. Do you reposition here if your Money Season? A Pizza Tattoo is going to stick for a Ninja. Semtex.
No.
Oh my
No.
goodness. Not like this.
They've got
Not
it.
like this. No. Not like that.
Oh, that is, well, it's something. It is something. That's, yeah. I mean, Money Season, you made all the right plays. You did everything right. But the minute you pulled that Semtex out, I heard the to be continued music. I knew how that was gonna go. Curb Your Enthusiasm was playing in my head almost immediately. But it doesn't matter because it means that Goats from State Farm are going to pick up that map #1 victory. But we do go back now as Fort Kobe are taking on Flicker in this game #2. If you saw that first match earlier on, Flicker already 1-0 up in this one. We go to Gunrunner Search and Destroy from map #2, and it's 4-4.
Chet McSteel. Can't wait. Looks like he's having himself another good game. Playing very slowly. He's changed up the weaponry as well. Is this an FAL that he's running?
I think it's an AK, right? It looks like an AK.
It's
well,
kind of hard
like
to tell. The observer client is a little bit hard to read exactly the difference, and it's definitely not an M4, M13 Kilo. It's not your typical ARs that you would normally see. So we'll take a look to see what he brings in next round. Murder for 2, only able to find 1. Now I'm like, as soon as I said that, it was like I'm thinking of like a host at a restaurant, like murder for 2.
Hey man, you know, if I was in a restaurant, I'd love you to be my waitress, man. That's
You're okay. I'm a waitress now. Okay.
Absolutely, man. But match point now for Kobe, looking to tie this one up at 5-4. Man, I want a milkshake and everything. But 5-4 for Kobe as they look to tie this series up at 1-1. Flicker. Redom for 2, Chet McSteel, and Thinking 1. Thinking 1 seems to have slowed up quite significantly since that map #1 performance. Maybe Gunrunner just isn't Flicker's map. They make their way over towards this A site, and luckily for Kobe, or for Kobe, got 2 players over there ready for it.
It's going to be down to Ranger. He's going to have to find first blood here. Not going to happen. Gets caught with his weapon up, running around. Although on the backside, Dippin' Sticks does clear out Boiler Room, so potential for a pinch in the backside of this hit. Although, of course, they're going to be realizing this and Thinking 1, timing again, near perfect. Gets the second kill, refreshes the dead silence, and now it's just down to getting the bomb planted. Huncho going to try to retake this from the train yard, and Red Rum, or Murder, however you prefer it, is in a position where he might actually get caught with his nade. What? Hello? He's going to try to play for this trade. Got the knife out. He's just running at him.
No
way.
No!
No way. I've seen it all, Brody. I've now officially, as of this day, I have seen it all.
The goal! He knew he was going to get that, man. That's insane. He knew. He just knew. That is silly to me. Red Rum for 2. Oh, man. Up in his body count in this one. Knifing him down. And we get ourselves yet another round 11. We just had one between the Atlanta Phoenix and the Goats from State Farm. This one has a little bit more weight to it. If Flicker win it, they win this one 2-0. They go through to Tuesday's set of matches in the quarterfinals. Flicker now looking for this first blood. Red Rum for 2 actually just walks away from the fight. There's a player right on the other side of this wall. If he peeks out, I think that's a free kill if you're Red Rum.
It should be.
Oh,
we'll see what the timing. Yeah, so the timing is not looking good as they actually bail away from that inner U connector area over towards potentially the B site. Thinking 1 is actually playing this very wisely, just kind of watching the inner. He should be safe from anybody who pushes on his outer side of his cargo containers. And now Red Rum is in a position where he's taken over the middle of the map, so the bomb is going to try to get planted, but Red Rum takes it down. Is going to get caught mid-reload here, tries to get the gun up in time, but Dipping Sticks there for the trade. 2v2 we go.
And the problem here, actually, for Kobe is this bomb is down. I don't know if Flicker will know about it. I think that's the key thing. They should, theoretically, but do they? And Chet McSteel, he's using the sticks. And there is an advantage to using these sticks. Oh, Chet, please stop. Please stop, Chet. He's just making ring around a rosy. This is a free kill for Chet McSteel. Gets it onto Dipping Sticks, walks away with his life. Reindeer BK, now in a horrendous scenario, all the way at the back trees, has to make his way to this bomb with Thinking 1 and Chet McSteel over there. I don't see much of a chance for Reindeer to get this, but of course, there is always a chance. You just need to pick up that first kill as possible.
Bob is picked up. He's going to stick this plant. Thinking one has used his dead sounds, but isn't moving. Now he's going to make the play. Timing is good. Finds the kill. Round 11 win. Flicka will win their round of 16 matchup. And they will take it 2-0 in the map count. The second a little bit closer than the first, but regardless, you talked about how they were a top 8 team last time around. They will be a top 8 team here once again.
Absolutely. Flicker make their way to the top 8 here. Brilliant stuff from them. They win a round 11 against 4 Kobe, eliminating the 4 Kobe boys. And I'm sad because once again, Dipping Sticks falls out of the competition early in this one. It was nice to see you again, bud. But unfortunately, you're done in top 16. But guess what that does mean, Alan? It means that we're going to get to see more Chet McSteel, and I'm happy about that for sure. But still, let's get into our next matchup here. It is game number 2 between the Atlanta Phoenix and Goats from State Farm again. Goats from State Farm already 1-0 up in this one, and already 1-0 up in the game, and a bag of milk. Starts 5-0, has got every single kill available. If money season dies to him, it's a flawless first 2 rounds from a bag of milk.
Shots are good, though, as he checks the corner very patiently, and I had my small exclamation because you don't ever see Arklov peak in a 3v3 S&D map set.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's huge. It's so big. But this is going to provide for a really interesting map. And I don't mean to like overemphasize because these players may not be the most prepared search and destroy players in the world, but yeah, these rounds could be one of 2 ways. Either they're going to be really, really fast because everyone's just going to hard commit to one site, or they're going to be really, really slow because everyone's trying to find information on a map that is as large as we've ever seen in Call of Duty before. This map is huge.
Goats from State Farm and Atlanta Phoenix. They're going to have to put their running boots on, go for a marathon to get to that A or B site at this point in time. As Atlanta Phoenix making their way over towards this B site, it would seem. For the Goats from State Farm at the moment on the defense, they seem to have put all their eggs in the basket that is A, but they have got one player, I think it's just transitioned to the mid-map. It's a bag of milk. Could cause some issues if Atlanta Phoenix want to push the opposition here onto B.
It very well could. But this is that slow round that we're talking about, where everyone's just kind of very patiently trying to clear every single building in front of them. And, at a certain point, you should know that, okay, we don't need to clear every building right in front of us. There's no way they got here already, but apparently that awareness not necessarily established at the moment, as Money Season is going to try to work his way back around the outside towards this B window. B side all the way, though, for the bomb carrier, being held by Slow to Draw, who's up front. He's going to try to wrap around the backside of the site and try to get in. Atomic falls mid-map. That should provide some information as far as where is a bag of milk positioned at, which is directly above them.
Money Season has started this game so strong. Doesn't get that kill onto a bag of milk, but a bag of milk has been traded out. Slow to Draw, looking for what we call an ace in this round. Of course, that means getting every single kill. Also has this bomb to work with. Is that a smoke going down? Yes, it is. Not that effective. As Slow to Draw looks to get this bomb down. Doesn't really cover all that much. Player able to come through, and Goats from State Farm press their advantage.
Yeah, not bad. Good stuff so far. It's such a difficult map, I think, at the abbreviated numbers, because rotating defensively is extremely difficult. To make the decision of like when you go, because again, it's a long distance to go from one to the other. But you don't catch the information like you would in a map like Petro. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do to adjust as they make their way forward, if at all. I guess the other thing is, do they adjust at all, or is it just running at each other, hoping that you win the gunfights? So far, it seems to be more towards the latter than the former. Who knows?
Absolutely. I mean, there are positions. I mean, again, for those of you folks who watch the Call of Duty League, who have seen any challengers gameplay at the top level, this is not regular, right? This is 3 versus 3. So a lot of positioning that you'll see pros play in, you won't see these players in this setting put themselves in to defend or attack bomb sites. But right off the start, bag of milk picks up that first blood onto Slow to Draw, and now it's Goats from State Farm with the advantage, but Money Season coming in from behind. The secret weapon that Atlanta Phoenix seem to have round after round. Can he deal any damage once again? Unfortunately, it's Notorious right behind him. If he can pick up this kill there, it is Notorious. Picks up his first in the round. And unfortunate there for Money Season that he didn't actually check that spot before going for the flank.
Tough seeds, but a lot of area that you have to clear. So that's going to happen. So we'll see how things again move forward. 3-1 though, Goats from State Farm outside of the one round where Bag of Milk could not respond to, like you mentioned, every single member that was being thrown at him. They have been good so far. Not just in the last map, but also here. And again, it's a lot on just a Bag of Milk. And you got to counter him. You got to find a way to take him out. That's your only win condition is kill a Bag of Milk. Your chances of winning a round goes astronomically higher.
It does indeed. That seems to be the bottom line with this Goats from State Farm team. A Bag of Milk is absolutely the MVP without a shadow of a doubt. And Goats from State Farm working off the back of that as you see them right now pushing their advantage straight up. This is a very aggressive defensive hold from Goats from State Farm. It might just work out as a Pizza Tattoo. He puts those first shots in, picks up that first blood against Atomic G. The bomb is actually right in front of a Pizza Tattoo as well. And as Slow to Draw puts those first few shots off, you've got to think there might be some punishment for that. As Notorious comes in from behind, you expect him to pick up that kill. It will leave Money Season. Never mind, Slow to Draw actually picks up that one-on-one engagement against Notorious, as Notorious is a little bit too slow to act. And now, that opens the door for this rotation over towards B, as Money Season does fall. Slow to Draw, looking for an ace.
1v2 situation. He's on the backside of this A site, so there is potential for him to maybe catch one more off guard. Maybe not anticipating that he's made the full wrap back around, and yep, there. Whoa, the snap bot! I was about to say he's gonna win the gunfight with the first 4 shots in, but the rest of them kind of fell astray, and a Pizza Tattoo snaps. And it looks like that light pull actually provided a bit of deterrence from the following shots as soon as the snap-on came through, but that's one that you would love to have back, I think.
Oh dear, 1 versus 1 that goes the way of Goats from State Farm, and it's not one that the Atlanta Phoenix could really afford to give up. That being said, they've been in this situation before. I think they were actually like 4-1 down in that prior Search and Destroy game, and it went all the way to round 11. So the Atlanta Phoenix here still in this one. Do not count them out just yet. You see their defense of the B bomb site. They've chosen the correct bomb site to defend here as the Goats from State Farm make their way to B.
Money Season in a good spot to watch a rotation to the front lawn. The problem is everybody's running around the back, so it's going to be on Slow to Draw to respond to a player immediately to his left. It's going to hear the sounds again, just too loud. Slow to Draw, those shots are all over the place, but gets blessed after the jump up happens to find the last couple of connections. Stun, nade, trying to come through. A little bit of damage confirmed, not enough for a lot, and he just naded his teammate. Wait. Oh, never mind. I was about to say the teammate on the stairs might get hit by that if it bounces in the right direction, but looks like that wouldn't occur. So still a 2v3. We have a 4th member who just randomly joined the lobby, though, so question marks.
Might just be an accident. I'm pretty sure they will leave, hopefully, before they cause any permanent damage to this lobby, but it comes down to a 1 versus 1 between Money Season and a Bag of Milk, and Money Season ends up winning it. We're a 2-4.
Now we wonder about this 4th homie who decided he wanted to join us.
Well, they need him, so maybe he stays in, helps about. I'm just kidding. Please don't crucify me, Atlanta Phoenix. I love you. I love your name. It's cool. And keep on being cool.
Keep on being cool, dude. Wise words from Infinity. Words to live by.
It's all I bring out, man. You know it for a fact. He stayed in. He spawned in.
He hasn't... I'm kind of hoping that the Atlanta Phoenix just team kill him.
He's playing. You can team kill him. Friendly fire's on. Please, guys, team kill him.
Well, this is awkward.
Oh, well, I mean, Noxious Car, man. He's the player of the game. Very, very soon. So we are just going to have an end game here. I think probably the right call to make in this situation. 4-2 currently the scoreline. Make sure you keep note of that because that will probably be the scoreline that these guys start from in game number 2. We take a look at our final stats very quickly before our screen flicks off. And bottom line again, a Bag of Milk starts so very, very strong at 12-3. On the other side of things, Money Season, standout player so far with 5 kills to his name, 3 apiece for a Slow to Draw and Atomic G. So great stuff early on in our first 2 matches of the evening. And of course, we will have our next set coming up very, very soon. But of course, we do have to finish off the Atlanta Phoenix versus the Goats from State Farm first. But let's take a moment while that game is getting ready to go to talk about For Kobe versus Flicker. For you, highlight of that match. I know who you're going to say, but I'm leading you to say it.
Chet McSteele. Chet McSteele. 24/7,
Yeah?
365, twice on Sundays. We'll say that. No, it's just one of those things that, there's really not much to break down. There's not a lot of strategy being thrown out. It's players running at each other, hoping they kill each other. And Chet McSteele and the rest of his boys at Flicka did that better. Just barely, although it did go to round 11 in that gun runner, so just barely got that 2-0 win. In this one, though, it's all Bag of Milk, man. He's looking like the current tournament boss at the moment when we've seen, the combination of the 12 players we've seen so far. He's been by far the highlight of this matchup. He had 12 kills, I think, in 6 rounds. So yeah, he's holding a pretty positive stat line without a doubt. Yeah,
Bag of Milk, you're impressing us, man. Just please don't go off. Or no, do go off, just in the positive sense here. But yeah, absolutely, you hit the nail on the head there. I think a Bag of Milk, our standout player thus far in this first 2 games. And it does just show that these guys, they know what they're doing for the most part. A Bag of Milk seems to be pretty talented, and maybe he can carry the squad further down the line. We already have our first team already through to round 2 in Flicker. Goes from State Farm, just 2 rounds away from making their way into round 2. So I believe the lobby will be restarting, hopefully, very, very soon. It will be looking a little bit sadder, the stat lines at the end of the game now, because obviously those 12 kills won't show up, but still 4-2 the current
They'll
situation.
be up here. We'll remember that.
Yeah, we'll make the maths for you guys to know when it finishes up what the stat line is for a player like a Bag of Milk. I believe he finished the first game with something like 18 kills.
He was definitely over 15. I'll say that much. I didn't remember the exact total, but yeah, he's been well on his way to 20, which is impressive in any search and destroy lobby, even more so when it's only a 3v3. So yeah, he's doing all the work for his squad. I would anticipate that if this team were to continue to move forward, it's because of a Bag of Milk. So we'll see how far he can push this squad.
Man, a Bag of Milk, he's going to turn up at Champs 2021. He knows what he's doing, man.
I don't know about
he's
that.
Ready and raring to go. He's the next simp, man. He's the next Celium. We know that for a fact. Honestly, man, I'm impressed so far though, and it kind of gives me the vibes that I got from the first agency showdown, where there were players that did impress me. I'm looking for a few of those names to turn up already. Some of those have maybe already fallen out. Like I remember Dipping Sticks from the first agency showdown. I'm kind of sad that he's now out of the tournament, of course, being on For Kobe. Did play well. Let's not put him in the bin. He did play pretty well in those first 2 games. It's just unfortunate that he's already out. Because, folks, this is a single elimination tournament. You only get 1 shot at a chance for glory here in the agency showdown, bragging rights and all the bits and bobs that you get along with it. And if you don't win, bye. You're done. Back to work you go. And that's it.
Man, you're really cracking the whip over there. Back to work. Get back to work. No more games for you. My goodness.
Just take their Modern Warfare away from them. No more Modern Warfare for you. You can't play COD anymore. No, but it is pretty good gameplay so far. Madness. It's pretty good gameplay so far. I'm quite impressed. Just like I was with the first agency showdown. Remember, folks, we are playing Search and Destroy for pretty much the entirety of days 1 and 2. I know we were entertaining the thought of gunfight for day 3. I'm not sure if it is confirmed that we are doing gunfight for day 3. I'm pretty sure we are, but I will wait for the confirmation before saying 100% that gunfight is where we'll be out.
3v3 gunfight is crazy, man. It's chaos. Like, I've had a chance to cast over 2v2s. I had a chance to cast over a 1v1 not too long ago. 3v3s, though, I've had to do once, and it's mind-boggling because you get random weapons every single time. the maps are only built for 2v2s. So when you get that third person in the mix, everything goes wild. It goes bananas. So yeah, that'd be interesting if that does end up coming forward. But at least for today, we know it's going to be search and destroy, and
yes,
yeah, see how things go.
I've just got it confirmed. So it is day 3 gunfight. So we're happy about that. Day 3 gunfight.
That's gonna be fun.
We are happy. Yeah, 100%. I love gunfight, man. I love playing it. It's probably like my favorite thing about Modern Warfare. It's incredible. Like, well, do you remember when the alpha came out for gunfight?
Oh, dude, I didn't put the game down, dude. I had a blast with it.
Oh, man. 100%.
I had so much fun with it.
I remember getting a cross-map throwing knife, and I thought I was going to be the next CDL MVP, or the first CDL MVP, I should say. It turns out it didn't look that way. In the end, it turns out I still sat on the casting desk and not winning $4.5 million on the biggest stage in the world. I mean, that's not a shock to anybody, but it is what it is. In my life, I have to accept these situations. That being said, it's not all that bad because it puts me in the situation where I get to cast some beautiful Call of Duty action, much like the ones we're seeing on screen right now as the Atlanta Phoenix versus Goats from State Farm. It continues with the Goats from State Farm being 4-2 up. So if you guys are trying to figure out what's going on, just imagine there's a little imaginary +4 on the right side and +2 on the left.
Well, we'll see how things try to go for this hit. They're looking to make their way into B, but there are a number of defensive members that are ready for it. And yeah, slow to draw will fall. Atomic with Dead Silence trying to push around the back. He's going to have to find a couple of kills to open the site right back up again. There is still one more defensive member in a bag of milk. Again, the hard carry for this squad is mid-map. And that Semtex is going to give away a lot of information. You would have thought, oh, okay, awkward, but Pizza Tattoo ends up winning the very interesting gunfight. So now it's just down to money for a 1v3 situation. No bomb to play with either. He's got to find a way to get back into the site.
1 versus 3 for money season. Does actually pick up this bomb, so has now a lot more options in terms of what to do. The sad thing here for money season, there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. You have to reserve 5 of that to plant this bomb. And of course, with one player sitting behind the bar, this is going to be very, very hard for money season to pull off. He will still try to. Money season going to run right into the player inside this site. I believe it's going to be a Pizza Tattoo who is sitting there on the other side. Goes for the kill, does get it. Now, 9 seconds. You got to get this bomb down. I think a bag of milk will know how this is going to go. Somebody's going to check it. Surely. Please. Somebody get him. Money season gets away. How has he got away?
He's going to find a kill as well.
No.
But now it's stuck in a corner, quite literally. Yeah, that was more interesting than it should have been, but the result stays as expected. So that'll be the 5th round, remember, for Goats from State Farm. They're only going to need one more to put this series behind them.
Well, just one more is all the Goats from State Farm need. Yet another great round from them, but they almost let that one slip to money season. That could have been a very different situation right off the start for the Atlanta Phoenix. Great start here from Goats from State Farm. Can they get this last round? That's the question.
Well, they'll have a lot to play with. Again, it was just a 4-2, so now 5-2. Plenty of rounds to try to finesse a little bit more with, and it's going to be an attacking round coming forward for them in which all 3 members very quickly over to A. Dead Silence is ready for a bag of milk if he wants to use it. Toss that, please. Okay, I was about to be a little nervous for a second there. A little shorter than you would normally expect to see a set nade go over to A. But now the Dead Silence push. Paused for a moment just by the fact that he's got to put himself in the open for a minute. Stun check the bomb, nobody home. Pushes forward. I think he's seen Atomic and will take the second challenge. Takes off the head, and now it's just down to the flank play of slow to draw from behind. Try to put a pause on this attacking hit.
That first kill, so huge in terms of taking this bomb site for the Ghost from State Farm. I think Atlanta Phoenix really needed that first blood, but there is a trade here from slow to draw. Notorious's shots are windy, unable to trade things out, but a bag of milk now left up. 1 versus 1 scenario. This is, again, for an ace in this round as the Atlanta Phoenix find themselves in a one-on-one engagement. It's money season. This is the player that you want if you're the Atlanta Phoenix, but it's a great pre-aim from the last remaining player in a bag of milk. Goats from State Farm find those 2 rounds they need in the first 2 rounds they're given. It's 6-2, and they win this series 2-0.
Yeah, looks good. For both of our first 2 teams, I would say it looks good. We've got a couple of things to definitely keep an eye out for as these teams move forward. But 2-0 It's good stuff for both of those squads to kind of get through the first round and look forward to, like you mentioned, tomorrow. That's the big thing. It will be tomorrow as we will continue on with our next set of our opening round games. This is the Off Patents versus 4 p.m. Cleanout. And so far, the Off Patents up to a nice start, 2-0, but this round looking a little bit more favorable for 4 p.m. Cleanout as they find themselves in a numbers position.
They do indeed here. The Off Patents versus 4 p.m. Cleanout. Again, both names that I know of from the first agency showdown. There's a couple of changes here. I think SFH is actually the only returning player from the Off Patents from the first agency showdown. I'll take a look at the 4 p.m. Cleanout's roster in just a moment. But right off the start here, seems like a 2-1 up early on to the Off Patents. And if we do take a look at their, I guess, the comparing their finishes, it was a top 32 for 4 p.m. Cleanout. They came out in the first round last time around, and the Off Patents ended up in top 8. So this is very different placements.
Indeed the case. Next offensive hit. This time for 4 p.m. Cleanout leans towards the B site. There is somebody here defensively. It's Mr. Wobble. And he's in a position to where he might get shot at from a multitude of angles. And yeah, he's already been tagged up pretty heavy. Stunned to check to make sure nobody's pushing. He's going to stay safe. SFH rotating over. We'll see one player top green window. Not really tight with the shots, though. Tedwick able to find first blood.
That's a great first head to take. I remember just how effective SFH was for the Off Patents. A real momentum to get them to that top 8 placement. But it is Mr. Wobble who's able to trade things out. Grey Money is down for the count. And as 4 p.m. Cleanout, I still think they've got their eyes set on this B site. If they do choose to rotate to A, they have to do it from the mid-map because you've got Big Bank on the flank now. Has a clean shot, gets it onto K-Sats. It leaves Tedwick in a horrible position, currently inside the pipes area. Inside view, Mr. Wobble going straight for the shots. Unfortunately, isn't able to pre-aim. It comes down to a one-on-one between Tedwick with the Growl and Big Bank with the MP5.
Bomb down in a pretty easy spot to collect it. So at least have the objective to play off of, but full utility, including the dead silence for Big Bank. Makes his way back through Vent, and the timing of this, it looks like it's going to be Tedwick who will eventually commit to the B site. He doesn't really have the time to fully clear the angles he would need to get over to A. It looks like Big Bank is going to be fine giving him the B site and just play for the retake, so it just comes down to how are you going to try to retake? He's not going to have a chance to find a kill off the immediate post plan. Tedwick can be set up wherever he wants to. And it looks like they're actually going to navigate right towards one another. Timing is going to be everything here. As Big Bank, he's going to hit the dead silence and now clear out green. And I don't see a world where Tedwick expects this. Sure doesn't. Hip fire good. Third round confirmed for the Off Patents.
That route from Big Bank comes around right through the back of green. I mean, fair play to Tedwick, right? I mean, had the right idea, you know, didn't want to do anything too strenuous, just thought, you know, I'll commit to this one line of sight. But it is unfortunately a predictable one. If anybody's watched the Call of Duty League, which of course you can do it, youtube.com/hobby, there is, this is a common spot, right? I mean, it's what you expect.
Sure. Yeah. Seen it held by a number of pros positions. Scump, I think, likes to sit there pretty often. But it's pure speculation. He might have just found his way over there just by happenstance. So, regardless, 3-1. Pretty tight game, though. You look at the kill-death ratios for both of our squads. It really has just come down to 1 kill here, 1 kill there, and that could be the difference of a 3-1 your way versus 3-1 their way. Mr. Wobble. Able to move things on the outside. Big Bank holding down the door as Tedwick slow peeks it. I mean, snail's pace slow peeks it. As Mr. Wobble will find a secondary kill on the outside back by the red cargo trains. And that will now provide for a bomb to be planted. And Dre Money in a 1v3 is going to try to get this done from the backside flank. He might get SFH for free here, depending on the timing of the peak and his trigger discipline. And there it is. There's the first. But now, of course, the off-pans know exactly where he's at.
This is a horrible one. Mr. Wobble just going to get onto the lean. Picks up round number 4 for the Off Patents. And again, we're starting to see just how good the Off Patents were in that previous agency showdown. A top 8 placement for them there. And they're showing just why here with a 4-1 opening. And I don't know if you just noticed there, but Mr. Wobble, he had the Florida Mutineers emblem on. So he knows what's up. He knows what he's doing.
Does he? They only won one map this last weekend.
Wait, what is this pistol? I mean, like, that's because they're trash. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They're not trash. Wow. If Florida Mutineers want me for anything at any point in life, I think you're the best team in the world. And I will say that to any other team as well. But still, the off patterns. 4-1 up here, looking pretty good. It's the 4 p.m. clean out already being cleaned out right up the start of this one. It's Tedwick down in a 1 versus 3. This bomb in no man's land. But Tedwick, hey, slaps down SFH. That's a great start for Tedwick. Has the off-pattern's last remaining players quite split up. There'll be no potential for trades if Tedwick picks either of these kills up, but unfortunately, Tedwick just isn't looking at Mr. Wobble, and the Florida Mutineers fan strikes again.
And so the weapon that he's using is the AN-94, which you're seeing
it's new, isn't it?
right there. It's newer. It came out season 5, question mark? Not 100%
yeah,
sure.
this season.
But it's nasty. It's like, it punches. It's got a little bit of a slower rate of fire than your M4, but this thing will 2-bullet you. It reminds me a lot of the Rampart from last year.
Yeah.
It came out, people were using it in scrims, it was instantly GA'd. Without question, everyone's like, no way.
Yeah. I mean, there was a particular set of players, right, that won with it. And if everyone remembers Luminosity Gaming from last year.
Yeah, that was at Fort Worth,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, they were able to win with the Rampart. GA, straight away, you're not winning anything anymore, sorry guys. But that is what happens, and just like that, speaking about taking a win, the off-patterns, while we're talking about GAs, they take their round number 6, all that is necessary to win this one, 6-1, and go up 1-0 in the series. Mr. Wobble has sent the 4 p.m. cleanout team for a wobble, as they go 1-up in the series.
Good stuff. 11-2 for Mr. Wobble with that AN-94. I mean, the thing's nasty, man.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
I pulled it out a couple of weeks ago in a CDL playlist, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm seeing. It doesn't matter what you put on it. It kills in 2 bullets. It's insane. It's absolutely disgusting. So we'll see if that will be like kind of the linchpin for success for Mr. Wobble as he moves forward. Again, I believe that was just map number 1. So we anticipate seeing not just a second, but maybe even a third from these guys. Although that said, we have seen, I think, in all of these opening round matchups, there have been some favored squads coming through. And right now, Mr. Wobble and his team look to be that kind of position to do the exact same thing in the second set of matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there from Mr. Wobble. AN-94 proving itself. Hey, I'm going to use that now. I'm going straight to pubs. It's disgusting, dude.
If you haven't used it yet, give it a whirl. You're going to kill faster. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
It has been GA'd. Okay, just if you.
But I'm pretty sure you can still use it in the CDL playlist. I'm pretty sure it's not restricted in the CDL playlist.
Oh, well, you guys know where I'm going after this. Midnight train to CDL playlist with the AN-94. I'm straight up using it. No stress at all. You guys, I mean, I like all of you, so stay off the CDL playlist after this. That's for sure. But yeah, it's really interesting, and we kind of made the question right before we got into this. What weapons are we going to see? Well, here's your answer. We've seen an AN-94 right away. It isn't just the M4A ones and the MP5s. We are so used to seeing in challenges and of course in the pros.
Well, it's going to be a pretty heavy defensive stack for 4 p.m. cleanout towards A. They're going to be guessing incorrectly, though, as 3 members of the off-patents are at least leaning towards B. A couple members over the middle of the map, as we typically see. The Grau in hand for Gray Money. Another weapon that has a high damage impact, especially at range. Not a lot of fall off on it. But I'm sure that's not the major consideration. Maybe he's just, again, I use the Grau in Warzone still. Maybe he does the same.
Well, right away here, KSAT's looking for this cross-map kill. Unfortunately, isn't able to find it as 4 p.m. cleanout. Looking to retake now this site as the off-patterns get this bomb down. Grey Money in behind. Doesn't realize it, but he has such a good positioning on these players. The problem is, of course, as a player on the other side of that wall, on that lip, it's Mr. Wobble in such a great position. Grey Money looking for it. Unfortunately, isn't going to find it. He does find 1 kill. On to SFH. Mr. Wobble is going to find the trade. KSATS is there to trade right back. It leaves Big Bank in a peculiar situation. Just has to defend this bomb for 15 more seconds. Does so. Just a few more seconds. K-Sats is weak. Just run out, get this kill. Doesn't do so. Tedwick defends, and the defuse is in for 4 p.m. cleanout.
Just barely. I mean, an extra 1.5 to 2 seconds left, and if Big Bang can hit one more shot on that cross, he may have just done enough. You see Tedwick has to come down to challenge. Big Bang not quite able to lock down the kill. The Grau able to speak volumes for the finishing punch, and with that, a first round for 4 p.m. cleanout. A good start for them.
Great start here. For 4 p.m. clean out, and this is the start they needed as well, of course, being cleaned out in the prior search and destroy game 6-1. They needed to start strong here. Let's see if they can do it, as they are the ones now with this bomb on Ramaz to search and destroy. They make their way over towards the B site, and the off patterns have actually got quite aggressive on the defense. SFH has gone all the way up through ruins. Sorry, Mr. Wobble's gone all the way up through ruins. He's going to fall to Tedwick straight away, and now I think the off-patterns entire defense here relies on Big Bang picking up at least one kill over towards B.
Push through though. Big Bang is going to find one for free. Turns around for a second. K-Sats apparently is not going to check behind him. Okay. Seems to be all right though, as Big Bang has gotten his one kill on the flank and then says, I'm good enough with that. Let me go back and help defensively towards the site itself. K-Sats gets caught trying to swap weapons. Sets the bomb down. Gray Money in another bad spot in a 1v2 situation. Might get an angle onto one. Shots not quite there. Cooks up a frag. That's going to be a little bit deep, but SFH had no idea apparently where he was getting shot from, and no way he gets the second as well.
Oh,
wow.
Dear. Let's see this again.
Oh, the hipfire actually connects for the first three. A little bit of blessing there from Gray Money.
That Grau is nasty. That's all I'll say. That Grau is something else as he picks up round number 2. A beautiful turn-on kill there for Grey Money. Has started this game very strongly, I believe, as well. I'll take a look at their stats in just a moment. I think they've at least got 3 kills in this first 2 rounds, and there it is. 3 kills, the highest performing player so far on 4 p.m. cleanout. Now they go on the defense. It's the off-pants with this bomb in hand, and they look to be going towards A, but K-Sats and I believe Tedwick already over there, ready for this defense. But what a rotation this could be from the off-patterns. They're moving their way into the mid-map. Maybe just getting the feel for where 4 p.m. cleanout are on the defense. But as Grey Money picks up first blood onto Mr. Wobble, this situation becomes less manageable for the off-patterns. But they do have that free rotation over towards B as an option.
That's going to get the angle here. A lot of information, and he very patiently just waits for the peak to come out. Very nicely done. 3-0, 4 p.m. cleanout, bouncing back in a big way after it was, like we mentioned, the AN-94 from Mr. Wobble that took things over last time around in the Gunrunner. No such success here early. And how do you keep this momentum rolling, I think, is the bigger question. You know, Ramaz is one of those maps that's not difficult to rotate between the bomb sites, but if you flood and find your way in, there's a lot of cheeky post-plant setups that you can find yourself in. So will they just kind of try to make that be their objective, as it will be 2 members with the bomb heading towards A, and Tedwick is going to watch the flank. I think he's quite realized that this off-pattern squad likes to play aggressively through the middle, and it's really going to come to the timing between him and Big Bank up top. So we'll see how this all pans out in the middle of the map, as the A attack seems to be coming through pretty quickly.
4 p.m. cleanout once again, making their way over towards this A site. They've only got one threat to deal with in the form of SFH. So FSH looks for some problems. He's just sitting in that farmer's corner, and Grey Money deals with him. No problem at all. Tedwick picks up that kill onto Big Bank. And now it's just a 2 versus 1, or a 3 versus 1 here, sorry. As Mr. Wobble, left up in this scenario, has to get these 3 kills and slash all the defuse. And that's quite a lot for somebody to stomach anyway, but Mr. Wobble, no problem at all, eats up those 2 players and puts us down to a 1-on-1 engagement between Mr. Wobble and Tedwick. Wobble now just looking for this kill. Could get some lovely Call of Duty timing. Surely not. Tedwick goes to check the bomb. He's getting some shots in, but Mr. Wobble gets the final kill required, and it's a 1 versus 3.
Tedwick, what happened? I mean, he saw him first and foremost, but he was looking around as if he didn't hear where the shots were coming from. I thought for sure Tedwick was going to get the timing on that peek as soon as he put himself right behind the bomb. But you can kind of see it. He's looking at the bomb as if he doesn't know he's being shot at for a moment, and Mr. Wobble clutches up a 1v3 with the AN-94. Unbelievable.
Well, first round goes the way of the opposition side here. I mean, the off-patterns draw their first blood in emphatic fashion. 1 versus 3 for Mr. Wobble. And that's the kind of opening that you want in this game when 4PM Cleanout start this one so strong with 3 rounds straight. I think that's the start you need for the off-patterns. And they might just be gifted another round here. They've got a free plant on this B. And if they realize it pretty quickly, this could very fast turn into a dire situation for 4PM Cleanout because they've got to rotate and then save 7.5 seconds for a defuse.
Yeah, you got to go quick here. And K-Stats is running an ammunition refill as his field upgrade.
Why wouldn't you, man? I mean, do you not need an ammo refill?
Do you want all the reasons?
Round? Oh, man. Well, it's a strat, that's for sure. Big Bank going to figure out that first kill. The ammo refill not helping out K-Stats in that situation as Mr. Wobble draws number 2. Number 3 falls as well. And the off-patterns don't struggle at all there. They win very easily.
Yeah, I mean, the first 3 rounds that we've seen so far in this, I guess technically we've seen 2 before this round. We've seen 3 in total now. But for 4PM Cleanout, it just came down to, you know, 1 kill here, 1 kill there. Again, like we mentioned in the previous, could have been the other way around. And now you're starting to see the patents giving us exactly what we came to know from the Gunrunner, right? Where Mr. Wobble's getting hot. He's got himself 6 kills already. And he started off pretty slow in the first couple, so he's found the majority of those in the last 2. And so we'll see if he can continue to be hot, or for the side of 4PM Cleanout, if this hit for A will continue to bring them some success as it has so far.
Well, 4PM Cleanout already making their way once again to this A site. This time it is Tedwick who draws that first blood onto Mr. Wobble, but there is still one more threat to be had here in SFH. SFH is in such a good position as well. Is going to pounce onto K-Sats. One more player to deal with though. Grey Money gets the kill as he turns. And now it's down to Big Bank in a 1 versus 2. He's very close by. Picks up that first kill. Makes this a one-on-one engagement. And the struggle here for a Tedwick, as this bomb is over down on A. And Tedwick is about as far away from the bomb site and the bomb as you can get.
Yeah, not good. Let's have dead silence though, and he's gonna hit the triggers. You figure like as soon as he gets past this top cafe. Not really sure what the play is here for Tedwick. There it is. There's the dead silence. You gotta go though. Don't just sit here and let it waste out. He clears a couple of angles. Now the push. He's gonna get bottom side, and I think he may have actually get a little bit of sound information off of Big Bank. Second guessing the front doors. He wants to go around the back, but his dead silence has expired, and now he's going to be tromping around like an elephant, trying to make his way into this A site. Yeah, again, still many angles he has to clear still.
Oh, I mean, he's got the bomb. He could get this plant down without much of a struggle. Big Bang hasn't actually checked it enough. Periodic checks, apparently very periodic, but it doesn't matter anyway. Big Bang is going to pre-aim the stairs. Probably did hear Tedwick there in that scenario as Big Bang picks up the kill. And just like that, it's going to be a round on the board for the off-patterns, as just as quickly as we saw 4PM Cleanout get 3 rounds on the bounce, the off-patterns bounce right back and make it 3.
Yeah, it's good timing here. You talk about, you know, is Big Bang actually going for the checks of the bomb, or is he just going to wait for the information on when the plant comes through and then try to clear it individually? Looked a little bit more like the latter than the former here, as we do get tied up 3-3, but Big Bang, you feel like, based on what we've seen so far, he's probably the better player, just individually. And that definitely came through. He's now on 5 kills, keeping up with Mr. Wobble. That's something we didn't see last time around. Mr. Wobble was doing everything himself. So now that he's got a little bit of help, will that be enough to get the off-pads moving with a couple more rounds in a row? They were down early 3-1, but the last few have looked good for them, and this round will start the same way as they find first blood.
First blood's going the way of the off-patterns. Already down to Grey Money, 1 versus 3, and he is dead very quickly. And this is a quick return from the off patterns. This is what we wanted to see if you're a fan of the off pattern squad, as Big Bang looks to close things out very quickly. And there it is. It's going to be 4-3 to the off patterns. And I thought when 4 p.m. Cleanout went 3-0 up in this one, I thought maybe this is their map. This is their map. But unfortunately, might not be the case here, as it feels like the off patterns, they've finally found their groove in this one. 4 rounds on the bounce. You see Big Bang and Mr. Wobble, 7 and 4 each. Looking pretty good.
Back over towards the B site. Big Bang is going to find first blood right over the middle. And now as Mr. Wobble, he's going to be trusted to take down the final 2 off screen. He will do just that. 5-3. 4 rounds in a row. As it looks like things have been collected for the side of the off patents, as these last 2 runs have been quite convincing.
Quite convincing indeed. I think the difference is right now, I feel like the off patents have finally got their mojo, their confidence back in this particular scenario. They've run right at their opposition, no struggle at all, and they've been winning their first bloods. I mean, that's the key difference there. I think I just saw Mr. Wobble just run straight from the mid-map, pick up that first blood, and that is the difference maker at this point in time, as 4 p.m. Cleanout now need a flawless search and destroy up, as they are done in top 16. A better placement than they got last time around, only by default though, as the off pants make their way over to an A-bomb site, and there's not a single 4 p.m. Cleanout player to be found.
Could be a free plant. Retake opportunity is going to be on the back end of this opening hit. And oh, Mr. Wobble doesn't see him. Double checks it just in case, and well, Big Bank, I think, maybe gave him a little bit of a cue as far as, hey, there is someone in the back, and now he absolutely knows there's one more backside of the cinder block. The stun does connect. Semtech's thrown in the same location. That will do well. Tedwood falls. Gray Money, 1v3, has found the first to stay alive in this tournament, needs to take down the last 2.
Dead Silence has been popped by Grey Money as well, so you want to make use of that as quickly as possible. You want to go for a refill, but Big Bonk has just found him, and the off patents take round number 6 necessary. They win 2-0, and they will be moving on in our tournament to Tuesday's games, the quarterfinals. Congratulations to them. They join Flicker and the Goats from State Farm in that position. So beautiful stuff from them. They're our 3rd team in the quarterfinals.
Good stuff. Yeah, very quick. Again, we've seen 2-0s all day long so far. Here's an update on that bracket through at least our first 2 games. Again, the third one we just saw come to a conclusion is just below that. And so I imagine the other match that we're kind of waiting to see or maybe hear more about is the KD conversation rates and Space Force on the bottom side of the left-hand side of the bracket. And then we will likely move over to the right-hand side, in which we'll see a couple of other teams that are coming forward. And there is that schedule flashed for a moment as far as how things will progress throughout the day, but we've worked our way through almost half of our opening rounds, so be interested to see how things kind of progress as we go further forward. And yeah, it looks like that is indeed the case. That 5 o'clock p.m. slot, KD conversation rates Space Force is slated to be going on. And then coming up, we've got Searchin' and Sparkin versus Mindshare, and then Wrecking Crew versus Spark Chicago to take over the 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern slots.
I've just got it confirmed in the chat as well for us over here in the casting booth. It is actually the KD conversion rates, not the KD conversation rates. I was thinking that. I was like, last agency showdown, I was calling them KD conversion rates, and I was very surprised that no one told me I was wrong, but apparently it is. It is KD conversion rates, and that's the match we have up next. I believe actually KD conversion rates are another returning team. They may have an entirely different roster, but regardless, they're a returning team name at least. A quite interesting one as well. They go up against the Space Force, which is a lovely reference to either the TV show, which
have you watched any of it?
I haven't. And I love The Office, and I kind of, it's got Steve Carell in it, obviously, and he's just amazing in regardless of what he's in. But I haven't watched Space Force, and I feel like I definitely should have watched it by now.
Yeah, I'm actually stuck right now going through, I say stuck, but I'm enjoying my time. I'm going right back through and I'm rewatching all of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I have loved every second of it.
So, you know how you have this thing where I haven't watched stuff, and you get really annoyed at me for
this is a
not
little bit
watching
more
stuff.
okay because like it's like an early 90s show, so
Yeah, I was not born.
I get it.
I was born in the 90s. I was born in like the right back end of the 90s, like 1999. And I got like the tiniest amount of my toe dipped into that century or that millennia, I should say. But yeah, there is a lot of things, and I haven't seen the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So yeah, I'm loving my life at the moment.
It is a good one to go back though. Like if
Yeah?
you ever want to go back and rewatch like a good classic television show, it's got good comedy. It's got great, powerful messages for like a 90s sitcom, and it's got Will
Yeah.
Smith. What else could you possibly want?
I mean, my life at the moment has just been spent on Disney Plus, essentially just watching various Disney Channel shows from my time, the early 2000s, sort of like Sweet Life and Wizards of Waverly Place and such. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Regardless, we do have our fourth match of the evening ready to get underway. It's the KD conversion rates going head to head with the Space Force. And we've got some pretty interesting names, of course. I believe I remember Cat's Pajamas from another team. I can't remember for the life of me which one it was. In the first Agency Showdown, and in terms of the KD conversion rates, J-Bow is the only returning player, as I remember.
Opening shots, Cat's Pajamas, just kind of making sure, hey, don't peek me here. Okay, never mind, they seem to want to. As that will do well for first blood from Ice Badger. Gosh, so many intense names. He's gonna be the first one onto the site, but he doesn't have a lot of help here. Snaps to a player up top, okay. Impressive to say the least, but will not be able to exist to try to climb over the top of the boxes. So bomb will be dropped, 2v2 we go. Ricky able to find another. So now it's just down to J-Bo.
J-Bo now looking for something, of course, and the problem here for J-Bo is that bomb is down. So he needs to retrieve it regardless of what he does if he wants to make his way over towards A. That bomb is the first hurdle that he's got to jump. But it doesn't matter anyway as he makes his way over towards this B site slowly but surely. Player's right in front of him, and that player in showers is still there. J-Bow putting those shots in, unfortunately isn't able to do anything. Flushed away. Now here comes the challenge from Floyd, surely dead to rights with J-Bow, and there it is. Space Force take round number 1.
Yeah, the good kills over the middle of the map. I'm going to just leave this one small analytical point because maybe it's an actual focus here for Space Force, but the middle of the map is a very crucial portion of it, especially in the early stages of the round. It gives you that rotation point to set up and, okay, A is not working for us, let's go B, or vice versa. B is not working for us, let's go A. And if you could take that away from the attacking side defensively, you cut off that rotation. You're able to essentially get your defense moving a little bit more freely, and you essentially force the attacking side to go all the way back through their spawn, and if they want to try to change up their bomb site approach, in which you're probably going to read it relatively easily. I say only relatively because it is 3v3, so information can be a little bit harder to come by. J-Bo has seen one player, but Ricky will actually see him kind of cutting across the bottom side of Cafe for first blood.
First blood once again going the way of Space Force here. Ice Badger, though, is going to be able to trade out, gives Ricky Giver the first death of this game. So Space Force very split up in this scenario. You have Cat's Pajamas was over on this B site, but I think they may have just realized with the scout play from Floyd that this A site entirely clear for a plant. Look, it's lost. Stuck all the way in ruins. Has to gamble on which bomb this is going to. And unfortunately, gambles incorrectly. It's not B. Cat's Pajamas gets this bomb down on A. And the worst bit about this, for a look, it's lost. It's going to take at least 10 seconds for him to get over there. And that's precious time to defuse this bomb.
Well, this is a tough rotation. The Uzi is in hand, by the way. Again, this is another weapon that has been GA'd, but mostly it's just the ammunition modifier, turning it into some heavy-hitting SMG rounds. The .41 mod. So maybe Los is running that. Stuns up top, runs literally right past somebody. Easy kill that you'll ever see. Space Force 2-0 up.
You gotta check that corner, man. I mean,
yeah, you check at least one of them. He just hardcore rushes right to stairs. He doesn't even check his left either. I mean, there's a reason my mom tells you to check the left and right before you cross the street. The same holds true when you enter into construction like that.
Just gets rammed. straight away as soon as he runs through that door. And yeah, you do check one corner. I maybe think maybe his strategy was to draw some fire as he ran through and then maybe turn around and pick up a kill. But no flashy plays there for Look It's Lost as they lose that engagement. We're straight back to a 2-0 start for a Space Force here. As Ricky moves forward to the mid-map. KD conversion rates look to be going towards A with this bomb. One player up top construction, Floyd with the power position, looking down that bridge. They know where KD conversion rates are taking this bomb now, and now the question is, what does Space Force do with this information? Well, there's your answer. Ricky picks up that first blood. The head of Jabo is going to fall, but there has been a trade for Ice Badger that does open up the potential for this bomb to go to A, and as I say it, KD conversion rates, they back off, they make their way to a rotation for B. Look It's Lost picks up this first kill, picks up the second kill. Beautiful stuff from Look It's Lost, and KD conversion rates take their first round here.
Hard to tell. It looks like based on, again, the bottom left-hand side, you can see what attachments he's running. That looks to be the ammunition modifier. So, again, it's super powerful, super strong. The same reasons why the AN is GA'd is exactly the same case of why the modifier on the ammunition for the Uzi is GA'd. It hits hard. It punches hard. And I don't know. What's your feelings on only having like a 2-weapon meta? Like, did you enjoy having a 3-weapon meta in Black Ops 4 with the Maddox in the mix?
I mean, I'll say it like this. I enjoyed a Black Ops 2 meta, and that is my answer to the question. You can make that from that what you will. Which, well, I mean, I'll explain it as simply as the more weapons in any given meta, the better.
The better, and, yeah, I'm right there with you.
I think anybody who's in our position, like talent-wise, would probably feel the same way. If you're a pro player, the feeling is very different because there are certain players who don't want to learn anything because they're quite comfortable being in the power position they are. But regardless, Space Force 2-1 up in this one. They're quite happy with their weapons. Cat's Pajamas using the on-meta MP5. Picks up that first kill against Jabo and now in a great position to maybe take this B site. But the danger here is that Cat's Pajamas loses this fight against Look It's Lost. This bomb is left in a horrible position and Space Force on the opposite side of the supposed KD conversion rates wall of players.
A lot of noise being made right next to Floyd. Now he's going to see the shots ringing out. Can't save his teammate in time, but it's fine. The kill's still able to follow up for the trade. 3-1. Easy peasy, no problem so far. The monocle sight on the M4. Don't see that one all too often.
Oh man, it's like a fashion show. We see it in the wacky stuff.
Really, that's such a good way of framing it. It really is. And you see Floyd, he's actually going with the monocle sight. Very stylish in the early 2019 year.
Oh man, Modern Warfare and all its wacky combinations of attachments you can find in public match here really coming to shine here in the agency Showdown search and destroy settings we've got to play. Space Force find their third round off the back of that though. And now KD conversions rates making their way towards this B side. Look at the Lost playing relatively aggressive here. Cat's Pajamas has an MP5 for you though, buddy. As Ricky gives them cover, takes out Jabo. This quickly becomes a 1 versus 3 for Ice Badger. Last alive. Under in the mid-map. Could maybe pounce on the players down there. That's Cat's Pajamas, but it doesn't matter as S-Force or aka Space Force end up taking round number 5.
Yeah, again, we've seen mismatches all the way through this opening round so far, and this matchup is no stranger to that same sentiment. 4-1 Space Force having their way with the KD conversion rate, which absolutely makes more sense than the KV conversation rate. When I saw that name pop up, I was like, at what point are you conversing upon your kill-death ratios? But regardless, 6'2" Ricky Giver seems to be one of the mainstay players on the Space Force squad, at least so far. He had been tagged up down to about 1 shot. We'll have to wait for his regen, and KD conversion rates team is all over him, including a player right in front of him, which he did not see initially. Ice Badger finds the kill as he was playing around in some palm trees. So now it's down to the post plant set up in a 2v3 for Space Force.
Space Force hit. only have 30 seconds to defend this bomb. We've got the monocle sight, the star of the show, ready to pick up some kills. Another player runs right into him, but look, it's lost with a snap. Picks the head off Floyd, and now Cat's Pajamas only has to defend this bomb for, 10 more seconds, and he's perfectly fine. This could be a clutch play. They surely know where he is, though. Just his first kill. Surely not going to happen. Ice Badger picks him up, but they don't jump on the bomb. They don't jump on the bomb.
Oh,
I think they think it's a 5 seconds defuse because that's what it is in pubs. Unfortunately, it's not enough time. Cat's Pajamas that gets the kills with the bomb. And Space Force takes round number 6. And I do feel like, maybe just like the situation we saw earlier, I think this is players thinking that this is public match settings, not realizing that you need to give yourselves an extra 2.5 seconds for a defuse here.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the awareness side of things. It's just certain things you just have to play the game more and know exactly how things work. Or even if watching, you should still have some sort of an idea like, okay, I've got this much time, I got to find the kill and then immediately get back to the bomb, and hopefully there's enough time left for me to defuse. And that's what, 3-4 times now we've seen a folly happen right on top of the bomb, whether it's not enough time to plant, not enough time to defuse. It's been a couple of weird moments so far, but Lucas Los has made his way up top cafe. Red members on the X-ray you see in front of him in different directions. One specifically, though, right near the sandbags, which might be able to scout out Los, but stays safe. Closes the door politely behind him as Ricky makes his way forward and finds first blood onto a teammate. It's Ice Badger who falls, and now Los is in a really awkward spot up top, hoping that J-Bo can find a kill to trade this back.
I want to know what sight J-Bo's got on right now. I swear the reticle is something snazzy, but doesn't matter anyways. Look, it's Los looking for that kill. Gets it onto Cat's Pajamas. Again, one of the stars of the show here for all the KD conversion rates. So they now find themselves in a 2 versus 2, a much more manageable situation, especially with the power position that Look It's Los has. But he needs to get this bomb down. Snaps onto Floyd. Beautiful kill there, but Ricky comes in, picks up the first. Look It's Los doesn't get off the bomb, and that's all that Space Force needed. They win this one 6-1.
Another convincing one, man. I'm telling you, these opening rounds, they might be a little bit easy, but I'm interested to see how some of these guys, whether they're individual or as a trio, square up against each other tomorrow, man. I mean, there's going to be some interesting matchups out there. Ricky, again, one of the players that stood out in my mind here, this matchup specifically, but he's going to have a couple of other big names to go up against. We've already got people like a Bag of Milk that have taken over the game for his squad. It's going to be interesting to see if it's one of those like ancient Greek fights of you send out your best warrior, we'll send out ours, and that will determine what happens for the entirety of the matchup.
One thing is for sure, J-Bo needs to step up his game, man. He's currently, 0 kills at the moment.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but...
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up. Get your stuff together, J-Bo. What are you doing? 0 kills. It's not the best performance to kick things off, although this is a fun tournament at the end of the day, so we won't go too hard on him. That being said, please get some kills. No, I mean, for real, though, that's a great performance from Space Force. There were a couple of situations that maybe wouldn't have gone their way if we weren't in the situation we are. I do definitely think that I think it was like rounds 5 or 6 diffuse that didn't come through from the last 2 remaining players. I do genuinely feel that it was just simply down to the fact that they believed it was a 5-second diffuse timer and it wasn't. Yeah. So those are just unfortunate situations that some players are going to find themselves in here for the agency showdown. Again, they're just kind of getting used to this new rule set that we're transitioning into from the first agency showdown, where it was pretty much just do what you want, a free-for-all in all but name, because we were playing Search and Destroy, not free-for-all.
I mean, let's be honest, the objective is a mere formality, I feel like, in a lot of these matchups even still, so...
yeah. I mean, I feel like sometimes players are forgetting that there is a bomb to defuse here. That is absolutely for sure. A bomb to plant in some situations. That is also for sure. But yeah, so KD conversion rates now 1-0 down to Space Force in this one. We are on the cusp of getting to our halfway point of day number 1. We've already had a fair few teams making their way through the bracket. It's, of course, all leading up to day number 2 of play, where the quarterfinals will be taking place. There is only one match to be played for everybody today. Is the round of 16. So pretty interesting to see sort of how early these teams are falling out. Will KD conversion rates become our first team to push us to a game number 3 here in the best of 3 setting, or will they go 2-0 down like every other team has fallen in this tournament thus far.
Well, back to Gunrunner. And on board with Ricky, the guy that really, again, set things on fire last round around. Cat's Pajamas, oh, I think he's starting to realize there's nothing coming through the middle, and now that Ice Badger finds first blood, no dead silence here. Very loud movement. Hipfire is going to be good for the first. Second one down low. Snaps to him, kind of. Able to find the second kill. The third one's in front. Septex over the top, stunned behind it, but Jabo will get the kill, leaving things to a 1v1, and Ricky's been able to earn up his dead silence to try to retake this A site.
And they're going to run right into one another. The door closed from Look It's Lost. The dead silence has been popped here from Ricky Gibber. Look It's Lost, of course, the best performing player on the KD conversion rates in the prior round. This is huge. Ricky Gibber goes in for the pre-aim at the right time. It's kind of unfortunate for a Look It's Lost there. There are a ton of angles that you've got to check, and unfortunately just doesn't check the one that Ricky Gibber comes from.
Really good stuff, though, I think, just before all this happens, for those 2 kills to come outside of Cole Stairs. That puts everything into a hamper for the attack towards A for KD conversion rates. So give a lot of credit, I would say, not just for the final kill, but I would say more importantly, the 2 that came through for Cat's Pajamas. He's going to be trusted with the bomb, as almost as if he's earned it after his performance from the last time around. He's got his dead silence to play with. This is usually the style of rounds that see get very aggressive. Shots down Main Street in the water ramp. That'll be good. Katz finds his 3rd kill. He should have seen extra information onto Jabo, who was on the backside. Floyd is watching that same angle that he peeked from, so they should know there is a member lingering somewhere around these bathrooms. And Katz, if he holds this angle, he's guessed correctly.
Cat's Pajamas already gets that first blood early on. They do have to be careful because Ice Badger is coming in from behind. Ricky Gibber is actually in trouble here. And Ice Badger in a great position. Does pick up that first kill onto Ricky Gibber. Now the question is, does Jabo come in for the collapse too? Cat's Pajamas turns away at the complete wrong time. Needs to get this one-on-one engagement. Doesn't. Jabo picks up the kill. And very quickly, this round has turned on its head as Floyd finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Can't even get that first kill against Ice Badger. And KD conversion rates find round number 2.
Not bad. Nice little bounce back. This is a nice little toggle of the optic as well. We don't see that too often, but Ice Badger showcasing that this very well might be his Warzone loadout. These campaign-style optics, man, I'm telling you.
Do you remember when, I'm pretty sure you will remember, like, the first time they brought in hybrid optics to Call of Duty, because I do. And
I actually don't. I don't remember which title would have been the first.
It was Modern Warfare 3, and I know that because it was like my 2nd Call of Duty game, and I loved it. It was incredible to me, and yeah, I was a hybrid lover.
I probably would have guessed Modern Warfare 2 would have been my guess. I didn't remember which game introduced it.
Oh right, yeah. I mean, it was pretty late actually when you think about it, but still, hybrid. I used to love that thing back in the day. I'm not a hybrid user anymore, obviously. You know, I'm a professional now, but yeah, we don't use those anymore. But still, Ricky Gibber looking for those first blood, and yikes, gets those first shots in. Misses, I think, 60 to 70% of the shots that you should probably be hitting. Jabo punishes as he should, and now with 40 seconds left for this bomb to go off, Space Force need to retake.
Katz is going to go for the flank. He's got that silence to make the play, but he's going to have to use it pretty quickly. And, well, he's not going to use it yet. And, Floyd, are you going to come to this bomb site sometime this round? He's just kind of sitting idle on the minimap.
What? What was Floyd watching? Oh, hello, Floyd? There's a bomb. Hello.
Yeah, watch out for this deployable cover, my dude. Maybe he's trying to use that as I don't even know what you say there, to be honest.
Oh man, that is rough. Floyd doesn't help at all in that scenario. Oh man, he thought he was on St. Petro.
He may have thought he was playing Valorant or something. I don't know, man. Like he's holding the corner harder than I've ever seen before. Maybe he was thinking he could save. I don't know. All right, 2-1 we go. KD conversion rates able to put themselves in a marginal lead. Ice Badger 4-1, Jabo 3-1. You asked for a little more participation from him. He's provided, and panic melee coming out for Cats as if maybe he was trying to slide. I don't know.
Oh, well, that body. Oh, it really does sum up some of the plays we've seen so far. It's going to finally disappear as Floyd gets this bomb down. I don't think anybody's going to stop it just yet, but they have to get down quickly as Ice Badger coming in from behind. Floyd is not able to get away. Look, it's loss. Comes in. Space Force end up winning. And we find ourselves at 2-2.
There we go. Some straighter shots. Round of applause there, Ricky.
It's a lot better.
Lock things down much better. That's something that we could look at and actually, be okay with and be happy about. There have been some moments in this one, just oof. Like every dog in the world would say, Brody. Woof, dude. Big woof.
Oh man, that's the extent of our analysis here. But hey, it's just as good as some analysis we see elsewhere. So, who knows? Regardless, Space Force find themselves second round on the board, looking pretty good. Ricky Giver, of course, one of the best players from that game number 1, has looked pretty good here in game 2. A 4-2 start, and when he gets his shots on point, well, that's when he is at most deadly. He looks for those first kills. Unfortunately, isn't able to get it now against Ice Badger. As the trades go down, it immediately falls to a one-on-one engagement. And the problem here for Floyd is that, I mean, as long as Look It's Lost realizes this, he is very far away from the bomb site. He's already given the information away as to where he is with that gunfight. So Look It's Lost will get this bomb down, no stress. But this is a very fast rotation from Floyd. How quick is the reaction? That's the question, because Look It's Lost is watching this line of sight. Oh my god, Floyd, please. Please.
I don't know, dude. I don't have words. I'm just going to ignore the fact that Floyd's on the map right now. I'm not going to lie to you. This has been no bueno.
No bueno?
No bueno, which is Spanish for not good, in case you didn't know.
I thought you were talking about the Kinder Bueno, man. I mean, that just shows how fat I am when it comes to food. Oh, man. Whenever you've said that to me, I genuinely, I believed it was...
Say what?
I believed it was a reference to the Kinder Bueno.
Oh,
but
no, dude. That's just Espanol
right?
para tu.
You have those in, like, America, right?
I don't have any near me, personally. There might be some, but it's not super common.
Oh, that's sad, man. You guys don't experience the good stuff. But still, Space Force looking to get this bomb down early on. This is very aggressive for them. They haven't been all that aggressive, I feel, at least in the first few rounds here. I think that's really where they've been going wrong, as Ricky Giver able to pounce onto not one, but two. And now Jabo left up in a 1 versus 3 scenario, 25 seconds to get this bomb defused in. He's already taken some shots off. Space Force know exactly where he is. And at this point, if you're Jabo, you may as well just keep on cooking that nade and hold it.
Well, he's going to give it a go. But, yep, just as we expected. Not much going to come from it as the angle's being held perfectly from topside rafters. Tied 3-2, and we talked a lot about Ricky, but Cats has really done the most of the heavy lifting in this gunrunner for the squad of Space Force. So definitely showing there's more than just one solid player on the team.
Yeah, and this is one of the weird things, right? Because we saw this a lot in the first Agency Showdown, where a player would go off at any given moment, and then they wouldn't have the best second game, and another player on the squad would step up. We always went with the presumption that, or I always went with the presumption that the player on the first game was just going to carry the roster, and that's not the case. And this is kind of the case here, I suppose. I mean, Ricky Giver is 7-3, once again having a good game as Space Force. Still finding their feet, kind of. Ricky Giver has another player right in front of him, maybe going to cook this nade up. Could be good, but you might want to cook it for a little longer than that. Has spotted them out, gets the kill onto Jabo, and now elsewhere, it's Ice Badger coming in from behind. 1 versus 2 to make, as Ricky Giver has some shots put into him. And this bomb, I mean, Ricky Giver and Cas Pajamas are defending it like their lives depend on it. And their tournament's lives do, to be fair, as Ice Badger picks up that first kill. It's a 1 versus 1.
Well, they're chasing each other down. Badger's going to hold a corner. The timing is actually barely okay. He's being chased still by Cat's Pajamas behind him, but both dead silences I think will expire, and Cat's has gone up top, and Ice Badger just barely gets out of a line of sight break away from Cat, so it looks like this 1v1 will mostly reset. Badger's going to be able to pick up the bomb, but just as soon as he makes the play, Cat's able to peek from the same angle he was in previously and wins the gunfight, no problem. 4-3 we go.
Cat's Pajamas picks up the kill, and a huge kill at this point as well. Gotta remember, folks, Stormforce here looking pretty good in this one. I believe they're 1-0 up, right?
Yeah, they won the last one.
I don't know if I was having... My brain was blasted for a second there, but they are 1-0 up. So a big round for Space Force to take as they take the lead in this one.
Big bounce back. Again, it was a small lead for KD conversion rates. This time, Ice Badger just gets gifted 2 kills as both players that I was giving a little bit more credit to the awareness for just looked completely lost on as far as where they're getting shot from. It's almost like they're not playing with sound, man. I'm not even lying. Like, there are so many moments where, like, you're getting tagged up, you can see it on the screen, you can hear it, and nobody reacts. It's wild. I really don't even know what to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not. Of course, setups could absolutely vary, right? I mean, that's one of the key things. You don't even know if these guys have comms, right? And that's one of the key things you have to note. So setups could very much vary between these teams. KD conversion rates, though, they're able to tie this one up at 4-4. Ice Badger having an icy game, 10-5. Now, maybe looking to step things up for round number 9 as he draws first blood here, makes that 11-5. This bomb making its way over towards B. Cat's Pajamas has a crucial position inside you. If you can get a couple of players on this cross, this round will flip on its head, and Space Force will take the advantage, but you need to get COD timing. He's now flicking between watching that door and watching that cross, and one player looks to come across. J-Bo takes advantage, and the KD conversion rates find themselves on map point.
Tough scenes on the timing there. Good shots from Badger on the outer side of crates, though, so that'll do well. So 2 rounds in a row here for KD conversion rates, trying to send it, like you had said, to a 3rd map. The opposite front for Space Force. If they want to continue on our trend of 2 O's in the opening round, they would need to get 2 rounds in a row here.
Oh, dear. Space Force, they looked very good in that game number 1. And now in game 2, they might have just lost their steam here as KD conversion rates really picking up the slack where they'd lost it. I said J-Bo needs to find some kills. Well, hey, he's got 4 of them. Look, it's loss now being helped out a lot by Ice Badger. He was 12-5. But this is big from Space Force. They're able to plant this bomb. 40 seconds now, but things not so looking good. It's Cat's Pajamas in a 1 versus 3. Yikes. And to be honest, if you're Cat's Pajamas, you've got to do something. Please, these tracking shots. Gets the first kill. Throws a nade out. Not going to do anything. That Semtex isn't going to land at all. And KD conversion rates push us to our first game 3 of the evening.
I wasn't sure. I mean, we might have to have a moment here to make sure that everyone's got a pulse, because Cat's Pajamas, I thought, was just about to watch him walk right past him and not even make a reaction happen. Oof. 6-4 the tally. We're going to a 3rd map. This has been a grueling first round of games so far. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely it has. I didn't expect that at all. I thought, you know, after their ripping, we'll call it ripping. There was a number of words I could have gone with there, and ripping is probably the most okay one. For what happened in game number 1, Space Force, they came out, they showed KD what conversion rates actually look like, and well, game 2, KD conversion rates, they seem to have dug deep in their pockets and found some XP, found some skill, because they looked a lot better there.
Yeah, sure did. And again, we are still digging through these opening rounds. The 6 p.m. matches should have started by now. This is, again, the termination and conclusion of, I believe, our final 5 p.m. slot. So we'll have at least 4 more games that still will need to take place on the day today. And then, of course, we'll be going through each of the quarterfinals tomorrow, all 4 of those matches. So a lot still to come. We'll see how this map 3 turns out. I imagine we'll probably keep a lot of our focus to see who comes out of this map 3 while the other 6 o'clock games start to fire up. But
yep.
We'll see how things move as the really just kind of comes down to what is available for us to get into.
Absolutely. This is actually a little bit different to the setup last time as well, because for the first agency showdown, we were just covering one game at one point. Now, we got some feedback and we were like, you know what? We're going to give you guys some more games to watch. You know, when we're not watching one, we're going to fly back to another one. It's kind of like the setup that Challengers is going with, right? I mean, you got to cast the Challengers Championships, and it's kind of like that. A little bit different skill set, of course, but we're always watching something. And we're right into game number 2. We're moving to Hackney Yard Search and Destroy. Now, the last time I casted this was with you on the Collegiate COD first tournament of the year. That's how far back Hackney Yard Search and Destroy is deep set into my brain.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common map pool. Hello, Floyd. I mean, okay. It's a map that we see pretty regularly in 2v2 and 3v3 SD tournaments, wagers, challenges, things like that across other sites. So it's not an uncommon map pool for those that are religiously playing through the search and destroy scene. Obviously, I would figure none of these 6 players are that. Nice drop shot for Ricky Giver to take care of Jabo on the push through blue gate. Does not anticipate Badger on the top. So we'll be left with the 1v1. I mean, it's just going to come down to who sees each other first at this point based on what we've seen from these guys.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Cat's Pajamas has already drawn first blood in this round, but Ice Badger has a race out as already 2 kills here. 50 seconds. I don't know if Cat's Pajamas thinks this bomb is already down or not. I'm not entirely sure. They seem to be watching it like they're defending the site. Ice Badger makes that jump across. Parkour. Looks for this kill. Has the pre-aim. Unfortunately, isn't going to pre-aim enough. And actually, never mind. The snap comes in. Ice Badger takes the head off Cat's Pajamas and gets an ace in round 1.
I imagine he sees his weapon here on the push through. Maybe not, actually. He actually just gets some hip fire. I was going to say Cats was holding that angle a little bit further forward than you normally would see, because, again, the weapon texture pops through pretty nicely in an AR like that. So, yeah, I thought for sure that it was going to be some information gathering, but nope, it was just a 50-50 gunfight, if you want to call it that. And, yeah, it turns out in favor of the hip fire from the double optics side at M4, so... First round to KD conversion rates, and now for Space Force, they're going to make their way over towards the more traditional bomb site, which is the A site here in the warehouse, and there is no defensive pressure here whatsoever. I hesitate to say it, but I would be surprised if KD conversion rates can find a way to take this site back. Hello, Ricky, sound? Oh, man.
Yeah, there's definitely some janky stuff going on as Ricky loses that fight against Look It's Loss, and S-Force, aka the Space Force, lose 2 of their men. Cat's Pajamas left up in a 1 versus 3. Is in a sneaky position to defend this bomb. Has the line of sight. Unfortunately, Look It's Lost is going to check that. And to be fair, knowing what we've seen in this tournament thus far, that could well have been a Cat's Pajamas clutch.
Oif. I mean, it's one of those things. So typically, what you see, and this was the reason why Hackney Yard was taken out of the search and destroy map pool, is you just get nades thrown at each other in the warehouse. Yeah. Because you could throw from one window outside of the front door, you could throw from the opposite side attacking into that top window. The entire round rather, I should say, is usually determined by who connects their nades. It's one of those that was the reason why it was taken away. And even in 3v3, 2v2 search and destroy tournaments, that same ceremonious start happens every single round. We're controlling top side of the L hull. Inside warehouse is the most important part of the round. And once you win that out, you typically don't lose the round, which is why I say I hesitate to say it, because we've seen some wild things today. But if you take that warehouse from Space Force, there's no reason you should lose that round offensively.
Well, you say that. KD conversion rates, they're here. They're already drawing first blood, and Floyd, he gets first shots, isn't able to finish the kill against Jabo. Now Cats _ Pajamas left up in a 1 versus 3. If you take down Ice Badger, this is a manageable situation, I'd say, at least, as Ice Badger is going to fall, but Look It's Lost is there to pick up the slack, and KD conversion rates find themselves with round number 3 shift.
Nice shots from Los. Uzi with a little bit of kickback exhibited there, but not nearly as much as there was previously. I mean, before this gun was patched, and I think a lot of it actually was one of those situations that Warzone kind of pushed the patch because it was one of the default weapons on the ground, and it was atrocious for a while, and everyone kind of hated on it, memed on it, said it was the worst gun of the game, and then it got buffed. The recoil, much more manageable. They give it the ammo modification. It becomes one of the strongest weapons in the game. And one of the reasons why I think you see people who find the Uzi off the ground in Warzone will continue to pick it up more than any other weapon because it still has a pretty significant lift to it. Trades back and forth here. 2v2 we go. Bomb has been dropped on the B site. 1v1 in front of the L hall will go the way of Ricky. Now Ice Badger left with the 1v2. He's already got 6 kills. He would need to find number 7 and number 8 here.
Space Force. They have the numbers, and they finally make a round happen. Beautiful stuff from them. If they hadn't picked up that kill, they would have got this bomb down before long anyway, but it doesn't matter, as Ice Badger can't find the ice in that round. Can't pick up 1 versus 2, and if that would have happened, that would have been nutty, but apparently not.
Would have been, could have been, should have been. Take your pick. So we'll see what happens here. As far as how do you continue to try to roll this forward, get a couple of rounds back in a row. You don't want to go down 4-1 here for Space Force. There are a couple of rounds that we consider to be swing rounds. This one I could argue I think is an early swing round, not a one that I think would be increasingly pivotal to the outcome of the map, but being down 3-2 compared to 4-1 is definitely a significant difference.
It is indeed here. KD conversion rates 3-1 up. They draw first blood. Cat's Pajamas able to trade things out. J-Bo, unfortunately, the player that you take, and probably the least valuable player you could have taken off of KD conversion rate. As Ice Badger now left up in a 1 versus 2. Gets the first kill against Cat's Pajamas. And now finds himself in a 1 versus 1. Ricky Giver is going to employ the Dead Silence to help in this scenario, but if you do have that Dead Silence, you might want to use it a little bit more efficiently. Just run towards this kill. I think he's heard him. Beautiful stuff. The drop shot comes in a little bit unnecessary, but it doesn't matter anyway, as Space Force find their second.
Good stuff thus far. Ricky again showing some life, going against the drop shot. That was funny, I was playing Black Ops 4 the other day and I tried doing a drop shot in that game. Not nearly as successful.
Oh man, you just slide. You just end up sliding about, man. You know what I used to love doing? I could never drop shot on Modern Warfare 3, so I used to jump and then drop shot. Like,
you're cheeky, aren't you?
Yeah, I used to trash on people with that my old scuff controller back in the day. But doesn't work anymore. I'm not that good. Or maybe I just don't spend enough time trashing. That's the problem here. But, regardless, Cat's Pajamas looking for that first blood. Is going to find it. Ricky Giver follows up with another one. Look, It's Lost does trade, but that's a very swift round from Space Force. They tied this one up at 3-3. KD conversion rates. They started this one so strong. 3 rounds in the bounce. I kind of thought, yeah, okay, Space Force are done. Not the case. Space Force, they've dug deep. They find 3 rounds to respond.
Yeah, coming back nicely. Hackney is, man, such a weird map. There's just so many things that could go wrong so quickly, especially obviously in Respawn, but even in Surge, there's just so many positions that are so hard to clear. Floyd getting aggressive. Has a player just outside. Timing is everything. Finds the kill onto Jabo. Another one up the staircase. Shots not quite there as Lowe's finds the trade. 2v2, but good information given by Floyd, knowing that there are definitely some members that are still existing in this bottom side office.
And the question is now for Space Force, how do you deal with this? Well, there's the answer. Is Cat's Pajamas going to fall in that one-on-one engagement to Look, It's Lost. Ricky Giver now has to make the call. Do I defend this B site or do we go to protect A? And the answer is, well, he's defending over towards B, and that's not the right call to make, especially as you pop that Dead Silence. The potential for a retake of this A site when this bomb does inevitably go down will now be much harder due to the fact that you've used your Dead Silence on basically nothing.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's not really what I would call a high-level mechanic to break down, but it's definitely a mechanic that's above the level of these players. when it comes to valuing your field upgrades. So definitely not efficient. We'll leave it at that. Ricky trying to make a play topside AC, decides never mind. I want to go right back to where I was before. He did get shot at from top scaffold, so he should know a player is here. And we'll convert the kill. Still has a frag grenade to play with, but the problem here is he's got no intel on where Los is, so he's going to have to clear this quickly. Now he's seen him off the top rope. Shots from Los, though, over the bomb site just a slight bit better. 4-3.
Thought for a second we were going to see some lovely WWE move from Ricky as he jumps from that van. Fortunately, the shots are just a tiny bit windy as he went for the kill. Lucas Los is able to convert. And now 4-3 up are the KD conversion rates here. Just 2 more rounds. They make their way to Tuesday, but I mean, they've definitely had to fight for it. Space Force know that, that's for sure. Whoever wins this, they have fought tooth and nail. Even if this ends up 6-3, this is our first game 3 of the day. And I think we know why. KD conversion rates and Space Force, they are very closely matched.
Yeah. Been good so far. Jabo had a good gun runner. He's gone back to his struggling ways here. 1 in 5. Bomb planted at A. 3v2 in favor of conversion rates on the retake. Just comes down to a couple of different things. Jabo's going to toss a nade over. Does not get any information off of a tag onto Cat's pajamas, so his location still should be concealed. Doesn't make a difference. Ice Badger comes around the corner, checks it the way he should, and that'll be enough for the elimination. Good stuff.
Good stuff from Ice Badger. Picks up the defuse. Brilliant stuff overall from KD conversion rates as they find themselves now just 1 round shy of the 2-1 victory in this matchup. You see this final ball once again from Ice Badger. The snap as he turns the corner. Cat's Pajamas has absolutely no chance. And, well, match point says it right there. It always says it in Search and Destroy games, but this is actually true. This is the one here. If KD conversion rates win this, they go through to the quarterfinals.
Really aggressive hit here from Badger. We haven't seen much of this. Dead Silence push right down Main Street. It's going to run out as soon as you get to the bottom L, so you have to be a little bit more careful about how you maneuver. Although, maybe not. Again, none of our players have been all that responsive to the sound around them. And Ice Badger does not quite see the player that was top AC. I believe that was Floyd. Brilliant stun check for Ricky. Doesn't take the challenge as the bomb is planted, but eventually does win the gunfight. Cat's on the opposite side, wins one of his own. So now it's just down to Lucas Los. And he's not going to be able to take the first gunfight in front of him onto Ricky, so that should lead to a pretty easy defuse. 5-4 we go. Conversion rate's not out of it yet.
Great stuff from Space Force. They find themselves with another round in this one. At least pushing this to a round number 10. They are making KD conversion rates work for this. And again, I felt like that could have been KD conversion rates. You think that stun check from Ricky doesn't come in. And maybe Ice Badger can do a lot more, maybe a little bit more efficient even with the Dead Silence. And things could look very, very different here for Space Force. So they do kind of walk away with that one lightly. Still though, Space Force now with a bomb in hand, trying to make their way over towards this B side. Lucas Los is over here. Has 3 players coming his way, turns the corner, picks up Floyd. And that's, I mean, it's not the player you want to take out first, but they still put themselves at the advantage from man.
Ice Badger's been good on this position, top smokestack. He will tie things up in the numbers, going for a beatdown. A little bit of punch shot right there. Badger will find another pick. 10 and 6 for both him and Lowe's. Jabo just happy to be here. Ricky will find a kill, and now you have to find a kill if you're Jabo. I mean, he had a good gun runner, but he's struggled here. This would be the time to convert things for your squad. They have 20 kills between them. Oh boy. Ricky right above him on the mantle of the wall. We're going to another round 11, brother.
It's a round 11 that matters. Oh, give me those Chicago Huntsmen, Optic Game, and Los Angeles Spice, man. Give me them, all of them.
Well, slow your roll there, brother. Not quite the same weight being thrown around.
Look, you're telling me that Jabo versus Floyd is not the 1v1 that you want to see for a COD Champs final?
Can't say that. Can't say that is. But...
Oh man. Well, well, what a time it would be if that was the one-on-one engagement. If Jabo or Floyd was to step up now, because let it be known, Lookit's Loss and Ice Badger have been the players for a KD conversion rate. Space Force kind of working off the back of Ricky Giver and to an extent Cat's Pajamas. But here it is, round 11, folks. Space Force making their way over towards A. Cat's Pajamas has this bomb in the back pocket. I think is going to get it down without much of a problem. Jabo has spotted him. Unfortunately, isn't quick enough to react, but does get that first engagement. Floyd lands the Semtex right at the feet of Jabo. And now a 2 versus 2. It's KD conversion rates you have to retake. Lookit's Los in from behind. Somehow hasn't been spotted, despite the fact that he just ran into somebody. This is crazy. Lookit's Los is going to fall. It's now down to Ice Badger. 1 versus 2. Has to reserve 7.5 seconds for the defuse and hasn't found anybody.
Badger for another. Does he check the corner? No, he doesn't.
Way.
Wait, the shots are
no.
What? No. I'm throwing my entire setup out my window. No. That didn't just happen. My whole computer is going out my window. I'll be right back. There's no way that just happened.
He got the defuse.
Oh my god, dude.
I chalked it. As soon as Ice Badger walked past that wall, I chalked it. He was never getting that kill in a million years. I don't know who that was. Floyd.
Oh man.
Floyd. I am sorry. Okay.
Oh man.
It happens. It does happen. It is what it is. It's unfortunate. Thank you for playing, though, Space Force. You did good for us. You played very, very well. It's just unfortunate that that kind of situation does have to happen. It is KD conversion rates who go through. They're our 4th team alongside Flicker, the GOATs from State Farm, and the off-patterns who are already through to the quarterfinals that is being held tomorrow from 4 p.m. Eastern onwards once again. We now go straight into our 3rd set of matches, though. Searching and Sparking versus Mindshare. Now, I believe I've had my eye kind of sort of on the secondary chat, and this is game 2. I believe Mindshare already 1-0 up.
Yeah, it looks that way, at least so far. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've been trying to kind of scramble to see if there was an update as far as where we're at. And this is the map 2 officially. And, well, retake coming out here as Tim's is going to find on your left-hand screen a way to get through, but the target does get destroyed. Again, the clock has been a major issue for a number of these teams, just kind of managing their time as they move into these retake situations, and that will continue to be the case, at least as of now.
Well, next round now, and I've just got it confirmed. So it's Mindshare 6-1 over Searching and Sparking in game number 1. So, great start there for Mindshare, a dominant performance, and maybe we see the same thing again. Now, I find it interesting, right, because I think there was a team in the first Agency Showdown called the Mindshare Battlers. I don't think this is the same team, because I don't remember any of these names. So we'll say that much. But what I will say also, Searching and Sparkling, they ain't having the same amount of rounds as they got in game number 1. They start this one a lot stronger, 2-1 already.
Yeah, really good start. I was a bit surprised to hear you say it was a 6-1 the first map around, because just by kind of perusing through the kill-death ratios, it looks like this has been a pretty even matchup. So we'll see what Hackney Yard could provide for our squads. As it will be the offense attempt now for Mindshare, their second go at it. And, well, I say even stat lines in the KD. I was most surprised because Searching and Sparking have done much better when it comes to getting kills, as Sauerkraut finds himself another first blood, and he's going to rack a second. It's Choco up top. Interesting weapon loadout choice here. Looks like it's the AN again, with a different, maybe,
is that not the CR56?
Maybe it is. I haven't used it much. I don't really know what it looks like in the UI, to be honest with you.
I think it's the CR56 AMAX. I could be correct in saying that, and if I am, some people in the YouTube chat will be roasting me for being correct, of course, because casters must know everything. And Searching and Sparking find round number 3 here. So I just got it confirmed again. It is a brand new team from Mindshare here. So looking to come in and make their debut very nicely. Already 1-0 up in this matchup. Searching and Sparking. So have come out strong here. Big Mac has got the sauce. 4-0 start. Not enough though, as Choco Rambo comes in with a CR56. Picks up kill number 1. A second is in his sights. He smells blood in the water. He is hunting this player down. I believe it's Tim's that Choco Rambo is after. And he's so cracked out, he's just putting shots in his own teammates.
Picked out his teammate, yeah. I was about to say. Tough position here for Tim's and Sauerkraut. They've got the bomb to play with, and I was about to say there's been a lot of information gathered over towards the B site defensively, so the right play is to rotate over to A. Tim's not quite able to get the final bullet needed to take down Chaco, so with that, it will be a 1v3 situation, but Sauerkraut will have the objective to play off of, and we very well know that that could essentially almost act like a different teammate almost at times.
Choco Rambo on your screens looking for a kill in this one. It's down to Cirkraut to defend this one. Looking for the kill. Does get it onto JW047. Choco Rambo, though, has been pretty proficient with this CR56, but needs to hurry up. There's only 13 seconds. Again, you need to reserve 7.5 with that. Not gonna get it. Yes, he will get the kill. Please get this kill. Oh, he got the defuse. I'm pretty sure he's got this.
Yeah, he's got time. He had about an extra second or so. But yeah, man, Sauerkraut nearly gets the collat lineup at the end. He really had 2 plays available to him, right? I mean, you get the first kill, you see it right there, and you think maybe he tries to run away with his life, but holds down the trigger and nearly takes down Chaco, who seemed to have 9 lives that round. A couple of different moments that he was brought down to about 1 bullet worth of HP left, and well, it won't turn up in his favor this time. Nearly a heroic play, but it's gone all red so far. Pardon me, all blue so far. Searching and Sparking. 8-2 for Sauerkraut. Finally, it's Choco Rambo who gets things going, and just as soon as we need to see more from him, he falls. Sauerkraut on his 9th kill in 6 rounds so far.
Sauerkraut, the star of the show for Searching and Sparking, as it's already down to JW07 in this one, or 047. He's got a barcode in the back of his head. There's Mindshare looking for a 1 versus 3 clutch here. Now this bomb is down. So JW047 does need to get it and get this bomb down. Tim's and Big Mac are going to be quite contentious. Just keep an eye on this A site. I believe they absolutely know this bomb is down. So JW047 not in the best position. I'm going to throw a nade out. This could be good. Oh, if he would have cooked it and put it top window, maybe a manageable situation. But as soon as he walks out into the open, Searching and Sparking, take him down. And Mindshare, 4-2 down now.
M4 with toggle optic and what looks to be the Grenadier stock, the M16 stock. Be very little recoil on the weapon. It really is kind of a buffet line of attachments for some of these guns so far that we've seen. Now for Searching and Sparking trying to convert on what would be a very good time for a 5th round, up 5-2. If they can win this next attack. Chaco, good damage over the middle, but can't secure the kill. Now right around the containers, he gets the read on a player nearby, but is getting finessed just a touch. Both players on top of each other. Easy lineup, 2 kills, and Mindshare stick in the game.
Wow, Choco Rambo, the standout player, and it is the CR56A Max. I know what I'm talking about. There it is. Picks up them, they line up, he knocks them down. Keeps Mindshare in this one. They now are just 3-4 down here. Remember, folks, they took game number 1, 6-1. They win this, they go through to the quarterfinals. No stress at all. Let's see what they can do now as they make their way over towards this B site. Just 1 player to deal with. That's going to be Big Mac. Choco Rambo has dealt with them previously. Slow but steady push. Now, the problem here for Choco Rambo is he has the bomb in hand, but he's the only player over at this B side. If he falls, this bomb's in no man's land. This becomes an impossible situation to win, but it is all on the shoulders of Choco Rambo anyway, as JW047 and Nice to Know You 9 full mindshare have to have a 1 versus 3 from Choco Rambo.
He's got a player right around him, and we can hear him. I mean, we're not getting the best sound input. We can hear him, so Choco should have some idea that there's a player nearby. And now that everything's gone quiet, he's going to check his corners. The timing is good, but to save for a second, if Big Mac swings wide, he might break the aim assist of Choco, but now Nux player up, tries to go for a late repeat, not going to get there for a drop shot. Surgeon and Sparkin up on now map point for the Hackney Yard, 5-3. You still feel like anything is possible for this Mindshare squad, who have really just been relying on Choco to do everything for him.
5-3 now for Searchin and Sparkin. Again, they lost that game 1. This would be a great bounce back for them, forcing the game 3. I feel like Mindshare, they need everybody but Choco Rambo to start to step things up, whereas that is a likelihood at this point in time. JW047, he's actually got in this corner, unfortunately. Didn't do it quick enough as Tims takes him down, spots him out. No sneaky place for you, my friend. And now it's down to Choco Rambo on the side. Gets the first, looking for the second, gets it. Choco Rambo looking for number 3, tries to snap. And now down to Nice to Know You 9 in a 1 versus 1 against Big Mac. And to be honest, 0 and 7, I haven't seen enough of Nice to Know You so far.
AK as his main AR choice, which, if you don't take by my candor, not a common weapon that we see. The only real notable player that I could mention that's used this weapon this year competitively is a Japanese AR player by the name of Decimate. And, well, their season didn't come to a full conclusion. He actually didn't use the AK in the finals, and yeah, just gets caught looking the wrong way. It's one of those things, man, like, you know, not trying to, you know, look at it too negatively. When you're 0-7, though, and, like, you're using one of the more difficult weapons in the game, you're just kind of wondering why a teammate isn't like, yo, bro, just try it like the M4. Like, yeah, might not pack the same punch, but it's definitely an easier weapon to use than the AK without question.
Oh, boy. Well, we didn't want anybody to join the agency. Nice to Know You has done exactly that, an 0-8 start in that one. And it means that we are going to see a game 3 between those two teams. Again, our second of the evening after our previous match between the KD conversion rate and Space Force. So great stuff for this one. And you guys get a little preview of how the bracket looks so far. We are officially halfway through day 1 of the Activision Blizzard Media Agency Showdown. Flicker, Goats from State Farm, the Off Patterns, and KD conversion rates have already won their round 1 matchups. They'll be facing off against each other tomorrow from 4 p.m. Eastern to decide which ones will be going through to the semi-final.
That Flicker Goats game, I think, actually might be really interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that, you know, based on, you know, Chet, we got Chet McSteel.
Chet McSteel.
And his boys, his band of brothers, going up against a bag of milk. Interesting. That really, I think, will probably feel like it'll be Bag of Milk needing to... he needs some help. He's going to need some help to get past that Flicker squad, I think.
Yeah, he's got to stop getting milked.
So you see that there, 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern. That's the matchup that we'll be jumping on board with for the quarterfinals. The off-pens and KD conversion rates. Again, the off-pens able to take a 2-0 in their matchup. Not able to do the same, though, was KD conversion rate. So take that from it what you will. As we go to Arklov Peak, again, this is going to feel like a Warzone map with a 3v3. a lot of ground to cover in this one.
Where we drop him, boys?
Yeah, for real.
Drop Grandma's house? A-bomb site?
Someone grab that helicopter back. I'm going to change my insertion point.
Oh, man. Mindshare. They making their way on the defense. And they seem pretty spread out right now. They've got 1 player over towards B, 1 player mid, and 1 player over A. And this might be the strat call, to be fair, for Mindshare. And they've sent the right player over towards A. We know how good of a player Choco Rambo is. Of course, the standout star for Mindshare on that prior map is going to draw first blood here. Takes out Tims. Unfortunately, the trade is in. And now Searching and Sparking, they have full remit over this A-bomb site. It's up to JW to help the retake. Going to go for the hip fire. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Big Mac has the better weaponry in that scenario. Anyway, of course, the MP5 up close is a monster of a weapon. And now it's down to Nice to Know You to pick up a 1 versus 2 clutch with the old trusty AK-47. It's like the HBR all over again.
This gun has just got so much recoil, man.
Bro, you tap it, it sends you flying.
Oh, he's able to control it there. Able to find one. Gets the information on the second, but having a hard time centering down the shot. So Search and Sparkin will take the win. But I was about to say, when I was going through at the beginning of the game, trying to get gold in every weapon, I got to the AK. That's where my run stopped. I was like, I can't use this gun, man. It's too difficult. It just kicks way too much.
Yeah, I mean, in my run for what is it in this game? I've forgotten the name of the
Damascus
camo. Yeah, the Damascus camo. In my run, I realized I did the M4A1 and the MP5 way too early. I was just like,
those are my first two as well. Yeah,
I should have left these nice ones to last, so I had some kind of sort of nice feeling when I finished up. But it wasn't to be, man. It wasn't to be. No Damascus for me. But Searching and Sparking, starting this one very, very strong. 1-0 start. Big Mac drawing 2 kills in that first round. And now Mindshare making their way over towards this A site. I should say Choco Rambo making their way over towards this A site as the 2 players on his team have put themselves quite far back, deep set into the spawn. Getting that first kill, though. A lovely snap from Choco Rambo as Sauerkraut falls.
This has to be the reason that Mindshare won on their first map. Choco Rambo making plays like that. Has to have been. JW's been okay. He's had a couple of moments where he's been able to find a couple of free kills based off timing, but Choco Rambo has absolutely showcased that he's handling the game at a better level than his compadres are. JW in a position to try to watch over the top of this A bomb site. He's in a good spot. Nade over the top won't connect. 55 seconds to play with. And Choco, he might just wait for the rest of this dead silence before he makes his move. JW is giving up his position, watching mid-map. He's going to make point of contact here pretty quickly. A door peek comes out. You can wall bang this, and the hipfire will do well to take down Big Mac.
Good kill from JW047 here. Mindshare, they've got to get this bomb down soon, though. I mean, you're essentially giving up a lot of time for Tims to make their way over towards this A site, but it's fine. Choco Rambo is getting this bomb down. Nobody's stopping that, and now it's a question of, well, how quickly does Tims go for this retake? Because this is the time to go for it. Choco Rambo and JW47 are pretty much in the open. As Choco Rambo falls, that nade goes out. It doesn't land. It's up to JW047 for a clutch. Looking for the kill. Isn't going to get it. Misses some shots. And Tims clutches up.
That sounds like 9mm rounds on the M4.
That's something else, man.
It is something else. Remember at the beginning of the game, people were playing around with different M4 loadouts to try to make it feel like a Maddox from last year? And the 9mm got exactly 1 hour of gameplay, I think, before people realized that the modification just is not nearly as good as just running with the default ammo type. But the rate of fire and the sound that just came out of that M4 really did seem like there was something going on with those ammo rounds. So maybe we'll get a chance to kind of hear it again. We don't get a full list out of what they're running for their loadout in the armory, but definitely sounded like it, and it worked out okay for Tims as he finds a way to clutch things up in that 1v2.
Tims able to clutch up the 1 versus 2. Searching and Sparking now 2-0 up here in this S&D. Remember, folks, this is game 3. This is 1-1 in this series. The winner of this will go on to the quarterfinals. The loser gets sent packing. This is a great start from Mindshare.
I was so nervous he wasn't going to throw that nade. He got so lucky he tossed it when he did, because that nearly blew up in his right arm. Gets up top regardless. This doesn't get any information, but it's fine. He comes right behind Nice to Know You, so 1 down of what needs to be another 2. And unfortunately, does not expect the player sitting on the backside of the A site. Able to find the trade back kill. 2-1. Mindshare find their first round.
Okay, Rambo looking for that kill, gets it, and there it is. Mindshare have their first round on the board. Oh, a sigh of relief, I think, for Mindshare here, because especially for Choco Rambo, right? Because he had a monster performance in game number 2. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what he did in game number 1. But regardless, you got to imagine it was something special. As the Mindshare battlers, or Mindshare, sorry, now find their first round on the board. Searching and Sparkling, again, going for that sort of three-pronged defensive hold. They've got one player over at B, one player over at A, and one player over at the mid. And while we've got the time to talk about it, I'm very surprised that earlier on when we saw Arkloff Peak Search and Destroy, we haven't seen teams do more what Sauerkraut is doing right now, where he's just sitting in that top position, covering the entirety of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's one of those that it's a good position, but you're limited on where you can move, I think, afterwards, which is the big problem. So I definitely see where you're trying to get at, and I don't disagree with you. It's just one of those that you really do feel like you're a little bit limited, I think, just by where you positioned yourself. And, well, now that the bomb is actually making its way over to the B site, it's going to be down to Tim's playing what I imagine will be called the stump spot from here on out. Yeah, that's 9mm rounds, absolutely. That rate of fire was wild.
Hey, maybe he knows something that we don't. That's I'm trying to see the positives in this, man. Mindshare, they get this bomb down. Big Mac now left up in a 1 versus 3. Gonna cook this nade. Please get this out a little bit earlier than the last one. Does go for it. Unfortunately, doesn't land as Big Mac's position has now been revealed. He's got 30 seconds to get into this site and get that defuse. JW on the other side of the store, and there it is. It's inevitable as Mindshare end up tying this one up at 2 for 2.
Nice to know you waking up here in this one. Definitely showing that, hey, yeah, this AK can actually provide, and my goodness,
what is
the
that?
loadout on that?
What
the barrel?
is that?
Were you looking at the barrel?
Yeah, I mean, I was just sort of like, I saw it and I was like, is that like a, sort of, you know, one of those, what's like the knife attachment called where you stick it on a bayonet? I thought for a second, I was like, has he got a bayonet on? But it's not a bayonet, it's just...
It kind of looked like it though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I was very confused at first. Like I said, the Agency Showdown gives us the opportunity to see all kinds of weird and wacky loadouts, and, well, there's just another one.
Sauerkraut sneaking through trench. It's gonna get a pretty good forward movement on this play. This comes down to the timing of where he peeks this top window, and the shots are just barely good enough. But he does convert the kill. That's first blood undo. Again, I would say raid boss here. Choco Rambo's down. And Sauerkraut will find another. So now it's just down to JW. 2 and 2 thus far. Just comes down to, can he find any more? Doesn't need to. Does well to get the kills.
And there it is. Big Mac picks up that final kill. Searching and Sparking able to tie this one up. And I think just how slow this game of 3 has gone so far really does just pay testament to what Arkloff Peak Search and Destroy is. In a 5v5 setting, it's slow enough. You remember when we had 2-minute rounds?
2 minutes, yeah. I thought when we got rid of... Yeah, when we got... Well, that's true. I didn't realize that. But when we went from 2 to 1.5, I was worried that Arkloff Peak wasn't going to be playable again. Mostly because it just... If you have no time to feel out one bomb site and then make a decision if you want to go to the other. It has to be a gut check call. But teams have done well to kind of work more in the middle of the map rather than the outsides to kind of get that intel. And then they kind of make their decision as far as, okay, we have to hit here. There is no such thing as backing out of a bomb site, though, on this map. Once you're committed, you're committed.
Agreed. That is very much the case in the pros, at least. Here, though, in the Agency Showdown, different story. Mindshare, they've been gifted this B-bomb site all to themselves. The question is, when are they going to get this bomb down? When are they going to realize that it's all theirs? Well, the answer is not quick enough, as Big Mac has now actually regained control of top grammars. Mindshare have yet to get this bomb down, and Big Mac could cause some issues.
Well, it comes down to if he can find the right angles. He's getting thrown.
Timing.
Yeah, a lot of nades thrown his way. Frag in the front door, not where he needs to put it. Bomb gets placed. Post-plant setup gets out the window. Big Mac's trying to survive, trying to do something, but he'll get cut down, and now it's just down to Tim's for a 1v3 retake. And 9mm ammo. He actually finds a frag grenade onto 1. That'll do well if he can find the second kill up top, but the shots are not quite there. Now it's just down to 25 bullets left to play with. Not what you want.
Not time. Not enough time either.
Also
Tim's
having
can't make
trouble
the
with
jump
the
out.
mantle. Yeah, he's having trouble with that.
What is mantle? Tim's doesn't know. It was, oh, please get it. No, Tim's. Okay, so it's all good. He went for it anyway, even there's 1 second left. Not entirely sure why. He would have got blown up by the bomb if he hadn't got that kill anyway, but Choco Rambo walks away with the kill with that CR-56, showing us why that is a viable weapon, it would seem. And now, switching sides, 3-3. This game could not be any closer.
Definitely one way of looking at it for sure. See how this next round unfolds. Typically, I don't even know why I'm going down this road, but typically this map very defensively sided, even in situations where you're in an abbreviated search and destroy. Has not been the case thus far, though, as it really just comes down to who's getting first blood is typically winning. But we'll see how things unfold from here, as we're going to get Big Mac down towards B. The rest of his teammates lingering towards A. You've got Choco Rambo, who's over here. The only defensive member for Mindshare.
And this is slow but steady for Sauerkraut. Looking for these kills. Oh, goes for the shot. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, but lands a nade right at the head of Choco Rambo. That's a very late reaction as well. I was waiting for Choco Rambo to get up and try and scatter away, but it doesn't happen there as Sauerkraut picks up that Semtex kill. Now a 2 versus 2 scenario. It's still on the onus of searching and sparking to get this bomb down over towards A, so there is that from Mindshare, especially with how long Big Mac is taking. Going to try and cook an aid to get out of this scenario. Looking for the kill, not going to happen as JW047 able to pick up that one inside broken, and now it's down to Sauerkraut, a 1 versus 2. These are the players that you really want to go up against in this scenario, and this is a long flank from Sauerkraut. I love this, coming from the trench. This is somewhat higher tier play than we've seen thus far, and beautiful kill there from Sauerkraut. Now 1 versus 1, 20 seconds. Sauerkraut, he can either pick up this bomb and get it down, but I feel like he's going to have to go through JW.
Well, he gets the bomb, it escapes through A. If he wraps the B, it's the right call, but he doesn't. JW's gonna hear this. And that's a pretty easy kill. Man, I thought for a second he was gonna make the big heads-up play by trying to wrap back over to the B side. It would have been a free plant, but I think he just second-guessed the time. He would have had enough, though, to get the bomb planted, but that small moment of second-guessing is what causes him to perish here in this round. Swinging back things around in their favor now is the side of Mindshare, up 4-3.
Wait. Oh yeah, Mindshare. I thought for a second, I was like, wait, what? And then I realized that it was Mindshare who won that last round. My brain just had a fart, but still. Let's see if they can continue to press their advantage here. We often talk about in Search and Destroy turns the difference between 5-3 and 4-4. It is huge. Because when you're on that 5-3, you know you're on match point, you know you're on the verge of doing it. For Searching and Sparking, this is a big, big round, and they've dedicated 2 players over towards B, a gamble that is going to pay off for as long as they can win at least 1 fight early on. Mindshare are sending this bomb over to the B site. JW047 will be the first player to feel out this B site. How quickly does he realize there's players over here?
Get another patient, slow approach. So much you have to worry about when you try to approach this B site, including a player on the heady. I don't know how Tim's doesn't win that gunfight. I'm actually a little bit more surprised that Nice to Know You even had an angle to connect on the Tim's at all, who I thought was just holding the heady, but he responds back. Again, the AK punches pretty hard. That was enough to get the damage done quick enough. So now all of a sudden, numbers for Mindshare as they try to put themselves into this B site. Only player that to deal with inside is going to be Big Mac. He's on the first floor.
Here it is for Mindshare, making their way forward down to this site. This is looking pretty good. Nice to know you, though, full. Sauerkraut doing a great job of picking up that first blood. Choco Rambo comes in. It needs to be a clutch kill for Choco Rambo. Does get it. Now, a 1 versus 2 for Sauerkraut. Needs an ace in this round. Choco Rambo, more importantly, has to get this bomb down, and he's taking his time with it. He's given enough time, actually, for Sauerkraut. to come in and make his way into the site, and enough time for
Push
Sauerkraut
to
to
the
come
window.
around through the window, pick up the kill. There's no time to plant the bomb. Goes for the kill
No,
anyway.
the kill!
JW.
What are you doing? Just stay alive! JW gets this kill literally at the last second. I could not be more specific when I say that is literally what the definition of last second looks like. But all you have to do is get the kill in the bomb planter and back away. The clock was about to expire. Oh no.
Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. Mindset. Now 5-3 up. They are just one round away, and that's not a round that they should have won here. Searching and Sparking. They are looking to have a flawless search and destroy. If not, they are done and dusted here. Especially after what was such a great Hackney Yard search and destroy. To see them lose here would be rather anticlimactic. But it's JW047 who's taken some long-range shots with that submachine gun. Nice to know you. Though I will also say, while we are here, has had a great game number 3. Was an agent in that last one here, 6 and 7.
How quickly things could turn around when given their proper COD timing, right? COD gods have blessed him in this day. On this Orklov peak. JW backside of the site. He's gonna walk right on in. He's gonna see one over the top of the site. Does connect for a headshot. JW finds another response pick behind that as well. So just down to Sauerkraut at range. And I thought for a second JW was going to beam him with the MP7, but of course an SMG versus an AR at that range typically turns up in favor of the AR, and that is indeed the case. So still a lot of work to be done for this 1v3 for Sauerkraut. 37 seconds to play.
2 versus 1 here. Sauerkraut looking to clutch up, gets the second kill. But this is the last player, the final boss. It's Choco Rambo. Choco Rambo puts the shots in. None of them going to connect. This bomb still needs to be planted if you're Sauerkraut. And Choco Rambo, I think, just knows it as well. The pre-aim comes in. The shots go in. None of them going to connect. Sauerkraut still playing Ring Around Rosie around this grandma's house. But you've got to go. You cannot rest on your laurels. And it's going to be a clutch from Sauerkraut. A 1 versus 3. It keeps searching and Sparking alive.
Awkward mount right there. You see it just threw the aim a bit off. Sauerkraut converts the 1v3. Another situation, though, again, we have to mention it. The fact of the matter was the time was running out. You don't have to take that gunfight. You could bail away, make him chase you. Make sure he doesn't get the bomb planted at the site. Decides instead to try to test his luck. It's just one of those things that shouldn't happen, I guess. I mean, it's not the smartest of plays, but again, just trusted the angle. Doesn't come through, so now 5-4. Mind sure have to get it done on their offense, otherwise we're going to around 11.
They do indeed. Round 11, potentially on the card here. JW, this is very aggressive from him. Dead Silence has been used. Unfortunately, decides to crouch towards the end of it. Little does he know that Dead Silence does actually make you shock silent. But it doesn't matter anyways. JW picks up that kill onto Tim's. The head is going to fly. And now a 3 versus 2 here as Big Mac and Sauerkraut have to clutch up. Big Mac does pick up that first kill. Nice to know you. Down for the count. JW is going for this push. Now, this is a ballsy move. Bomb in hand? I don't know if I agree with this. You go out that door, you lose that fight, that bomb is in a horrible place for Choco Rambo. Got to pick up.
Big Mac instead's going to go for the long flank, wrapping through mid. Choco is up top.
They ain't checking this.
And it doesn't look like Big Mac's going up top. No, he's playing for the trench flank, so if this bomb gets down, Choco will be in a good spot. He checks over to his left, misses the spot on Big Mac. Not sure if he caught him in the trench, but doesn't seem to be. Doesn't get the information over to his teammates. So now a 1v2, but Choco's in a good spot with a good weapon to watch over the top of this bomb defuse.
What even is this timing? Choco Rambo in the power position, puts the shots off, but as those shots go off, it's going to give Big Mac the exact positioning for where he is. Surely just going to sit there and preempt, but it doesn't matter because Choco Rambo has the shot. Choco Rambo has the shots, picks up the last 2 kills required. And just like that, folks, Mindshare find their way as our 5th team in the quarterfinal. Great stuff from Choco Rambo. Deserved clutch up. And I'm not even going to lie. I'm so glad he got free because his performance was great over the course of the maps we got to see.
Yeah, good stuff. 11 and 6. Like you mentioned, though, nice to know you get blessed a little bit more with the COD God. 6 and 9 for him. JW also bouncing back nicely, and we continue on. Wrecking Crew playing up against Spark Chicago. A couple of cities making sure they're represented in their team names here as we're taking a look at the final kill from Gunrunner. 1-1 the current tally in the rounds, though, here. And what I imagine has to be map 2 at this point, because I'm pretty sure this is a 6 o'clock matchup. So this, I imagine, has to be the second map, but we'll wait for confirmation.
It is. It was a 6-0 to Wrecking Crew in map number 1. So chew on that one for what it's worth. As Wrecking Crew starting this one very, very strong. Again, these are names that I remember. Cows fly together. I mean, you wanted your nice game attacks. How about that one, Alan?
Yeah, that's for darn sure. I do love the Mighty Ducks. Ducks fly together. I could only imagine a spoof remake in which they are the hefty cows instead of the Mighty Ducks. And it's a lot of different directions you could go creatively. I feel like that's like a Mel Brooks film, would be cows fly together. We'll see what he's able to do here. He's 2-1 right now. Player has snuck by him through the left, but his teammate of Cowtron is actually going to be planting the bomb over towards the B site, and the timing here is very good. Wrecking Crew able to put themselves in a good position now, 2v1 with the bomb planted.
2v1 here for Wrecking Crew. Dr. Struggle Bus has to get this defused with 25 seconds left on the clock here. How much of a struggle is this bus really going to run into? I don't think there's much time here to work with. You've got to make this 1v1. You've got to make it quickly. It doesn't matter. Runs right out. Cows fly together. Has the corner. And Wrecking Crew find round number 3.
Good angle to hold. If Struggle Bus backs up and comes around the inner side of that crate, it would have put Cows Fly together in a really tough spot. Mostly because he's not hiding near anything besides just being out in the open. He would have had to snap and respond, but his ADS pays off this time. And after the 6-0 from the first map, things start a little bit tighter here. But Cows Fly together, 4-1. The breadwinner so far through 3.
And here it is. Wrecking Crew now on the defense as Spark Chicago going over towards B. Now, generally speaking, in a competitive setting, this B site is the one that's preferred. Like 99% of the time, it is the easier one to attack through. Wrecking Crew, though, they're just wrecking this offensive push as already 2 players down. Hammy and Dr. Struggle Bus are out of this one. It's Wiley Coyote left up in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Has to retrieve the bomb and get it down or eliminate the opposition. Those are your options if you're a Wiley. And with 1 minute 15 left on the clock, there is a fair bit of time to work with, but still, I wouldn't be too confident.
A lot of adversity in front of Wile E. Coyote. He's going to make the right play, though. He's going to pick up the bomb and go over to A. This is definitely the easier of the 2 sites to pick from. The problem is that your best player currently in Cows Fly Together for Wrecking Crew is on top of AC. And he's going to be in a really good spot to watch over the top of this A site. Wiley's going to have to beam him from the top ropes. If we can get his POV by chance, it'd be great. So Cows up top is going to be, again, just watching over the A site, checking things left and right. And Wile E. Coyote is trying to be sneaky. And, yeah, Cows has seen him, I believe, now.
Oh. The nade goes out. Doesn't connect. Shots go out. None of them connect as well. But finally, third time's the charm as he takes some shots again at the last remaining player. And Wrecking Crew now 3-1 up off the back of that. And it was a good rotation from Wile E. Coyote, right? We kind of said that there weren't many options for him. He makes that rotation over towards the A site. It was the right play, but you've got to be more wary of all those potential places that there would be a player from the Wrecking Crew sitting around like House Fly Together, just sat on top of that AC, a common place.
Such a tough gunfight to take. I mean, every Star Wars fans know high ground is where you want to be.
Oh, man. No,
Kyle's
you've got to make the low ground.
Yeah, Kyle's just going to try to make this play. Once again over to A, he's going to get stun checked. And then Nate will follow behind it. Wile E. Coyote, well, okay, if you're going to stun check push, you better do it sooner than that, as the status effect by far had already worn off. So now it's just down to Hammy for a 1v3. He's caught a little bit of no man's land as Kyles gets tagged up pretty heavy. At least he's able to share the information with his teammates where this player is positioned, and as the bomb goes down, Hammy on the opposite side won't be able to make even a step closer further towards the defusal as Wrecking Crew will go up 4-1.
Well, another round here for the Wrecking Crew. They're looking pretty good. I mean, every single round so far has just been them either drawing the first blood and working off the back of that or just clutching up. And Spark Chicago, I mean, they have found a sparking one round, but beyond that, it seems like their 6-0 in game number 1 is looking to repeat itself here. As Spark Chicago, they have to pull off something special if they want to stay alive in this tournament. They have to start putting their weight as a team. Every single player right now negative across the board.
Nice timing here for Pack as he finds a kill over the top of the woods. There's more around the corner over towards the backside of this green building. Caltron's here kind of watching this similar angle, but Dr. Strugglebus is going to have to drive him and Wile E. Coyote towards a successful round. You do not want to go down 5-1. It's the last scoreline you want to see. I mean, outside of a 5-0, obviously, but they're not making too many moves at the moment, and the bomb is down in a position to where Pack is going to be able to respond to this if he realizes that the bomb has been dropped in this green alley.
2 versus 2 here. Wrecking Crew looking for these kills. Oh, sorry, 3 versus 2 is now 3 versus 1. Wile Coyote. And hey, I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. You know, a couple of rounds ago where Wile Coyote was in the exact same place, stuck in green in a 1 versus 3. The difference here is that this time around, Wile only has 45 seconds to work with. That bomb is pushed much further up towards the B-bomb site. It's going to be much harder to retrieve. I mean, I just do not see this one going the way of Wile, short of him getting some super speed, some super strength.
Tough 1v3, and Wile hasn't moved at all since we last commented on it. Now he's going to have to make the play at 21 seconds, and he runs right, unfortunately, into a player holding the inner side of crates. Wrecking Crew running away with this one, 5-1 up. Good participation from just about everybody. Looking like, I would say right now, just based on the fact that everyone is shooting straight, using standard weapons, this would be, I think, one of my favorites so far that we've seen so far on stream to potentially be a grand finalist.
Yeah, absolutely. Cows Fly Together and co, of course, the player that I remember from the previous agency showdown, looking very, very good under this new team name of the Wrecking Crew. But they've still got to get one more round here to qualify for the quarterfinals. Let's see if they can do it. As they make their way over towards A, there's one player inside the office right now. That's going to be Dr. Strugglebus as makes his way through vents. This could be a great... Oh my goodness.
That was
Cows
so
Fly
funny.
Together just lands an aid right at the feet of Wile Coyote.
That was a Semtex exchange for a stun. The stun literally hit Cows right in the face. But the Semtex does more damage. So that's going to be an easy
just
trade.
a little bit.
7-1. Cows closed the door behind him. Bomb planted at A. And he actually closed the door right in front of Dr. Strugglebus. And yeah, okay. So Cows Fly Together absolutely is playing with sound. He responds to this door opening very quickly. Yeah, this team is currently my favorite to win it all right now. As now he'll turn back around, find the kill. Hammy in the front side as he was able to find a kill of his own, leaving things to a 1v1. Stun comes through, but the shot's too good. 6-1 the tally. Wrecking Crew able to take a 6-0 and a 6-1 for a 2-0 tally.
And yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. There is something that even a player like, look, you can see the movement from Cows Fly Together, right? Just the awareness is a level above what we might have seen so far in the agency showdown. You point these guys out as a team that are favorites going forward. I absolutely agree. The Wrecking Crew looked so good there. And again, I remember Cows Fly Together. I think whatever roster he was on, and forgive me for not remembering the exact team it was, I remember him being the best player and outclassing the remainder of his team. This time around, he has players that actually know what they're doing, and it's looking a lot better for it. So you're absolutely right, Shift. Wrecking Crew, they look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I don't mean to put more weight or consideration to the team that's playing with more standard weapons, but all three are running M4s. The attachments are mostly a full meta, but the fact that they're responding to sound around them, I mean, This whole tournament might just be hinged on the fact of who can play with a better 3 and who's playing with basic awareness. And we haven't seen it from anybody, but with the exception of this Wrecking Crew squad. So we'll get another instance as we'll take a look at Assistants Assemble and Farm Team, who you would figure would have the cows on their team, but not the case here. And if I'm not mistaken, this, I believe, is a map 1 matchup here.
Yeah, I believe it is. So the Assistants Assemble, which apparently is spelt without double S's, and you guys at home can go figure why that is taking on Farm Team here for one of our final spots in the quarterfinals of the Agency Showdown. Of course, I do remember B-Man and Beaumont from the previous Farm Team roster that got top 16 in the first Agency Showdown. Looking to better that placement here by making it to the quarterfinals. Can they do it? That's the question. Beaumont comes right out, goes right in the line of sight of Stylotrix. He picks up first blood. Assistants Assemble now, 3 versus 2.
Sean watching through the trench, almost snaps onto a teammate for a second there. Snipe for Dynamite will connect. 2v1 situation. Sean by his lonesome. He's actually dropped the bomb carrier behind him, though, so now an opportunity for a 1v1. Not a lot of time to play with for Chekhovitz. And, well, this is going to be down to who sees who first, it feels like, as Sean, maybe he doesn't actually know the bomb has been dropped, but if he rotates over to B right now, he's going to be giving up a free opportunity for Chuck to make his way forward, grab the bomb, and maybe plant, but he hasn't made that decision. He's actually just waited, and you don't have time. This is not a time to get this bomb and plant now. Again, just not reading the clock well at all. The awareness just not there.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Farm Team end up taking round number 1. To be honest with you, I couldn't see a universe in which that didn't happen. As you say, taking way too long to pick up that bomb, and that's just the bottom line.
It's make the call. You got to make the decision. You know, it's search and destroy 101 stuff coming out, but Farm Team will see this clock expire and will take a round because of it. Will Dynamite continue to snipe? That's the big question. And it's a high risk, relatively marginal reward, even with the best 3v3 search and destroy players. It feels like it's nothing but a risk, I think, with the caliber of players that we're seeing here today. Pulling out the sniper, you're likely going to find yourself, even if you find a pick, you're going to have to find at least 2. So we'll see if Dynamite continues to go back over to the scope, and this time for Farm Team, they are making a hit right through Cemetery together, so this is at least somewhat promising as far as an execution towards B potentially.
Well, it definitely seems like that's their intent. They have to deal with one player inside, and deal with him they do. Stylotrix is down already. Shanolson gonna pick up that kill. Great kill from Dynamite, actually, as he takes down Beaumont. Farm Team still look intent on getting this bomb down, and they do. This cover
Nice
from
shots.
Sean Nelson, so nice, as you say. Nice shot, snaps the head off Dynamite. And now down to Chekhovitz again. And this time, Chekhovitz, I mean, even more so, doesn't really have a lot of time to work with and has to be efficient with it. There's 30 seconds on the clock. You have to reserve 7.5
Gotta
seconds
go,
of
brother.
that for a defuse. And as you say, yo, Tommy, we gotta go.
Yo, Tommy, we gotta go.
Oh, man. I wonder how many people get that reference.
Hopefully everybody, if you've been watching the Call of Duty League, which you should be, no time. GG. Once again, Chuck just not reading the situation properly. It would have been tough for him to clutch that one up anyways, but he puts himself in a no-win situation by only giving him 10 seconds to re-enter into the site in a 1v2. So Sean will once again punish. He's looked good so far with this M4, Grenadier Barrel. And 2-0 up early.
2-0 up early from this side. A beautiful startup from the Farm Team. Just farming. Assistants Assemble. Hey, it's summer. It's time to get those crops in. As Assistants Assemble. Need to find a first round here. It's them who have the bomb. And they're looking to make it all the way over towards A with it. Now, luckily for Assistants Assemble, they have a free site to plant this. And again, this comes down to one of the situations of how quickly do they realize that they have a free plant over towards A. Because they realize quickly, this is a very good situation. The longer they take, the more they hand this round back over in Farm Team's favor.
This wrap from B-Man is looking well-timed. Dead silence is going to expire right as he gets behind this player. What were you looking at, Chikowitz?
Oh, that nade.
Semtex actually connects. It'll stick. Dynamite stays alive. Sean on top of the site has been stunned. Will they be able to convert on the opportunity to get this player essentially isolated? Nade will tag up one. Caught between a rock and a hard place, though, as he tries to rotate out. No chance there. Dynamite 1v1 with Beaumont, who's able to connect from the backside of the range, and that will be Assistance Assemble with their first round.
Dynamite. Somebody called Tyre Cruz. It's going off. And I swear, Shift, if you don't get that reference, I'm gonna be mad. Please tell me you get that reference.
I'm having a hard time putting my finger on it, I'm not gonna lie.
The song, Dynamite. Oh. I mean, it might. I hope it's Tyre Cruz now, because if somebody in the YouTube chat's gonna be, I haven't got the YouTube chat roasted up, and if I have got that wrong, I've just made a completely incorrect blunder. I don't know. We're going to listen to it together afterwards anyway. That's how we're going to celebrate the end of day number 1. But
oh, you're right.
Still,
it is Tyre Cruz. I would probably recognize it if I heard it. I will not lie to you though. Like, my musical pop culture is so bad. I'm good at recognizing songs, but I'm terrible at placing song names and artist names with it.
I found your Achilles heel.
You have found my Achilles heel.
Music is where it's at. To be fair, I'm not too great either.
It's like I listen to a ton of music. I'm just really bad at recognizing like who the artist is.
That's true. That's very true. I get the same problem. That is necessary. Ironic Andre. I mean, she's obviously very unique in terms of her style. Regardless, Djokovic draws first blood here. Picks up that kill onto Beaumont. Farm team now at the disadvantage. Sean Knowlton has to go off, and again. This guy has some serious shooting skills. Gets another one in Stylotrix. Now looking for number 3. An ace is on the table. Sean Knowlton picks it up, slams it down, and takes round number 4 for the farm team.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Sean. He's been very impressive. I know we've been critical, but when we see goodness exist in these players, we're quick to hit on that as well. Sean has been steady. Again, running a pretty metal loadout for an M4 in Search and Destroy. He's looked really strong, really good. Shots at range have been pretty steady. Definitely looking like a major threat potentially in this tournament for the side of Farm Team as they put themselves up 3-1.
Sean Knowlton, he is playing very, very well. The new addition to this farm team lineup as well, right? I mean, I said in the first agency showdown, they got top 16. This is what they needed, clearly. They needed a Sean. And I never thought I'd say that. It's Sean Knowlton now. 8-1. Another head. Dynamite's head just rolls. And farm team now in a 3 versus 2 scenario. Luckily for Assistance Assemble, though, you have one player who has already made their way towards the window inside Grandma's. This could be a huge sneaky beaky play from Stylotrix.
Well, Bomb's going to go down successfully. B-Man, is he going to challenge the post plant? He's going to, but he gets stunned. Doesn't make a difference. He's able to keep his aim level. And is he going to try to hop this? He looks like he wants to. Got to be a little bit closer than that. Okay, well, there goes that idea, as he'll now have to be forced off of it. He does have his teammate of Sean maybe come and help save the day, and tries to go for a snap, but doesn't expect Chuck to go down low, but deals enough damage to allow Sean to put one more bullet in to convert. And now that is how you pick up a bomb to start defusing it.
Whew. I thought for a second that nobody knew how to defuse a bomb in that round, but it doesn't matter anyway. As farm team pick up round number 4 here necessary. 4-1 up in this one. Remember, folks, this is only game number 1 between these 2 teams. So, huge stuff here from Sean to go off this early on. I think he's now 9-1.
Yeah, he's looked good. 9-1, I think, is actually the exact stat line. See, confirm that here in a moment. As soon as we load in. Next offensive attempt. Yep, 9-1.
There it is. I'm a prophet. What can I say?
4-1 overall is the map count, or round count rather. This map number 1. Farm team looking to put themselves on map point with a successful offense here. And well, B-Man, I don't care how good your aim is, you're probably not going to secure an MP5 kill at that range. Also have no idea what he's looking at. Just maybe expecting someone to come out of the ground. But he's the one carrying the bomb, so as his teammates clear up the trench, you're looking for him to commit, right, to get on and get this bomb planted.
There it is. Great stuff from the farm team, and this is what I was talking about. I think the difference in this particular tournament, a lot of the time, has just been the ability to recognize the situation that you're in. This is farm team recognizing, well, hey, they've given us this entire bomb site for free. We're putting this bomb down right now, and we're going, and that's exactly what's happening as Sean Nelson makes this situation even worse for the assistants assemble lineup. Picked up that first blood in the round. And if this bomb site wasn't hard enough to get into, we'll try doing it with a man down.
Yeah, Sean, he's reading this map very nicely, although does not expect Sly to come over so quickly. So now it's going to be down to Bowman. He's near hostile. Can't tell if he's up top or down low. But it's him and Dynamite in a 1v1. Yeah, Bowman's actually going to push forward. Not enough time for the defuse again. So credit the kill off the bomb from B-Man's perspective in 5-1. Map count looking solid to potentially go up 1-0.
Great stuff there. Again, I mean, it was kind of unfortunate, actually, that the last player wasn't able to get enough time to get the defuse because they were in the better position to just jump on the bomb and get said defuse, but it doesn't happen. Farm team now on map point here in game number 1 of this series. Oh, checking the watch. What time is it? It's time to get a win.
Feels like it's coming pretty soon. Sean at 10-2, but we've seen instances where he's gotten some good assistance from the rest of his teammates. Although this time it's a heavy gamble towards the B site defensively, and that is the exact opposite of where assistants assemble are going to be hitting. They're going to full stack over towards A. It's going to be on B-Man to try to cut through the middle of the map, maybe to work his way around behind this hit.
Slow but steady wins the race for farm team at the moment. They're just getting a feel for where assistants assemble are. And they've actually made the same blunder that assistants assemble made in the exact last round. Farm team are now making their way forward for a retake as assistants assemble get this bomb down over on the site with no stress whatsoever. But Sean has been a god so far in this game. 10-2, a massive reason why they are 5-1 up. But it's Beeman who draws first blood. Sean looking for the second, plays it cautious, picks up Dynamite, no problem. And now Stylotrix in a 1 versus 3, surely dead to rights, and he is. And who else but Sean Nelson to pick up the final kill as Beeman takes the defuse. Farm team will win this map 6-1 and take a 1-0 advantage in the series.
12 kills through 7 rounds for Sean. Impressive stuff. Farm team rolling thus far, and it looks like this is one of those other instances of an opening round mismatch. But it could provide for some very interesting follow-up rounds once they get there, which I think anticipations would suggest that, yeah, they're absolutely going to get there. So we'll see how things kind of unfold as we're still, this is the last time slot that we have for the evening. These are the final matches that we have for our opening round of this Activision Blizzard Media Showdown. So see how things unfold, taking a look back at what's going on. Haven't heard much about what's going on with GP Decimate and 789, but at least for now in the 7 o'clock slot, we have followed along with at least one map of Assistants Assemble and Farm Team.
Yeah, absolutely. Assistants Assemble now 1-0 down in this one. It was a 6-1 victory too for the farm team, so you can't imagine that game number 2 is going to be any easier, although you kind of do just have to take it as a reset. But you see the rest of the teams there. Flicker, Goats from State Farm, the off patterns, KD conversation rates, aka KD conversion rates, Mindshare, and Wrecking Crew. Already there, 6 of the final 8 teams in this tournament. Assistants Assemble, they have to win 2 maps straight to make it to the quarterfinals. If not, Farm Team will be our 7th team.
Yep. We'll see how things unfold. Not sure if we've gotten any update as far as what the other matchup.
Game?
Yeah, the second game.
So it's starting soon, I believe.
Oh, okay. So we're a little bit behind as far as them getting going, but we'll have a chance, I'm sure, to jump in with them. And as we get into map number 2, Assistants Assemble Farm Team, it'll be Ramaza for the second map. And it will be the side of Assistants Assemble on the attack first. 3-man stack over towards B. It's going to be on B-man to have to defend against this. He's in a good position up top Cafe, where he could just peek, and there's information on 1. The shots were ambitious, but they connect, and he's going to see 1 more slip into the gun shop. This should be a defensive rotation coming through. He's seen 2 of the 3, killed 1 of them, and here comes the flank on the backside as Farm Team will rotate in the back through A over to B.
B-Man is actually in such a great position. This is a power position, right? If he just pre-aims this site, there is no way, as long as he hits his shots, that Assistance Assembler are actually getting this bomb down. And that's the big stress here if you're Assistance Assemble, right? Not only you split up, you've got one player in Grandma's and one player over towards the backside of Ruins, you're just giving up so much time to Farm Team to make a proper retake of the site, and it's already begun. There's Chukovitz is down. Sean Nolson now looking for a kill as Stylotrix reveals his position. And it's going to be a Farm Team first round.
Yeah, good stuff. I think a lot of that is, again, just the read from B-Man up top initially to not just find the first kill, but get the read on the second player who pushed through. It allows for a much more telegraphed, and I would say much more dictated retake attempt, knowing a little bit of information on where at least one of the two last players are. So now they go over to their own attack. The middle of the map is one that usually is pretty hotly contested in 5v5s, but sometimes stays a bit open in these 3v3s, and that will once again be the case as Farm Team is pulling off the old, we're better than you strat, we're just going to run at you over an A.
Farm Team looking pretty good here, and this is, again, the sort of the level of play that I think separates a number of teams, right? This decision from Farm Team, just go, you know what? I ain't even bothering that B push. We know we've got A, so let's just go for it. That being said, they are taking a fair bit of time to plant this bomb. B-Man is just going straight for it. Now, the timer goes down to 45 seconds. Now, the problem here with Ramaza actually is there is a fair bit of building in between you and rotating from one bomb site to another. So there is going to be at least 10 seconds grace period where Farm Team could just wait for Assistance Assemble to make this rotation. Even then,
gotta commit, man.
Yeah, this is a problem. It's just so slow.
It's just, B-Man's in a position that's very difficult to shrug someone from. You have to essentially do a little bit of bait and switch, which Stylotrix will, I guess, kind of fulfill that same stylistic change that you would need. Bowman gets the trade, and then Sean able to track the last player, trying to cut over towards the side stairs. Farm Team up 2-0. This is one of those things, it's like, you can't sit in an electronic shop and hope you find information on somebody when the bomb's already planted. You have to go. You just have to. It's tough. It's not ideal, but that's a situation that you have. You have to go.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, at this point as well, right, when you're already 1-0 down in the series, you can't make those mistakes because this is a best of 3. At the end of the day, folks, this is also single elimination at the end of the day. So you lose this game, you're out. You're done at top 16. Assistants Assemble. I mean, they haven't looked all that great in the games we've seen thus far, and it's those kind of decision-making moments that really do make the difference here between these two teams. And talking about decision-making moments, look at this heads-up play for B-Man. He does go straight past one, but it doesn't matter really because he makes up for it by getting not only the first, but surely the second kill. Sean is going to steal it, but it all comes down to Dynamite, and only 30 seconds have passed in this round.
Got another contender here, Brody. These guys are playing well. They're responding to sound. Their awareness is pretty high. Shooting straight, using meta weapons. They're hitting all of the day one boxes that you would expect. And yeah, Sean's aim is pretty crisp. I'll say that much. He's looking really calm, really collected. So they would play the winner of the other match below them, right? They wouldn't play up against the Cows squad, would they? Because that would have been really disappointing to see them have to play so early, but...
Oh, yeah, I think they are.
They're not, they're
playing the next team.
Bracket, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're all good. We're all good. As Farm Team are looking very, very good early on in this one. A 3-0 start here on Ramaza, and guess what they've got? Alan, they've got a free bomb site over at B. Free plant. Just get it down. No worries at all. Get your punch ticket in, and Assistants Assemble. Now gonna have to retake.
Have an opportunity here with Dynamite up top. The timing is going to be everything on the B-Man. We swap away from his POV, but B-Man wins it. So now the only retake that could come through would have to be from the backside of the gun shop. The 2v3. Good stun check for Sean. He'll get information. Picks up a frag. That one won't bounce quite enough to get the kill, but actually, no, it does. Looks like there was another nade that was tossed at the same time. As Sean's will get credit for the kill. Stylotrix will find at least one trade, but this is a 1v3 situation of which Bowman snaps to him, and good help from beyond as the kill gets confirmed 4-0.
4-0 for the Farm Team. Just once again, just sublime. performance from them. And to be honest with you, I don't even think they're playing all that great. I just think they are capitalizing on the mistakes that Assistants Assemble are making. That's it. That's the bottom line. You see Assistants Assemble, they commit over towards that A site. And I know you said before that, like, in a 3 versus 3 scenario, that might be a viable strategy. But there are just cases like that where it just completely can go against you. And it is worth sending one player over to that site, at least to check, right? You check, you know players are coming, just back up. Just keep away until your team has come.
Bomb coming over to the B site. Sean up top has been tagged, and Chuck will actually find the first blood. Good stuff there. Beaumont desperately trying to hit this flank. Dead Silence going to be committed for this play through the backside of the ruined tunnel. He's going to get here. Player on the heady. He doesn't see him?
Maybe he does. Maybe this is all part of the plan.
You're way too optimistic, friend. He would have absolutely taken him off. That's too much of a power position to let someone exist. And I think Beaumont, he's going to be in way too big of a pickle here for him to kind of navigate this 1v3 unless somehow Assistants Assemble completely beef this setup, but I just can't see it happen. There's too many crossfire angles being set up. Beaumont, trying as he will not be able to connect into the kill up top. The Assistants Assemble get on the board.
And hey, would you look at that? It's time for a round to go the way of the opposite side. Farm team give one up here to Assistants Assemble. That's pretty good, I would say specifically. I'd say I'm very proud of them for that performance. So they get around on the board. They're now where they were at in game number 1. Let's see if they can get a second. And they do need a situation like that again, where Farm team, they have a player like Beaumont coming on the flank, and they just don't realize there's a player sitting on a powerful position, as you noted.
Chuck's in a spot to watch the angle over towards B. Sean's considering wrapping back over the middle of the map. And he might be able to just sit here to cut the rotations off. This is a pretty common spot if you're going to be hitting the A site with an AR, to just watch the backside through sandbags. You play for sound mid-cafe, then you wrap back over. A little aggressive, but he's put himself in a pretty solid position to cut any of these rotations off. And that's exactly the distance that they're coming from here. Shots will ring out. Sean sees one. Backside white van. Able to connect. One more behind him. Not going to be able to respond as he's caught mid-reload. 2v2 we go.
2v2 indeed. Sean is now out of the round, but he hasn't been the best player over here. This clearly isn't his map, as B-Man is the player that stepped up to the plate for the farm team, now having to pull off a 1 versus 2 clutch. Gets the first, brings it down to a 1-on-1 against Chuckovitz, and, well, Chuckovitz's record in these scenarios hasn't been the best, is the way I will describe it. As B-Man does enough, that timer ticks down below 7.5 seconds. Chuckovitz is just going to run across the screen anyway, but apparently B-Man's not hitting the shots. Apparently B-Man's not hitting the shots, but it doesn't matter anyway because he can do it with his trusty friend, the bomb site.
Yep, time another issue. But good hold from farm team again. I think a lot of that you have to give credit to Sean cutting off the middle of the map. Not the cleanest gunfight in the world at the end, but again, time was gonna dictate what happened with that round anyways. So match point. Farm team looking for a clean 2-0. They looked good in Arklov Peak. They're doing well here in Ramaza thus far. I think anticipations have pretty much led to the fact that these guys should walk away with this map. It just comes down to what will be the final score. B-Man 9-3. Again, kind of showing us that these guys is just like the team with the Cowboys on it from before. They could be a major contender.
Farm team now looking for this final round to make it into the quarterfinals, to be our penultimate team in there. Can they do it? Stylotrix and Chuckovitz is all that stands in their way now, as Dynamite has already fallen in this round. That bomb over towards B. Assistants Assemble, technically speaking, have the remit to get it down. They have a player in a power position ready for it, and as a player comes through ruins, that surely should be a kill for Chuckovitz, and it is. Now it's 2 versus 2. The bomb down. It's up to Beeman and Sean to retake.
And that's a tough gunfight right there. Stylotrix just had the angle. So now Sean.
Oh,
got to sprint first there, brother. There you go. Nice shots at range. Can't quite lock down the kill. And the Septex will finish off his life. So a second round for Assistants Assemble. Still in it. but it would be a mountain to climb, and this is a mountain that's looking just as steep, if not steeper than Mount Everest at the moment.
Oh dear. Well, they can still climb it technically. We've seen Full Sail comebacks before, and this is technically not even one. This is a 5-1 deficit that they found themselves at. This is still possible if you are Assistants Assemble. Can they do it? That's the question. But Farm Team have looked so good in the 2 games that we've got to see them so far. Their little cameo in this tournament. Could they continue their run to the quarterfinals with this round win? That's what we're asking now. Towards bridge they go. There's one player in construction. Can Stylotrix channel his inner Shawnee and defend this site like his tournament life depends on it?
B-Man's in a position to hit behind this if he gets the information, even though Stylotrix does find first blood. And trigger discipline not there. B-Man's gonna red dot chase. Trying to get there, and oh boy, hairy gunfight. Bowman's able to assist. That'll be good for Stylotrix's initial trade. But all the other defensive members for Assistants Assemble have made their way in. Bowman's got dead silence. Could be about the time that you'd want to pop it, but I think he did. It's just the M13 of Dynamite was better. So now B-Man, he's got a lot of utility to play with. He's got his nades as well as his dead silence, and look at this dead silence climb up to the 3rd floor. Wait, does B-Man check this? Surely not. And he's gonna full wrapper back. I love this call. This is exactly the right play. Cut through cafe, hit through B doors. You're gonna be there, easy plan. He's actually gonna take the longer route, a little safer. It'll take a little bit more time, but he'll be fine.
And this, again, is what separates a number of teams in this tournament. The kind of heads-up play to say, you know what? I know that A is a dangerous play at this point in time. I know that I've actually got the potential and the time to rotate and wrap around to the B site. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And B-Man, well, he lives up to his name as the B-Man, runs straight over towards this B site, now in the power position. And I genuinely don't even know if a team like Assistants Assemble would check this sort of thing. And that's the stress, right? Because B-Man knows this is a power position. It's ready for a player. They do check it on the other side of the showers. Doesn't matter. I kind of feel like B-Man could have got that kill, to be honest. But Dynamite able to snap anyway. And Assistants Assemble, they live to see yet another round.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50-50 gunfight. You know, if we haven't talked about it, again, this is more of a high-level point than anything else. But when you're playing around the doors in Modern Warfare, bursting through them to try to bait out shots is what you typically see. You very rarely see people actually peek pushing through a door at the professional or top challenger scene. Really, if you're playing Search and Destroy, if you're a capable Modern Warfare player, you're not peek pushing doors all that often. You're usually bursting through them to bait out shots. And that time through, we saw that come to be as Dynamite just bursted right through, doesn't let his opponent inside the building, inside that room rather, have a chance to get his aim up, and you just win the gunfight there. It gives you a slight advantage, and it works out nicely. Oh my goodness, Stylotrix. He throws a stun while trying to push through. Typically you do one then the other, but he tries to do both at once, and definitely bit off more than he could chew there.
Assistants Assemble now down to their last man. Dynamite, 1 versus 3. Has to collect this bomb, get it down, and has to do all that in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. It certainly is possible, but you've got a few hurdles to jump over before you end up winning this round. The first of which is going to be Beaumont sitting in the window of Grandma's house. Dynamite is being super duper slow here, and the more time he takes in this position, the more time he gives up for a player like, I believe it's Sean Nelson up top inside that window. Dynamite moving forward, still taking his time, and as those shots have gone off, they know exactly where he is. It's only a matter of time. The stun comes out. Dynamite is stunned.
Awkward.
Finally gonna fall, and there it is. Farm Team are through.
Yep, 2-0, pretty clean. A couple of rounds go against them, but through and through, this was the better team for sure. Yeah, I think, you know, Wrecking Crew with the 2 Cow players, they're looking like, I think, my favorite at the moment, but these guys, I think, very well will meet them in the semifinals of this side of the bracket, most likely. And unless we see something out of our team in our second matchup here of GP Decimate and 789, those are looking like whoever wins between those two teams are probably going to win this tournament, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows, to be honest with you. 789 and GP Decimate, they might have some kind of ace up their sleeve in terms of this tournament. I believe this is game number 1 between GP Decimate and 789. They took a little bit longer to start than our previous matchup, but it will be our final best of 3 of the night. We're on Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, and right off the bat, GP Decimate, they know the advantage they're going towards the big shoot. They're getting this bomb down, and Urak Hunt isn't going to stop it.
Smoke cover, pushing through. Oh boy, oh boy. Does confirm the kill, thankfully, I would say, but he does have a member, Simple Jack, who I believe planted the bomb. He's bottom L. This is a great spot for him to be. All you have to do is just hold this angle. There's one down. He's using the ISO, by the way, I believe, which is another weapon that has mostly recently been added in. Merkage from the backside with the growl will clean things up, and a little bit of a slide too far past the bomb, but he backpedals, and you'll have just enough time to get the defuse.
Do you know what I've just realized?
What's that?
Number 6, his name, he or she, I should say, has intentionally used that name. So we will say it, because if you look at his clan tag, he's asking us to say his name. And if you say his name, it doesn't sound very good. I don't know if you can work out what I mean by that, but probably can't work out what I mean by that, can you?
I think I'm there with you. I was just planning on calling him Hunt.
Yeah, I'm going to call him Hunt now. But I will say, clever, very clever. I will give you props for that. Number 6, aka Hunt. So 789, 6 not in the question. Apparently for this team, as they now are 2-1 up. They make their way towards the A side. Actually, going to go straight through this mid map. They do have to be very careful though. It's Cruz coming in from behind, but as Hardboiled falls to Ham and Cheesiest, which is a lovely name, I must say. 789, they have an advantage.
I swear the console world comes up with the weirdest usernames. I don't know, man. Something different. But Huntington is in a spot here where he could catch timing onto Cruz, but nope, it actually goes the opposite direction. That kill right there is determinative of the round for me, in my mind. Bomb is down to the position where Ham and Cheese will need to grab it, but instead he's going to try to play from the top side of L, see if you can find this late trade. Glory nade comes through. Kobe-ing. Not going to hit. Does blow up. Actually, doesn't even blow up the van, but there we go. Snap on. Cruz dies, and now it's a 1v1. Jack is in a position where he might catch the timing. A little shaky, but pretty free kill there. 789 up 3-1.
Nice stuff from 789. Now 3-1 up in this one. Ham and Cheesiest. He wins the award for the most creative name from today. Or I think so anyway, but you know, I could be wrong. Ends up taking that round, and now 789. 3-1 up. Remember, folks, this is only the first game in our best of 3, our final one of the night. The winner of this one will be going through to the quarterfinals alongside the 7 teams that have already established a place there.
Double stack defense to B. If guessed correctly. Just comes down to, can Merkage find the information on the Simple Jack on top of the wall? Looks like no. Cruz with the bomb mid-map. Information should be known on where Ham is at, as he is tagged up heavily by a nade. They're just ignoring him. They're just pushing through the middle, and this is risky. You've got an isolated kill here on the Ham. I'm surprised that, again, GP Decimate aren't going off the information they found.
789 don't seem that interested right now, but there it is as Hunt picks up kill number 1. King Cruz Jr. is down. That bomb goes down with it, but Jack does trade things out. Trade straight back as Merkage lands a nade right at the feet of Simple Jack. Leaves Hardboiled in a 1 versus 2, and he cannot do anything. 789 find round number 4.
I'm trying to think if that was like one of the first jokes I ever like heard as a kid.
What, this one?
Oh, why 6 was afraid of 7?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the place.
No, no.
I was gonna say, like, what school
I'm
did
trying
you
to think
go
back to like, what was like the first joke you ever told?
I don't
That
know.
one may be it.
I wasn't a funny kid. I mean, I'm not a funny adult, but I definitely wasn't a funny kid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm British, man. Self-deprecating jokes are our thing over here.
All right, if you say so.
That's why Brexit happened. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Regardless, 7-8-9, 4-1 up. Here against GP Decimate. And bomb in hand. This round is entirely in their hands. As that first blood does go the way of Simple Jack, that means that this push towards A, which I think is what 7-8-9 want to go for, becomes a lot harder. This kill up in top L is so crucial, and I think Ham and Cheesy has just got the nicest timing in the world. As Simple Jack looks away, it means that there is a push towards A on the cards.
Nice set nade coming through. Cruz will find one. Merkage is looking like he wants to play for the instant trade, and it will pay off. No problem there. 5-1 the count. 7-8-9 looking like the better team in this matchup, as most of our opening rounds have been decidedly one way or the other. And, well, this one looking good across the board. Interesting growl loadout right there. There's like no barrel on it. It's like a little stubby barrel. Allow for a little bit of a faster ADS and maybe a little bit of faster fire rate, but weird stuff. Never seen that loadout before, I don't think.
How many times are we going to say that over the course of this agency showdown?
Probably for another 48 hours after this, I imagine. We'll probably continue to be saying that into the grand finals.
Just going to be rocking back and forth all day. Like, never seen a setup like this before. But still, 7-8-9. 2 versus 3 here. They have a man down as Hardboiled. Gonna crack that nut right off the back. Hunt down for the count. Bomb making its way towards this B site. Ham and Jesus misses every single shot imaginable. And now Merkage, a 1 versus 3 scenario, is looking at the right bomb site. So if Cruz goes for this bomb without any coverage, this could quickly turn into an advantageous position for Merkage.
Yeah, Merkage will take that advantage, find himself 1 kill. Deciding exactly how he wants to use the Semtex. Won't find information. No need to melee the door. It'll open for you, brother. But he's going to find information on the second for free. No, not for free. The snap-on, turn-on. No bueno.
Oh,
as
God.
Jack was tagged here as well. Okay, maybe he wasn't as much of a snap-on as I thought, as he does at least get a little bit of information gather before what surely would have been a kill, but nope, still in the mix. 5-2.
Oh, God, man. That was, I will say, almost a lot worse than it turned out to be in the end, but still, a turn on is a turn on, right? I mean, that's the way you got to view these things. 7-8-9 have yet to find round number 6 just yet. Now, still 5-2 up, still have a lot of chances to close out game number 1, and this could be the first big one as Simple Jack sits in a corner. He falls to Ham and Cheesiest. Full control over this B site is in the hands of 7-8-9 as Hunt in the mid-map looks for these first few kills. And they're right in front of him as well.
Well, I don't know how you retake this with Merc in this position in the backside. He just has to stay alive. He has to kill time. Again, you don't need to melee the doors. They'll open for you, but now it's up to Hunt on the flank. He'll be able to watch to see when this cross happens. And again, it's just too slow. There's not going to be enough time here, and Hunt will skip forward, find 1 kill, and that will be all that's likely needed as Ham has killed enough time. No chance for a defuse. This will be a 6-2.
No, sad. Wait, he's still going for it. He wants it. He wants the defuse. It's not going to happen anyway, as Merkage is going to be credited for that final kill as 7-8-9 ends up taking game number 1 in this best of 3. They go forth and they look pretty good. And I'd say in the majority of situations, they just looked a lot better there than their opposition. So great plays from them. I'd be very proud if I'm 7-8-9 in that scenario. So great stuff from them.
Yeah, that looked like at the end there you saw everyone really performed, with the only exception being one player who only had a single kill. So that very well could be the deciding factor in that first map. We'll just have to see how things go as we get into the next one, wherever that happens to be. Hackney Yard is a weird one, man, though. I'll tell you, there's a reason why it was so quickly thrown out of the CDL playlist, especially in 5v5s. It definitely feels a little bit more fluid in abbreviated search and destroys, like we've mentioned before in this broadcast. Definitely feels more manageable in 3v3s and 2v2s, but it's such a small map that it can be tough to kind of work your way through those opening portions of the rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. There is like a reason that Hackney Yard Search and Destroy was taken out of competitive play very early on. I'll be honest, I quite enjoyed it when we got to cast it early on. I got a lovely clip in my show reel from it, so I will say that much. But yeah, there is a reason that it's out of the competitive rotation now. There are a lot better maps, I think, than we've currently got in our competitive rule set, which you guys will get to see if you watch the COD League playoffs next weekend, final 4 teams. Remember that. So you'll get to see those competitive maps in play with some of the best teams in the world if you do want to watch that. But yeah, great matchup so far. I've been really impressed with what we've seen all day long. Shift. I'm so excited to get in what could be our final map of the day between these two teams. I've got a feeling that 789 is going to take it. They looked a little bit better there.
I agree.
Than their opposition.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think this is probably going to be another pretty convincing map. It just depends on where we go. It will be Ramaza. Saw for a moment there on GP Decimate screen an offer for maybe a FAMAS. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It actually looks like both of our screens are a little bit off sync from one another. So we'll jump into this one. It'll be the perspective of Hunt up top, MP7 user with a reflex optic. And GP Decimate have not left the barbershop yet. I don't know where you're expecting people to be coming from this early in the round, but they're holding it as if it was P3 Hardpoint that was active.
Oh man, I love Ramaza Search and Destroy just to see what janky setup teams come into it with. But 789 looking pretty good on the defense early on. They've sent one player over towards A. They've got 2 players over towards B, so they've waited well towards this B site. Now the question is, how do they deal with this initial push from GP Decimate as King Cruz Jr. picks up that first blood onto Ham and Cheesiest, but Merkage still up top because caused all kinds of issues for this GP roster. Nade goes out forward. Merkage doesn't land it. And GP Decimate have taken so much time to get on this bomb that they've given Hunt a way back into this fight.
Oh, he does actually connect with some of that gunfire through the smoke, but because he was literally shooting circles, he runs out of ammunition to convert off of it. So now an exit comes out. Hunt is in a position to where you're going to have to make the call. He saw one player cross in front. Not really sure the play there from Cruz. I think mostly because the post-spawn setup is so passive, they can't see the bomb from where they're at. So now Hunt works his way on. He should be able to get information to his teammate that you shouldn't just be trying to play for nades. Merc takes down a second kill. Time is an issue. You got to go. And that's the round. Nice job. GG.
Oh man, Merc could have got that. That is sad. Oh dear. And to be fair, I was absolutely with you there. When you said that their setup wasn't that great, I fully agreed. I thought, why didn't you have somebody on a half wall? Eventually they did actually send Jack that way, but that half wall is the most advantageous position you can have, just watching a bomb like that, especially at this level. I was very confused, but it's fine. GP Decimate, they ended up with a round. Now they're 1-0 up.
What's the offensive attempt going to be here for 789? Looks like everyone's going to head over to B. And defensively, pretty heavy stack. There are literally 2 members on the sandbags next to one another. Now it's going to be Cruz moving forward underneath Cafe by the looks of it. He's going to take the side door, check the B bomb site. No motion so far, as 789 is also kind of biding their time in the middle of the map.
789 drawing first blood. That's Merkage who takes out Cruz. Now the question is, why haven't 789 moved? Because they've already drawn first blood here. They did have full control over B, and you'd at least expect them to kind of peek out and be like, well, you know, do we have control? That's the question. Doesn't matter though, because one player coming in on the flank, Hunt looking for this kill, Hardboiled able to walk away from the fight, gets away with his life, spends valuable time doing that, and that is so key, because now you're in a position where this bomb is down, Simple Jack has got his way onto the site, But Hunt wins a crucial one-on-one with Hardboiled towards the back of Ruins. Now Jack, left up on the steps, has to pull off a 1 versus 2 clutch and get this defused with 7.5 seconds to spare.
Shots are good for the first. Nade's going to be not really all that cooked. Gets tossed over. It actually doesn't even work its way up top. So now Jack,
no.
He actually could just peek this window and beam. Yep, that's indeed the case. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I feel like if you're in that position and you're Hunt, why are you out into the open? Like,
pick up the bomb, make a move, do something. I mean, it's just there's very little proactivity from a couple of these players, and it's leading to their demise. I mean, you just got to commit, even if you're making the wrong call. To commit to something, because sitting out in the open like that, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed. And after the nade doesn't connect and the stun doesn't connect, I don't know. You're just sitting there and praying that your timing is good, I guess. I'm having a hard time kind of figuring out what's the mental energy there.
Seven, 8, 9 here. Looking for their first round on the board, and unfortunately, they've gambled a little bit more on their defense this time around, as they've sent 3 players over towards B. GP Decimate have a 3 plant over on A. And again, now this becomes a question of how quickly do they actually realize this is the case, because this is the struggle. If you're a GP Decimate, you've got a free bomb site, you get this bomb site down, and construction is so hard to retake.
Well, they're going to try to do it from the flank. It's Hunt with his MP7 on the backside. He could help set up a pinch. The rest of his teammates are going to cut through the middle of the map, and they're all going to get here. Bomb hasn't been planted. I just... Where do you think they're hiding, is what I'm kind of wondering. You've cleared everything up already, and now as they try to make their play to actually go plant the bomb, you've got Merc who finds first blood. He enters in. That's actually the bomb carrier that falls. Stays alive through the second gunfight. Apparently thought that cooking grenade was the right call. The Cheesiest will find his trade, and now it's a 2v1. No bomb in hand for Hardboiled to kind of play off of.
And this is, again, just another situation of what happens when you take too long to realize what you've got. The opportunity that's landed right directly at your feet. As Hardboiled should not have been in a 1 versus 2. There are very few situations in which this should have turned out this way. And as Hunt slides around this corner, picks up the kill with a lovely snap. 7, 8, 9 find a round that, again, they just shouldn't have found. It's as simple as that.
Bomb down. Got to play for the objective. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not using comms. I don't know, but there's only so many places that people can be hiding in that construction site. And when all 3 of you are inside on the first and second floors, I imagine they cleared the third. We didn't get to see it from any POVs inside, but I imagine they cleared out the 3rd floor. Let's bomb. Let's get down. I mean, at that point, I'm shooting my teammate who's got the bomb. Like, plant. Like, if I don't have comms, I'm shooting him. Plant the bomb. He's got to get it down, because if you can set up a post plant setup in all those locations that we just mentioned, again, it's so difficult to hit that construction site. This time, it's actually a mountings play from Cruz in the inner side of the bottom cafe, and that's going to do good enough for first blood. GP Decimate into 3v2.
Early on here, 7, 8, 9. Already 1 man down. Now, again, technically speaking, they do have full reign to just get this bomb down at B. The question is, when do they realize? And I know it's so easy to say it, but it is so easy for you to just jump into Grandma's, to just jump up to that shower and realize, well, hang on, no one's here. Finally, they do. 40 seconds now for GP Decimate to retake this. They have the numbers to work with. Where do they go, and do they do it together?
Well, it's going to be together, but it might be too slow. Smoke comes through. That's going to probably put a pause to Cruz for a minute. Shots up top, not going to find the kill. If Ham's going to stay alive, not get traded, this is looking good for 789's hold. 2v2 all of a sudden. Hardboiled, making his way up top. There's not time. No time. GG. No round. Go again. It's just too slow. It's just way too slow.
Oh, man. It's like watching Turbo. Of course, referencing
the animated movie?
Yeah. Do you like that reference?
I want to see where you're taking it, but so far I'm impressed.
Turbo play S&D. Oh man, this is honestly something that a number of teams need to remedy coming into day number 2. I know that this is a tournament for fun for the most part, but like if you want to win, and there is a lot of bragging rights to this tournament still. Like, you wanna be the team that say, I won that agency showdown. Oh, the best team. But like, there is just simple stuff that you could fix to make your team infinitely better.
It almost seems like the players don't know that there is a time limit to defuse. Like, you don't pick up the bomb at 1 second and the bomb timer stops, like in other games that are out there right now that have recently come out. But like, it just, to me, I'm having a hard time like understanding that they don't know that there's 7.5 seconds to defuse. So we're gonna do a 3v1 here. This should absolutely be a win that round that GP Decimate take away. It's gonna be up to Hunt in a 1v3 plus a defuse needed. He is underneath the cafe area. Dead silence. He might try to sneak this.
No way. No. Fuck. We're about to see our first ninja of the tournament.
What a time that was.
Oh man. A ninja defuse. Just makes me think of the Black Ops 2 Karma ninja defuse. You know the one. Sure. Well.
Oh, of course.
Do you know the one?
I do know that. Yeah, absolutely.
I was just for a second I was like, no, please tell me you know the one. There are people out there that don't know that ninja defuse, and it hurts. And if you don't know of that ninja defuse, just search it. Go to YouTube. Search.
Yeah, it'll pop up. It'll be the top result for sure.
Karma, Black Ops 2, ninja defuse. It'll pop up. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the craziest stuff, man. It's crazy. That's what Call of Duty is all about. Those kind of plays. But GP Decimate didn't let that play happen there. Hunt definitely tried it. Didn't work out. And now 3 versus 2 in terms of the round count. GP Decimate doing a lot better here.
A couple of tight rounds. But yeah, definitely looking better here than they were in Hackney. Hard-boiled isn't hear information. I don't know if he recognizes that that sound is actually above him, not next to him. King Cruz has not gotten the call out. He's on the opposite side by Top Cafe platform. Bomb is being planted. Cruz looking to find one off the exit. It's going to cook up a nade, and the timing here is going to be atrocious. He's not going to get any damage with the nade, nor is he going to get a gunfight win. Hunt on the opposite side is in a position to maybe take down one, but Jack actually does find the kill. 3v2 for this retake opportunity. Shots connecting, but not enough for a full kill. Cruz, I don't know where he throws that nade, but tosses one in panic form. 20 seconds. Time is an issue. Gotta hop it.
He's going to hop it. Oh, I thought for a second. Ham and Cheesiest, though, is going to put the kill. And there's one more player. Merkage, please check this bomb. He does do so. There's time. There was time to get
my
the
goodness,
defuse.
Birdie. I can't. Oh,
There
no.
was time. Oh, if you would have hopped on it hard, boy. Come on. Oh. Oh, man.
That's tough. That's tough. That's super
Someone
tough.
give me a plate of hash browns.
That's super tough. Why?
That's just what I need. I need a remedy. Oh god.
Hash browns are your remedy to questionable search and destroy plays?
Yep, that's the one.
Alright. I mean, to each their own, I guess, but I do like myself a good hash brown in the morning. I just don't know if it's like I've had a bad day. I want to cook myself some hash browns. That's...
You don't even know, man. You whip up like a full English breakfast in the evening. It is actually the most insane thing. Oh man, that's the positives of being British. That's what we have over here. But still, I mean, you guys could do it over there technically, but your breakfast is weird. Still, 7, 8, 9. Looking to win it in this Ramasa Search and Destroy. Currently, GP Decimate have done a great job of tying this game up at 3-3. And so far, GP Decimate, I mean, they seem to have their eyes set on this A push. There is one player over there who could have something to say about it. It's Hunt. On top of construction, I believe he'll have his Uzi/MP7, whatever one it is, to work with. So, good for that close quarters combat.
Play for the A site. Simple's going to stick for a plant. Ham and Cheese is working on the flank. Hunt has been the one responsible for the A site. And these are all ARs with pretty advanced optics, so you feel like this is probably a very doable retake. Cruz is in a position where he doesn't know what to look at, and he gets caught looking the wrong direction. Hunt finds the kill, hard-boiled, last one left alive. But that said, defusing the bomb has been more of an adversary than the opponents themselves in some of these rounds. This time it won't be nearly as hairy, as 789 will just confirm the defuse with numbers, and they'll go up now for the first time 4-3.
And there it is, the advantage from 789. And it all starts off Hunt once again. Gets the final kill. A great retake, realistically. Oh, dearie me. And now you're in this position for a GP Decimate. You start to go down in a Search and Destroy where you started pretty strongly, I would say, right? I mean, they were 2-1 up. I know that doesn't sound like that strong of a scoreline, but I think for a team like GP Decimate, that was pretty good against 789. But maybe this is the time where 789 have found their footing, as now they go on the offense. They've sent one player over towards Bridge, which I'm kind of confused about considering this bomb is going towards B. 789 will find themselves in a 2 versus 1 on this B site, though. Hard-boiled is the first line of defense for GP Decimate.
Well, pretty heavy stack here, as if they maybe thought that the A hit was going to come out. Doesn't end up being true. Hard-boiled, the only one responsible for B, unfortunately, gets team shot. So now, bomb should go down. And, well, doesn't even need to. Hunt's going to find the final kill. 5-3 the count.
Well, just one round away, potentially, from us saying our goodbyes on the stream tonight and us having our 8 teams for the quarterfinals tomorrow. So, this 789 roster has looked very, very good. They will most certainly give anybody they face a good game if they do go through. But GP Decimate, they still might have something to say in this one. They've looked pretty good, to be honest. In this game, at least. Not so much game number 1, but in this game, they seem to have really found their footing, but maybe slipping up in these last few rounds.
Cruz moving very quickly. Thought for a second he was going to use this dead silence to push further forward. I mean, there he goes. Now he's finally going to get up top. We've not seen this hit yet, and 789's not going to expect it. But now Ham, he should be here for the trade, and the timing's going to be good. No. Turn off the stream. Cut it. Yep. Can't. Nope. Not good. Oh, no.
Jesus. Someone's just stuck a chip in his ham and cheese. That's silly, that is.
Oh, he's done something to it.
That's all. That's gone off. It's gone. Hunt, 1 versus 3. 25 seconds realistically left on the clock. You cannot get this defused by just sitting in ruins. You've got to make a go of it. I mean, there's no point not. You don't lose anything. It's not like you're on a streak. Just go.
I'm just like, Ham,
Still gone.
What happened, Ham? Where did your shots go? It's like you almost maybe like put him into the railing on accident. I don't even know, but regardless, GP, they're keeping themselves alive, and they need to find a couple more to send it to a map number 3. It would have to be 3 rounds in a row. Now that they're trying to find things defensively for what feels like the first time in a while. They have not looked necessarily all that great on the defense, but now Hard-boiled is getting aggressive, middle of the map. King Cruz opening shots and a nade. Not going to find much intel as Merc and Ham are just stacked on top of each other outside the Dark Arch.
This is slow from 789, but this is actually a great defense, I will say, from GP Decimate as well, right? I mean, they've successfully predicted where 789 were going with this bomb. What are 789 doing? Are they taking the literal longest route possible for a move to A? Like, legitimately, they are using every square inch of the map.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm not going to question it. I mean, I definitely question it, but I won't question it anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that these are dictated strategic plays that are coming through. It's just kind of, let's try this, let's try that, if they're even conversating at all. Simple Jack, though, on the outside. This is an optic that is going to provide for some very interesting moments to follow here very quickly, as a smoke has allowed Merc to get in and plant. Simple able to find one. And there we go. The nade will take down Jack, but hard-boiled for the trade. Again, we need to make sure the bomb gets defused, so let's hold on here for a second. All right, Cruz has held on to it. All right, for round 11 we go.
There's 30 seconds, for heaven's sake. If they would have lost that for that, I just... yeah. Wouldn't have been good. I wouldn't have contained myself, put it that way.
All right, we'll see what happens. 7-8-9 on the attack. They've been aggressive every time they've gone to A. On B, though, they have been indecisive. We'll see if they decide to commit to something here. Jack is holding a pretty strong angle, and, well, that was Hunt with an MP7 trying to play from the barricade over towards the ruins. And with that elimination coming out, looks like 7-8-9 are second-guessing again where they want to go.
I mean, this is the right play, right? I mean, like, B is shut down, but please don't take the long way to A. I mean, you could even play a double blind here, right? I mean, you could make it look like you're rotated and then rotate back to B, and that's the plan. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Please, please make this happen. This would actually be beautiful. No, don't go back.
You got to commit.
Oh.
There they go. They're going to make their way onto the site.
This is a headache, man.
Cruz is in a position now with this cook.
Let it go. Let it go. Oh, too late.
Jeez, dude. He's going to see the bomb has been planted, and Jack falls to his death top P3. Or top of the third of construction. Now we've got a 2v2. Oh, no.
Should have put the hard hat on, man. You should have put the hard hat on, man. King Cruz. No way, King Cruz just jumped for a bomb. He's trying it anyway, and hard-boiled now in a 1 versus 2. Merkage and Ham and Cheesiest. Surely Ham and Cheesiest doesn't let an embarrassment happen again as hard-boiled throws a Semtex up. It doesn't land at all. And hard-boiled just jumps in the fuse. No, somebody stop this. It doesn't happen. 7-8-9. Find the round necessary. It goes to a round 11. But they will be in the next round of play as our final team. Congratulations to 7-8-9. It was a close one, much closer than you might have anticipated it, but great as it was. And, well, they're through to the next round.
Indeed the case. No map 3 here. Round 11 victory. 7-8-9 make their way in. I was going to say, at the beginning of that Ramaza, I think we had a lot of favor to 7-8-9 as potentially being a team that could contest. But after what we saw here, I don't know if they're going to be able to quite hang with a team like Farm Team. Mm-hmm. Here are your four sets of teams to get through. And what we'll see tomorrow, Flicka versus Goats from State Farm. Should be an interesting one as it's the solo show of one player from Goats from State Farm playing up against a reasonably decent team of 3 from Flicka. Off patents and conversion rates, kind of the same thing, kind of solo shows there. On the opposite side, though, I think our favorites for this whole tournament have to be Wrecking Crew and Farm Team. They look by far the best as a collective 3.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That Wrecking Crew squad looks very, very good together. Cows fly together, and they do definitely fly together on that team. And we'll see how they face up against that Mindshare roster tomorrow. And then, of course, we have our final team game, Farm Team versus 7-8-9. And you can see how that looks on our schedule, guys. 4 p.m. Eastern is when our stream is going to start tomorrow. Flicka versus Goats from State Farm. If you are from the UK and you have joined in the stream, that's 9 p.m. Our time. And then, of course, the rest of the games will be following on from that. Off patterns versus KD conversion rate. Mindshare versus Wrecking Crew and Farm Team versus 7-8-9. You can also see how the semifinals and the finals will look on Wednesday evening as well. Those final 3 games for the title of Activision Blizzard Media Showdown Champions. It's going to be epic. But what a first day of action, Alan. It's been nice to finally have someone in the booth with me. You know, I feel like towards the end of the last Agency Showdown, I was kind of like, I was talking to like a sort of blow up doll of Alan besides me. I imagined it was Alan anyway. And
that is the thought that is terrifying me for the rest of the evening. Guaranteed.
Well, it's nice to have you here, man. It's nice to have you here, that's for sure. It's been a super, super enjoyable experience. I loved it. And we're not done, folks. We've got day 2 and day 3 of the action, as we've just shown you on the schedule. If you want to follow the Twitter, make sure you do. It's at Active Blizzard Media. And that's where you're going to see all updates, everything to do with Activision Blizzard Media, including some updates about the agency showdowns when they happen. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. It's been an incredible day of action. I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and I just cannot wait to see what day 2 holds for us.
Right there with you, man. Hope it's going to be fun. I think we're going to see some pretty decent exemplification of why some of these teams are kind of carrying more favor than others as we get into these final stages. But I guess the big curveball is the fact that tomorrow's Search and Destroy, but the final day is gunfight. So everything changes for those semis and those grand finals when we get there.
They do indeed. Gunfight. That's the final day. That's going to be some tasty Call of Duty. But of course, we're going to be back 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Make sure you guys don't miss it. We'll see you then.